Chapter 1 of the Four Feathers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Becky Cook. The Four Feathers by A.E.W. Mason. Chapter 1. A Crimean Night. Lieutenant Sutch was the first of General Feversham's guests to reach Broad Place. He arrived about 5 o'clock on an afternoon of sunshine in mid-June, and the old red-brick house, lodged on a southern slope of the Surrey hills, was glowing from a dark forest depth of pines with the warmth of a rare jewel. Lieutenant Sutch limped across the hall where the portraits of the Fevershams rose one above the other to the ceiling, and went out on the stone-flagged terrace at the back. There he found his host sitting erect like a boy, and gazing southward towards the Sussex Downs. "How's the leg?" asked General Feversham, as he rose briskly from his chair. He was a small, wiry man, and, in spite of his white hairs, alert. But the alertness was out of the body. A bony face with a high, narrow forehead and steel-blue, inexpressive eyes suggested a barrenness of mind. "It gave me trouble during the winter," replied Sutch, "but that was to be expected." General Feversham nodded, and for a little while both men were silent. From the terrace the ground fell steeply to a wide, level plain of brown earth and emerald fields and clumps of trees. From this plain voices rose through the sunshine, small but very clear. Far away toward Horsham a coil of white smoke from a train snaked rapidly in and out amongst the trees, and on the horizon rose the downs, patched with white chalk. "I thought that I should find you here," said Sutch. "It was my wife's favorite corner," replied Feversham in a quite motionless voice. "She would sit here by the hour. She had a queer liking for wide and empty spaces." "Yes," said Sutch, "she had imagination. Her thoughts could people them." General Feversham glanced at his companion as though he hardly understood. But he asked no questions. What he did not understand he habitually let slip from his mind as not worth comprehension. He spoke at once upon a different topic. "There will be a leaf out of our table tonight." "Yes. Collins, Barberton, and Vaughan went this winter. Well, we are all permanently shelved upon the world's half-pay list as it is. The obituary column is just the last formality which gazettes us out of the service altogether." And Sutch stretched out and eased his crippled leg, which 14 years ago that day had been crushed and twisted in the fall of a scaling ladder. "I am glad that you came before the others," continued Feversham. "I would like to take your opinion. This day is more to me than the anniversary of our attack upon the Redan, at the very moment when we are standing under arms in the dark, to the west of the quarries." "I remember," interrupted Sutch with a deep breath. "How should one forget? At that very moment Harry was born in this house. I thought, therefore, that if you did not object he might join us tonight. He happens to be at home. He will, of course, enter the service, and he might learn something perhaps which afterwards will be of use. One never knows." "By all means," said Sutch with alacrity, for since his visits to General Feversham were limited to the occasion of these anniversary dinners, he had never yet seen Harry Feversham. Sutch had for many years been puzzled as to the qualities in General Feversham which had attracted Muriel Graham, a woman as remarkable for the refinement of her intellect as for the beauty of her person, and he could never find an explanation. He had to be content with his knowledge that for some mysterious reason she had married this man so much older than herself and so unlike her in character. Personal courage and an indomitable self-confidence were the chief, indeed the only, qualities which sprang to light in General Feversham. Lieutenant Sutch went back in thought over 20 years, as he sat on his garden chair, to a time before he had taken part, as an officer of the Naval Brigade, in that unsuccessful onslaught on the Redan. He remembered a season in London to which he had come fresh from the China station, and he was curious to see Harry Feversham. He did not admit that it was more than the natural curiosity of a man who, disabled in comparative youth, had made a hobby out of the study of human nature. He was interested to see whether the lad took after his mother or his father, that was all. So that night Harry Feversham took a place at the dinner table and listened to the stories which his elders told, while Lieutenant Sutch watched him. The stories were all of that dark winter in the Crimea, and a fresh story was always in the telling before its predecessor was ended. They were stories of death, of hazardous exploits, of the pinch of famine and the chill of snow, but they were told in clipped words and with a matter-of-fact tone, as though the men of who related them were only conscious of them as far-off things, and there was seldom a comment more pronounced than a mere "That's curious," or an exclamation more significant than a laugh. But Harry Feversham sat listening as though the incidents thus carelessly narrated were happening actually at that moment and within the walls of that room. His dark eyes, the eyes of his mother, turned with each story from speaker to speaker, and waited wide open and fixed, until the last word was spoken. He listened fascinated and enthralled, and so vividly did the changes of expression shoot and quiver across his face that it seemed to Sutch the lad must actually hear the drone of bullets in the air, actually resist the stunning shock of a charge, actually ride down in the thick of a squadron to where guns screeched out a tongue of flame from a fog. Once a major of artillery spoke of the suspense of the hours between the parading of the troops before a battle and the first command to advance, and Harry's shoulders worked under the intolerable strain of those lagging minutes. But he did more than work his shoulders. He threw a single, furtive, wavering glance backwards, and Lieutenant Sutch was startled, and indeed more than startled. He was pained, for this, after all, was Muriel Graham's boy. The look was too familiar a one to Sutch. He had seen it on the faces of recruits during their first experience of a battle, too often for him to misunderstand it, and one picture in particular rose before his mind. An advancing square at Inkerman, and a tall, big soldier rushing forward from the line in the eagerness of his attack, and then stopping suddenly, as though he suddenly understood that he was alone, and had to meet alone the charge of a mounted Cossack. Sutch remembered very clearly the fatal, wavering glance which the big soldier had thrown backward toward his companions, a glance accompanied by a queer, sickly smile. He remembered, too, with equal vividness its consequence, for though the soldier carried a loaded musket and a bayonet locked to the muzzle, he had without an effort of self-defense received the Cossack's lance thrust in his throat. Sutch glanced hurriedly about the table, afraid that General Feversham, or that some of his guests should have remarked the same look and the same smile upon Harry's face, but no one had eyes for the lad. Each visitor was waiting too eagerly for an opportunity to tell a story of his own. Sutch drew a breath of relief and turned to Harry. But the boy was sitting with his elbows on the cloth and his head propped between his hands, lost to the glare of the room and its glitter of silver, constructing again out of the swift succession of anecdotes a world of cries and wounds, and maddened riderless chargers, and men writhing in a fog of cannon smoke. The curtest, least graphic description of the biting days and nights in the trenches set the lad shivering. Even his face grew pinched, as though the iron frost of that winter was actually eating into his bones. Sutch touched him lightly on the elbow. "You renew those days for me," said he. "Though the heat is dripping down the windows, I feel the chill of the Crimea." Harry roused himself from his absorption. "The stories renew them," said he. "No, it is you listening to the stories." And before Harry could reply, General Feversham's voice broke sharply in from the head of the table. "Harry, look at the clock!" At once all eyes were turned upon the lad. The hands of the clock made the acutest of angles. It was close upon midnight, and from 8, without so much as a word or a question, he had sat at the dinner-table listening. Yet even now he rose with reluctance. "Must I go, father?" he asked, and the General's guests intervened in a chorus. The conversation was clear gain to the lad, a first taste of powder which might stand him in good stead afterwards. "Besides, it's the boy's birthday," added the major of artillery. "He wants to stay, that's plain. You wouldn't find a youngster of 14 sit all these hours without a kick of the foot against the table leg, unless the conversation entertained him. Let him stay, Feversham." For once General Feversham relaxed the iron discipline under which the boy lived. "Very well," said he. "Harry shall have a single hour's furlough from his bed. A single hour won't make much difference." Harry's eyes turned toward his father, and just for a moment rested upon his face with a curious, steady gaze. It seemed to Sutch that they uttered a question, and, rightly or wrongly, he interpreted the question into words. "Are you blind?" But General Feversham was already talking to his neighbors, and Harry quietly sat down, and again propping his chin upon his hands, listened with all his soul. Yet he was not entertained, rather he was enthralled. He sat quiet under the compulsion of a spell. His face became unnaturally white, his eyes unnaturally large, while the flames of the candle shone ever redder and more blurred through a blue haze of tobacco smoke, and the level of the wine grew steadily lower in the decanters. Thus half of that 1 hour's furlough was past, and then General Feversham, himself jogged by the unlucky mention of a name, suddenly blurted out in his jerky fashion: "Lord Wilmington! One of the best names in England, if you please. Did you ever see his house in Warwickshire? Every inch of the ground, you would think, would have a voice to bid him play the man, if only in remembrance of his fathers. It seemed incredible, and mere camp rumour, but the rumour grew. If it was whispered at the Alma, it was spoken aloud at Inkerman. It was shouted at Balaclava. Before Sebastopol, the hideous thing was proved. Wilmington was acting as galloper to his general. I believed upon my soul the general chose him for the duty so that the fellow might set himself right. There were 300 yards of bullet-swept, flat ground, and a message to be carried across them. Had Wilmington toppled off his horse on the way, why, there were the whispers silenced forever. Had he ridden through alive, he earned distinction besides. But he didn't dare. He refused. Imagine it if you can. He sat shaking on his horse and declined. You should have seen the general. His face turned the color of that burgundy. 'No doubt you have a previous engagement?' he said in the politest voice you ever heard. Just that, not a word of abuse. A previous engagement on the battlefield! For the life of me, I could hardly help laughing. But it was a tragic business for Wilmington. He was broken, of course, and slunk back to London. Every house was close to him. He dropped out of his circle like a lead bullet you let slip out of your hand into the sea. The very women in Piccadilly spat if he spoke to them, and he blew his brains out in a back bedroom off the Haymarket. Curious that, eh? He hadn't the pluck to face the bullets when his name was at stake, yet he could blow his own brains out afterwards." Lieutenant Sutch chanced to look at the clock as the story came to an end. It was now 1:45. Harry Feversham still had a quarter of an hour's furlough, and that quarter of an hour was occupied by a retired surgeon-general with a great wagging beard, who sat nearly opposite to the boy. "I can tell you of an incident still more curious," he said. "The man in this case had never been under fire before, but he was of my own profession. Life and death were part of his business. Nor was he really in any particular danger. The affair happened during a hill campaign in India. We were encamped in a valley, and a few Pathans used to lie out on the hillside at night and take long shots into the camp. A bullet ripped through the canvas of the hospital tent. That was all. The surgeon crept out to his own quarters, and his orderly discovered him half an hour afterward, lying in his blood, stone dead." "Hit?" exclaimed the major. "Not a bit of it," said the surgeon. "He had quietly opened his instrument case in the dark, taken out a lancet, and severed his femoral artery. Sheer panic, do you see, at the whistle of a bullet." Even upon these men, case hardened to horrors, the incident related in its bald simplicity wrought its effects. From some there broke out a half-uttered exclamation of disbelief. Others moved restlessly in their chairs with a sort of physical discomfort, because the man had sunk so far below humanity. Here an officer gulped his wine, there a second shook his shoulders as though to shake the knowledge off as a dog shakes water. There was only one in all that company who sat perfectly still in the silence which followed upon the story. That one was the boy, Harry Feversham. He sat with his hands now clenched upon his knees, and leaning forward a little across the table toward the surgeon, his cheeks white as paper, his eyes burning, and burning with ferocity. He had the look of a dangerous animal in the trap. His body was gathered, his muscles taut. Sutch had a fear that the lad meant to leap across the table and strike with all his strength in the savagery of despair. He had indeed reached out a restraining hand when General Feversham's matter-of-fact voice intervened, and the boy's attitude suddenly relaxed. "Queer, incomprehensible things happen. Here are 2 of them. You can only say they are truth, and pray God you may forget 'em, but you can't explain, for you can't understand." Sutch was moved to lay his hand upon Harry's shoulder. "Can you?" he asked, and regretted the question almost before it was spoken. But it was spoken, and Harry's eyes turned swiftly towards Sutch, and rested upon his face, not, however, with any betrayal of guilt, but quietly, inscrutably. Nor did he answer the question, although it was answered in a fashion by General Feversham. "Harry understand!" exclaimed the general with a sort of indignation. "How should he? He's a Feversham." The question which Harry's glance had mutely put before, Sutch in the same mute way repeated. "Are you blind?" his eyes asked of General Feversham. Never had he heard an untruth so demonstrably untrue. A mere look at father and the son proved it so. Harry Feversham wore his father's name, but he had his mother's dark and haunted eyes, his mother's breadth of forehead, his mother's delicacy of profile, his mother's imagination. It needed perhaps a stranger to recognize the truth. The father had been so long familiar with his son's aspect that it had no significance to his mind. "Look at the clock, Harry." The hour's furlough had run out. Harry rose from his chair and drew a breath. "Good night, sir," he said, and walked to the door. The servants had long since gone to bed, and as Harry opened the door, the hall gaped black like the mouth of night. For a second or two the boy hesitated upon the threshold, and seemed almost to shrink back into the lighted room, as though, in that dark void, peril awaited him. And peril did, the peril of his thoughts. He stepped out of the room and closed the door behind him. The decanter was sent again upon its rounds. There was a popping of soda-water bottles. The talk revolved again in its accustomed groove. Harry was in an instant forgotten by all but Sutch. The lieutenant, although he prided himself upon his impartial and disinterested study of human nature, was the kindliest of men. He had more kindliness than observation by a great deal. Moreover, there were special reasons which caused him to take an interest in Harry Feversham. He sat for a little while with the air of a man profoundly disturbed. Then, acting upon an impulse, he went to the door, opened it noiselessly, as noiselessly passed out, and without so much as a click of the latch closed the door behind him. And this is what he saw. Harry Feversham, holding in the center of a hall a lighted candle high above his head, and looking up toward the portraits of the Fevershams as they mounted the walls and were lost in the darkness of the roof. A muffled sound of voices came from the other side of the door panels, but the hall itself was silent. Harry stood remarkably still, and the only thing which moved at all was the yellow flame of the candle as it flickered apparently in some faint draught. The light wavered across the portraits, glowing here upon a red coat, glittering there upon a corselet of steel. For there was not one man's portrait upon the walls which did not glisten with the colors of a uniform. And there were portraits of many men. Father and son, the Fevershams had been soldiers from the very birth of the family. Father and son, in lace collars and bucket boots, in Ramillies wigs and steel breastplates, and velvet coats with powder on their hair, in shakos and swallow-tails, in high stocks and frogged coats, they looked down upon this last Feversham, summoning him to the like service. They were men of one stamp. No distinction of uniform could obscure their relationship. Lean-faced men, hard as iron, rugged in feature, thin-lipped, with firm chins and straight, level mouths, narrow foreheads, and the steel-blue, inexpressive eyes. Men of courage and resolution, no doubt, but without subtleties or nerves or that burdensome gift of imagination. Sturdy men, a little wanting in delicacy, hardly conspicuous for intellect. To put it frankly, men rather stupid, all of them, in a word, first-class fighting men, but not one of them a first-class soldier. But Harry Feversham plainly saw none of their defects. To him they were one and all portentous and terrible. He stood before them in the attitude of a criminal before his judges, reading his condemnation in their cold, unchanging eyes. Lieutenant Sutch understood more clearly why the flame of the candle flickered. There was no draught in the hall, but the boy's hand shook, and finally, as though he heard the mute voices of his judges delivering sentence and admitted its justice, he actually bowed to the portraits on the wall. As he raised his head, he saw Lieutenant Sutch in the embrasure of the doorway. He did not start. He uttered no word. He let his eyes quietly rest upon Sutch and waited. Of the two, it was the man who was embarrassed. "Harry," he said, and in spite of his embarrassment he had the tact to use the tone and the language of one addressing not a boy, but a comrade equal in years. We meet for the first time tonight, but I knew your mother a long time ago. I like to think that I have the right to call her by that much misused word, friend. Have you anything to tell me?" "Nothing," said Harry. "The mere telling sometimes lightens a trouble." "It is kind of you. There is nothing." Lieutenant Sutch was rather at a loss. The lad's loneliness made a strong appeal to him, for lonely the boy could not but be, set apart as he was, no less unmistakably in mind as in feature, from his father and his father's fathers. Yet what more could he do? His tact again came to his aid. He took his card case from his pocket. "You will find my address upon this card. Perhaps some day you will give me a few days of your company. I can offer you on my side a day or two's hunting." A spasm of pain shook for a fleeting moment in the boy's steady, inscrutable face. It passed, however, swiftly as it had come. "Thank you, sir," Harry had monotonously repeated. "You are very kind. And if you ever want to talk over a difficult question with an older man, I am at your service." He spoke purposely in a formal voice, lest Harry, with a boy's sensitiveness, should think he laughed. Harry took the card and repeated his thanks. Then he went upstairs to bed. Lieutenant Sutch waited uncomfortably in the hall until the light of the candle had diminished and disappeared. Something was amiss, he was very sure. There were words which he should have spoken to the boy, but he had not known how to set about the task. He returned to the dining-room, and with a feeling that he was almost repairing his omissions, he filled his glass and called for silence. "Gentlemen," he said, "this is June 15th. There is a great applause and much rapping on the table. It is the anniversary of our attack upon the Redan. It is also Harry Feversham's birthday. For us, our work is done. I ask you to drink the health of one of the youngsters who are ousting us. His work lies before him. The traditions of the Feversham family are very well known to us. May Harry Feversham carry them on. May he add distinction to a distinguished name." At once all the company was on its feet. "Harry Feversham!" The name was shouted with so hearty a good will that the glasses on the table rang. "Harry Feversham! Harry Feversham!" The cry was repeated and repeated, while old General Feversham sat in his chair with a face aflush with pride, and a boy a minute afterward, in a room high up in the house, heard the muffled words of a chorus: "For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, and so say all of us." And believe the guests upon this Crimean night were drinking his father's health. He turned over in his bed and lay shivering. He saw in his mind a broken officer slinking at night in the shadows of the London streets. He pushed back the flap of a tent, and stood over a man lying stone dead in his blood, with an open lancet clenched in his right hand. And he saw that face, the broken officer, and the face of the dead surgeon were one, and that one face, the face of Harry Feversham. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of The Four Feathers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Oldman. The Four Feathers by A.E.W. Mason. Chapter 2. Captain Trench and a Telegram. 13 years later, and in the same month of June, Harry Feversham's health was drunk again, but after a quieter fashion and in a smaller company. The company was gathered in a room high up in a shapeless block of buildings which frowns like a fortress above Westminster. A stranger crossing St. James's Park southwards over the suspension bridge at night, who chanced to lift his eyes and see suddenly the tiers of lighted windows towering above him to so precipitous a height, might be brought to a stop with the fancy that here in the heart of London was a mountain and the gnomes at work. Upon the 10th floor of this building Harry had taken a flat during his year's furlough from his regiment in India, and it was in the dining-room of this flat that the simple ceremony took place. The room was furnished in a dark and restful fashion, and since the chill of the weather belied the calendar, a comfortable fire blazed in the hearth. A bay window, over which the blinds had not been lowered, commanded London. There were 4 men smoking about the dinner table. Harry Feversham was unchanged, except for a fair moustache, which contrasted with his dark hair and the natural consequences of growth. He was now a man of middle height, long-limbed, and well-knit like an athlete. But his features had not altered since that night when they had been so closely scrutinized by Lieutenant Sutch. Of his companions, 2 were brother officers on leave in England, like himself, whom he had that afternoon picked up at his club. Captain Trench, a small man growing bald, with a small, sharp, resourceful face and black eyes of a remarkable activity, and Lieutenant Willoughby, an officer of quite a different stamp, a round forehead, a thick snub nose, and a pair of vacant and protruding eyes, gave to him an aspect of invincible stupidity. He spoke but seldom, and never to the point, but rather to some point long forgotten, which he had since been laboriously revolving in his mind, and he continually twisted a moustache, of which the ends curled up towards his eyes with a ridiculous ferocity. A man whom one would dismiss from mind as of no consequence upon a first thought, and take again into one's consideration upon a second, for he was born stubborn as well as stupid, and the harm which his stupidity might do, his stubbornness would hinder him from admitting. He was not a man to be persuaded. Having a few ideas, he clung to them. It was no use to argue with him, for he did not hear the argument. But behind his vacant eyes, all the while, he turned over his crippled thoughts and was satisfied. The 4th at the table was Durrance, a lieutenant of the East Surrey regiment and Feversham's friend, who had come in answer to a telegram. This was June of the year 1882, and the thoughts of civilians turned towards Egypt with anxiety, those of soldiers with an eager anticipation. Arabi Pasha, in spite of threats, was steadily strengthening the fortifications of Alexandria, and already a long way to the south. The other, the great danger, was swelling like a thundercloud. A year had passed since a young, slight, and tall Dongawali, Muhammad Ahmed, had marched through the villages of the White Nile, preaching with the fire of Wesley the coming of a Saviour. The passionate victims of the Turkish tax-gatherer had listened, had heard the promise repeated in the whispers of the wind in the withered grass, had found the holy names imprinted even upon the eggs they gathered up. In 1882, Muhammad had declared himself that saviour, and had won his first battles against the Turks. "There will be trouble," said Trench, and the sentence was the text on which 3 of the 4 men talked. In a rare interview, however, the 4th, Harry Feversham, spoke upon a different subject. "I am glad you are all able to dine with me tonight. I telegraphed to Castleton as well, an officer of ours," he explained to Durrance, "but he was dining with a big man in the War Office, and leaves for Scotland afterwards, so that he could not come. I have news of a sort." The 3 men leaned forward, their minds still full of the dominant subject. But it was not about the prospect of war that Harry Feversham had news to speak. "I only reached London this morning from Dublin," he said, with a shade of embarrassment. "I have been some weeks in Dublin." Durrance lifted his eyes from the tablecloth and looked quietly at his friend. "Yes?" he asked steadily. "I have come back engaged to be married." Durrance lifted his glass to his lips. "Well, here's luck to you, Harry," he said, and that was all. The wish, indeed, was almost curtly expressed, but there was nothing wanting in it to Feversham's ears. The friendship between these 2 men was not one in which affectionate phrases had any part. There was, in truth, no need of such. Both men were securely conscious of it. They estimated it at its true, strong value. It was a helpful instrument which would not wear out, put into their hands for a hard, lifelong use. But it was not, and never had been, spoken of between them. Both men were grateful for it, as for a rare and undeserved gift. Yet both knew that it might entail an obligation of sacrifice. But the sacrifices, were they needful, would be made, and they would not be mentioned. It may be, indeed, that the very knowledge of their friendship's strength constrained them to a particular reticence in their words to one another. "Thank you, Jack," said Feversham. "I am glad of your good wishes. It was you who introduced me to Ethne. I cannot forget it." Durrance set his eyes down without any haste. There followed a moment of silence, during which he sat with his eyes upon the tablecloth, and his hands resting on the table edge. "Yes," he said in a level voice, "I did you a good turn then." He seemed on the point of saying more, and doubtful how to say it. But Captain Trench's sharp, quick, practical voice, a voice which fitted the man who spoke, saved him his pains. "Will this make any difference?" asked Trench. Feversham replaced his cigar between his lips. "You mean, shall I leave the service?" he asked slowly. "I don't know." And Durrance seized the opportunity to rise from the table and cross to the window, where he stood with his back to his companions. Feversham took the abrupt movement for a reproach, and spoke to Durrance's back, not to Trench. "I don't know," he repeated. "It will need thought. There is much to be said. On the one side, of course, there's my father, my career, such as it is. On the other hand, there is her father, Dermod Eustace." "He wishes you to chuck your commission?" asked Willoughby. "He has no doubt the Irishman's objection to constituent authority," said Trench, with a laugh. "But need you subscribe to it, Feversham?" "It is not merely that." It was still to Durrance's back that he addressed his excuses. "Dermod is old. His estates are going to ruin, and there are other things. You know, Jack," the direct appeal he had to repeat, and even then Durrance answered it absently. "Yes, I know," and he added, like one quoting a catchword, "If you want any whisky, rap twice on the floor with your foot. The servants understand." "Precisely," said Feversham. He continued, carefully weighing his words, and still intently looking across the shoulders of his companions to his friend. "Besides, there is Ethne herself. Dermod, for once, did an appropriate thing when he gave her that name, for she is of her country and more of a county. She has the love of it in her bones. I do not think that she could be quite happy in India, or indeed in any place which was not within reach of Donegal. The smell of its peat, its streams, and the brown friendliness of its hills. One has to consider that." He waited for an answer, and getting none went on. Durrance, however, had no thought of reproach in his mind. He knew that Feversham was speaking. He wished very much that he would continue to speak for a little while, but he paid no heed to what was said. He stood looking steadfastly out of the windows. Over against him was the glare from Pall Mall, striking upward to the sky, and the chains of light banked, one above the other, as the town rose northward, and a rumble as of a million carriages was in his ears. At his feet, very far below, lay St. James's Park, silent and black, a quiet pool of darkness in the midst of glitter and noise. Durrance had a great desire to escape out of this room into its secrecy, but that he could not do without remark. Therefore he kept his back turned to his companion, and leaned his forehead against the window, and hoped his friend would continue to talk, for he was face to face with one of the sacrifices which must not be mentioned, and which no sign must betray. Feversham did continue, and if Durrance did not listen, on the other hand, Captain Trench gave to him his closest attention. But it was evident that Harry Feversham was giving reasons seriously considered. He was not making excuses, and in the end Captain Trench was satisfied. "Well, I drink to you, Feversham," he said, with all the proper sentiments. "I, too, old man," said Willoughby, obediently following his senior's lead. Thus they drank their comrade's health, and as their empty glasses rattled on the table, there came a knock upon the door. The two officers looked up. Durrance turned about from the window. Feversham said, "Come in," and his servant brought in to him a telegram. Feversham tore open the envelope carelessly, read through the telegram, and then sat very still with his eyes upon the slip of pink paper, and his face grown at once extremely grave. Thus he sat for an appreciable time, not so much stunned as thoughtful, and in the room there was a complete silence. Feversham's three guests averted their eyes. Durrance turned again to his window. Willoughby twisted his moustache and gazed intently upward at the ceiling. Captain Trench shifted his chair round and stared into the glowing fire, and each man's attitude expressed a certain suspense. It seemed that sharp upon the heels of Feversham's good news was calamity had come knocking at the door. "There is no answer," said Harry, and fell to silence again. Once he raised his head and looked at Trench as though he had a mind to speak, but he thought the better of it, and so dropped again to the consideration of this message. And in a moment or two the silence was sharply interrupted, but not by any one of the expected motionless three men seated within the room. The interruption came from without, from the parade ground at Wellington Barracks. The drums and fifes sounding the tattoo shrilled through the open window with a startling clearness like a sharp summons, and diminished as the band marched away across the gravel and again grew loud. Feversham did not change his attitude, but the look upon his face was now that of a man listening, and listening thoughtfully, just as he had read thoughtfully in the years which followed. That moment was to recur again and again to the recollection of each of Harry's three guests. The lighted room with the bright, homely fire, the open window overlooking the myriad lamps of London, Harry Feversham seated with the telegram spread before him, the drums and fifes calling loudly, and then dwindling to music very small and pretty, music which beckoned where a moment ago it had commanded. All these details made up a picture of which the colours were not to fade by any lapse of time, although its significance was not apprehended now. It was remembered that Feversham rose abruptly from his chair, just before the tattoo ceased. He crumpled the telegram loosely in his hands, tossed it into the fire, and then, leaning his back against the chimney piece and upon one side of the fireplace, said again, "I don't know," as though he had thrust that message, whatever it might be, from his mind, and was summing up in this infinite way the argument which had gone before. Thus that long silence was broken, and a spell was lifted. But the fire took hold upon the telegram and shook it, so that it moved like a thing alive and in pain. It twisted, and part of it unrolled, and for a second lay open and smooth of creases, lit up by the fire and as yet untouched, so that two or three words sprang, as it were, out of the yellow glare of fire and were legible. Then the flame seized upon that smooth part too, and in a moment shriveled it into black tatters. But Captain Trench was all this while staring into the fire. "You returned to Dublin, I suppose?" said Durrance. He had moved back again into the room. Like his companions, he was conscious of an unexplained relief. "To Dublin? No. I go to Donegal in 3 weeks' time. There is to be a dance. It is hoped you will come." "I am not sure that I can manage it. There is just a chance, I believe, should trouble come in the East, that I may go out on the staff." The talk thus came round again to the chances of peace and war, and held in that quarter till the boom of the Westminster clock told that the hour was 11. Captain Trench rose from his seat on the last stroke. Willoughby and Durrance followed his example. "I shall see you tomorrow," said Durrance to Feversham. "As usual," replied Harry, and his three guests descended from his rooms and walked across the park together. At the corner of Pall Mall, however, they parted company, Durrance mounting St. James' Street, while Trench and Willoughby crossed the road into St. James' Square. There Trench slipped his arm through Willoughby's, to Willoughby's surprise, for Trench was an undemonstrative man. "You know Castleton's address?" he asked. Albemarle Street, Willoughby answered, and then added the number. He leaves Euston at 12 o'clock. It is now 10 minutes past 11. Are you curious, Willoughby? I confess to curiosity. I am an inquisitive, methodical person, and when a man gets a telegram bidding him tell Trench something and he tells Trench nothing, I am curious as a philosopher to know what that something is. Castleton is the only other officer of our regiment in London. It is likely, therefore, that the telegram came from Castleton. Castleton, too, was dining with a big man from the War Office. I think that if we take a hansom to Albemarle Street, we shall catch Castleton upon his doorstep." Mr. Willoughby, who understood very little of Trench's meaning, nevertheless cordially agreed to the proposal. "I think it would be prudent," said he, and he hailed a passing cab. A moment later the two men were driving to Albemarle Street. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of the Four Feathers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wolfe. The Four Feathers by A.E.W. Mason. Chapter 3. The Last Ride Together. Durrance, meanwhile, walked to his lodging alone, remembering a day, now 2 years since, when by a curious whim of old Dermod Eustace he had been fetched against his will to the house by the Lennon River in Donegal, and there, to his surprise, had been made acquainted with Dermod's daughter Ethne, for she surprised all who had first held speech with the father. Durrance had stayed for a night in the house, and through that evening she had played upon her violin, seated with her back toward her audience, as was her custom when she played, lest a look or a gesture should interrupt the concentration of her thoughts. The melodies which she had played rang in his ears now, for the girl possessed the gift of music, and the strings of her violin spoke to the questions of her bow. There was in particular an overture, the Melusine overture, which had the very sob of the waves. Durrance had listened wondering, for the violin had spoken to him of many things of which the girl who played it could know nothing. It had spoken of long perilous journeys and the faces of strange countries, of the silver way across moonlit seas, of the beckoning voices from the under edges of the desert. It had taken a deeper, a more mysterious tone. It had told of great joys, quite unattainable, and of great griefs too, eternal, and with a sort of nobility by reason of their greatness, and of many unformulated longings beyond the reach of words, but with never a single note of mere complaint. So it had seemed to Durrance that night as he sat listening while Ethne's face was turned away. So it seemed to him now, when he knew that her face was still to be turned away for all his days. He had drawn a thought from her playing which he was at some pains to keep definite in his mind. The true music cannot complain. Therefore it was that as he rode the next morning into the Row, his blue eyes looked out upon the world from his bronzed face with not a jot less of his usual friendliness. He waited at 9:30 by the clump of lilacs and laburnums at the end of the sand, but Harry Feversham did not join him that morning, nor indeed for the next 3 weeks. Ever since the two men had graduated from Oxford, it had been their custom to meet at this spot an hour, when both chanced to be in town, and Durrance was puzzled. It seemed to him that he had lost his friend as well. Meanwhile, however, the rumours of war grew to an uncertainty, and when at last Feversham kept the tryst, Durrance had news. "I told you luck might run my way. Well, she has. I go out to Egypt on General Graham's staff. There's talk we may run down the Red Sea to Suakin afterward." The exhilaration of his voice brought an unmistakable envy into Feversham's eyes. It seemed strange to Durrance, even at that moment of his good luck, that Harry Faversham should envy him strange and rather pleasant, but he interpreted the envy in the light of his own ambitions. "It is rough on you," he said sympathetically, "that your regiment has to stay behind." Feversham rode by his friend's side in silence. Then, as they came to the chairs beneath the trees, he said, "That was expected. The day you dined with me, I sent in my papers." "That night?" said Durrance, turning in his saddle, "after we had gone?" "Yes," said Feversham, accepting the correction. He wondered whether it had been intended, but Durrance rode silently forward. Again Harry Feversham was conscious of a reproach in his friend's silence, and again he was wrong, for Durrance suddenly spoke heartily and with a laugh. "I remember. You gave us your reasons that night, but for the life of me I can't help wishing that we had been going out together. When do you leave for Ireland?" "Tonight." "So soon?" They turned their horses and rode westward again down the alley of trees. The morning was still fresh. The limes and chestnuts had lost nothing of their early green, and since the May was late that year, its blossoms still hung delicately white like snow upon the branches, and shone red against the dark rhododendrons. The park shimmered in a haze of sunlight, and the distant roar of the streets was as the tumbling of river water. "It is a long time since we bathed in Sanford Lasher," said Durrance. "Or froze in the Easter vacations in the big snow gully on Great End," returned Feversham. Both men had the feeling that on this morning a volume in their book of life was ended, and since the volume had been a pleasant one to read, and they did not know whether its successors would sustain its promise, they were looking backward through the leaves before they put it finally away. "You must stay with us, Jack, when you come back," said Feversham. Durrance had schooled himself not to wince, and he did not, even at that anticipatory "us." If his left hand tightened upon the thongs of his reins, the sign could not be detected by his friend. "If I come back," said Durrance. "You know my creed. I could never pity a man who died on active service. I would very much like to come by that end myself." It was a quite simple creed, consistent with the simplicity of the man who uttered it. It amounted to no more than this: than to die decently was worth a great many years of life, so that he uttered it without melancholy or any sign of foreboding. Even so, however, he had a fear that perhaps his friend might place another interpretation upon the words, and he looked quickly into his face. He only saw again, however, that puzzling look of envy in Feversham's eyes. "You see, there are worse things which can happen," he continued. "Disablement, for instance. Clever men could make a shift, perhaps, to put up with it. But what in the world should I do if I had to sit in a chair all my days? It makes me shiver to think of it." And he shook his broad shoulders to unsaddle that fear. "Well, this is the last ride. Let us gallop," and he led out his horse. Feversham followed his example, and side by side they went racing down the sand. At the bottom of the row they stopped, shook hands, and with the curtest of nods parted. Feversham rode out of the park. Durrance turned back and walked his horse up toward the seats beneath the trees. Even as a boy in his home at Southpool in Devonshire, upon a wooded creek of the Salcombe estuary, he had always been conscious of a certain restlessness, a desire to sail down that creek and out over the levels of the sea, a dream of queer outlandish countries and peoples beyond the dark familiar woods. And the restlessness had grown upon him, so that Guessens, even when he had inherited it with its farms and lands, had remained always in his thoughts as a place to come home to, rather than an estate to occupy a life. He purposely exaggerated that restlessness now, and purposely set against it words which Feversham had spoken, and which he knew to be true. Ethne Eustace would hardly be happy outside her county of Donegal. Therefore, even had things fallen out differently, as he phrased it, there might have been a clash. Perhaps it was as well that Harry Feversham was to marry Ethne, and not another than Feversham. Thus, at all events, he argued as he rode, until the riders vanished from before his eyes, and the ladies in their coloured frocks beneath the cool of the trees. The trees themselves dwindled to ragged mimosas. The brown sand at his feet spread out in a widening circumference and took the bright color of honey, and upon the empty sand black stones began to heap themselves shapelessly like coal, and to flash in the sun like mirrors. He was deep in his anticipations of the Soudan, when he heard his name called out softly in a woman's voice, and, looking up, found himself close by the rails. "How do you do, Mrs. Adair?" said he, and he stopped his horse. Mrs. Adair gave him her hand across the rails. She was Durrance's neighbor at Southpool, and by a year or two his elder, a tall woman, remarkable for the many shades of her thick brown hair and the peculiar pallor on her face. But at this moment the face had brightened. There was a hint of color in the cheeks. "I have news for you," said Durrance. "Two special items. One, Harry Feversham is to be married." "To whom?" asked the lady, eagerly. "You should know. It was in your house in Hill Street that Harry first met her, and I introduced him. He has been improving the acquaintance in Dublin." But Mrs. Adair already understood, and it was plain that the news was welcome. "Ethne Eustace!" she cried. "Will they be married soon? There is nothing to prevent it." "I am glad," and the lady sighed as though with relief. "What is your second item?" "As good as the first. I go out on General Graham's staff." Mrs. Adair was silent. There came a look of anxiety into her eyes, and the colour died out of her face. "You are very glad, I suppose," she said slowly. Durrance's voice left her in no doubt. "I should think I was. I go soon, too, and the sooner the better. I will come and dine some night, if I may, before I go." "My husband will be pleased to see you," said Mrs. Adair, rather coldly. Durrance did not notice the coldness, however. He had his own reasons for making the most of the opportunity which had come his way, and he urged his enthusiasm, and laid it bare in words more for his own benefit than with any thought of Mrs. Adair. Indeed, he had always rather a vague impression of the lady. She was handsome in a queer foreign way, not so uncommon along the coast of Devonshire and Cornwall, and she had good hair, and was always well dressed. Moreover, she was friendly, and at that point Durrance's knowledge of her came to an end. Perhaps her chief merit in his eyes was that she had made friends with Ethne Eustace. But he was to become better acquainted with Mrs. Adair. He rode away from the park with the old regret in his mind that the fortunes of himself and his friend were this morning finally severed. As a fact, he had that morning set the strands of a new rope a-weaving, which was to bring them together again in a strange and terrible relationship. Mrs. Adair followed him out of the park and walked home very thoughtfully. Durrance had just 1 week wherein to provide his equipment and arrange his estate in Devonshire. It passed in a continuous hurry of preparation, so that his newspaper lay each day unfolded in his rooms. The general was to travel overland to Brindisi, and so on an evening of wind and rain toward the end of July, Durrance stepped from the Dover pier into the mail boat for Calais. In spite of the rain and the gloomy night, a small crowd had gathered to give the general a send-off. As the ropes were cast off, a feeble cheer was raised, and before the cheer had ended, Durrance found himself beset by a strange illusion. He was leaning upon the bulwarks, idly wondering whether this was his last view of England, and with a wish that some one of his friends had come down to see him go, when it seemed to him suddenly that his wish was answered, for he caught a glimpse of a man standing beneath a gas lamp, and that man was of the stature and wore the likeness of Harry Feversham. Durrance rubbed his eyes and looked again, but the wind made the tongue of light flicker uncertainly within the glass. The rain, too, blurred the quay. He could only be certain that a man was standing there. He could only vaguely distinguish beneath the lamp the whiteness of a face. It was an illusion, he said to himself. Harry Feversham was at that moment most likely listening to Ethne playing the violin under a clear sky in a high garden of Donegal. But even as he was turning from the bulwarks, there came a lull of the wind. The lights burned bright and steady on the pier, and the face leaped from the shadows, distinct in feature and expression. Durrance leaned out over the side of the boat. "Harry!" he shouted, at the top of a wandering voice. but the figure beneath the lamp never stirred. The wind blew the lights again this way and that. The paddles churned the water, and the mail boat passed beyond the pier. It was an illusion, he repeated. It was a coincidence. It was the face of a stranger very like to Harry Feversham's. It could not be Feversham's, because the face which Durrance had seen so distinctly for a moment was a haggard, wistful face, a face stamped with an extraordinary misery, the face of a man cast out from among his fellows. Durrance had been busy all that week. He had clean forgotten the arrival of that telegram and the suspense which the long perusal of it had caused. Moreover, his newspaper had lain unfolded in his rooms, but his friend Harry Feversham had come to see him off. End of Chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of the Four Feathers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Prestwich. The Four Feathers by A.E.W. Mason. Chapter 4. The Ball at Lennon House. Yet Feversham had travelled to Dublin by the night mail after his ride from Durrance in the Row. He had crossed Lough Swilly on the following forenoon by a little cargo steamer, which once a week steamed up the Lennon River as far as Ramelton. On the quayside Ethne was waiting for him in her dog-cart. She gave him the hand and the smile of a comrade. "You are surprised to see me," she said, noting the look upon his face. "I always am," he replied, "for always you exceed my thoughts of you." And the smile changed upon her face. It became something more than the smile of a comrade. "I shall drive slowly," she said, as soon as his traps had been packed into the cart. "I brought no groom on purpose. There'll be guests coming tomorrow. We have only today." She drove along the wide causeway by the riverside and turned up the steep, narrow street. Feversham sat quietly by her side. It was his first visit to Ramelton, and he gazed about him, noting the dark thicket of tall trees which climbed on the far side of the river, the old grey bridge, the noise of the water about it as it sang over shallows, and the drowsy white of the town. With a great curiosity and almost pride of ownership, since it was here that Ethne lived, and all these things were part and parcel of her life. She was at that time a girl of 21, tall, strong, and supple of limb, and with a squareness of shoulder proportionate to her height. She had none of the exaggerated slope which her grandmothers esteemed, yet she lacked no grace of womanhood on that account, and in her walk she was light-footed as a deer. Her hair was dark brown, and she wore it coiled upon the nape of her neck. A bright colour burned in her cheeks, and her eyes, of a very clear grey, met the eyes of those to whom she talked with a most engaging frankness. And in character she was the counterpart of her looks. She was honest. She had a certain simplicity, the straightforward simplicity of strength which comprises much gentleness and excludes violence. Of her courage there is a story still told in Ramelton, which Feversham could never remember without a thrill of wonder. She had stopped at a door on a steep hill leading down to the river, and the horse which she was driving took fright at the mere clatter of pail. The reins were lying loose at the moment. They fell on the ground before Ethne could seize them. She was thus seated, helpless, in the dog-cart, and the horse was tearing down to where the road curves sharply over the bridge. The thing which she did quite coolly. She climbed over the front of the dog-cart as it pitched and raced forward down the hill, and balancing herself along the shafts, reached the reins at the horse's neck, and brought the horse to a stop 10 yards from the curve. But she had, too, the defects of her qualities, although Feversham was not yet aware of them. Ethne, during the first part of this drive, was almost as silent as her companion, and when she spoke it was with an absent air, as though she had something of more importance in her thoughts. It was not until she had left the town and was out upon the straight, undulating road to Letterkenny that she turned quickly to Feversham and uttered it. "I saw this morning that your regiment was ordered from India to Egypt. You could have gone with it, had I not come in your way. There would have been chances of distinction. I have hindered you, and I am very sorry. Of course you could not know that there was any possibility of your regiment going, but I can understand it is very hard for you to be left behind. I blame myself." Feversham sat staring in front of him for a moment. Then he said, in a voice suddenly grown hoarse, "You need not." "How can I help it? I blame myself the more," she continued, "because I do not see things quite like other women. For instance, supposing that you had gone to Egypt and that the worst had happened. I should have felt very lonely, of course, all my days, but I should have known quite surely that when those days were over, you and I would see much of one another." She spoke without any impressive lowering of the voice, but in the steady, level tone of one stating the simplest imaginable fact. Feversham caught his breath like a man in pain, but the girl's eyes were upon his face, and he sat still, staring in front of him without so much as a contraction of the forehead. But it seemed that he could not trust himself to answer. He kept his lips closed, and Ethne continued, "You see, I can put up with this absence of people I care about a little better perhaps than most people. I do not feel that I have lost them at all." And she cast about for a while as if her thoughts were difficult to express. "You know how things happened," she resumed. "One goes along in a dull sort of way, and then suddenly a face springs out from the crowd of one's acquaintances, and you know it at once, and certainly for the face of a friend, or rather you recognize it, though you had never seen it before. It is almost as though you had come upon some one long looked for and now gladly recovered. Well, such friends they are few, no doubt, but after all only a few really count. Such friends one does not lose, whether they are absent or even dead. Unless," said Feversham, slowly, "one has made a mistake. Suppose the face in the crowd is a mask. What then? One may make mistakes." Ethne shook her head decisively. "Of that kind, no. One may seem to have made mistakes, and perhaps for a long while, but in the end one would be proved not to have made them." And the girl's implicit faith took hold upon the man and tortured him, so that he could no longer keep silent. "Ethne," he cried, "you don't know." But at the moment Ethne reined in the horse, laughed, and pointed with her whip. They had come to the top of a hill a couple of miles from Ramelton. The road ran between stone walls enclosing open fields upon the left, and a wood of oaks and beeches on the right. A scarlet letter-box was built into the left-hand wall, and at that Ethne's whip was pointed. "I wanted to show you that," she interrupted. "It was there I used to post my letters to you during the anxious times." And so Feversham let slip his opportunity of speech. "The house is behind the trees to the right," she continued. "The letter-box is very convenient," said Feversham. "Yes," said Ethne, and she drove on and stopped again where the wall had crumbled. "That's where I used to climb over to post the letters. There's a tree on the other side of the wall as convenient as the letter-box. And I used to run down the half-mile of avenue at night." "There might have been thieves," exclaimed Feversham. "There were thorns," said Ethne, and turning through the gates, she drove up to the porch of the long, irregular grey house. "Well, we have still a day before the dance." "I suppose the whole countryside is coming," said Feversham. "It daren't do anything else," said Ethne with a laugh. "My father would send the police to fetch them if they stayed away, just as he fetched your friend Mr. Durrance here. By the way, Mr. Durrance has sent me a present, a Guarnerius violin." The door opened, and a thin, lank old man, with a fierce, peaked face like a bird of prey, came out upon the steps. His face softened, however, into friendliness when he saw Feversham, and a smile played upon his lips. A stranger might have thought that he winked, but his left eyelid continually drooped over the eye. "How do you do?" he said. "Glad to see you. Must make yourself at home. If you want any whiskey, stamp twice on the floor with your foot. The servants understand." And with that he went straightway back into the house. The biographer of Dermond Eustace would need to bring a wary mind to his work, for though the old master of Lennon House had not lain 20 years in his grave, he is already swollen into a legendary character. Anecdotes have grown upon his memory like barnacles, and any man in those parts with a knack for invention has only to foist his stories upon Dermond to ensure a ready credence. There are, however, definite facts. He practiced an ancient and tyrannous hospitality, keeping open house upon the road to Letterkenny, and forcing bed and board even upon strangers, as Durrance had once discovered. He was a man of another century, who looked out with a glowering, angry eye upon the topsy-turvy world, and would not be reconciled to it except after much alcohol. He was a sort of intoxicated Coriolanus, believing that the people should be shepherded with a stick, yet always mindful of his manners, even to the lowliest of women. It was said of him with pride by the townsfolk of Ramelton that even at his worst, when he came galloping down the steep cobbled street, mounted on a big white mare of 17 hands, with his inseparable collie dog for his companion, a gaunt, grey-faced, great-haired man, with a drooped eye, swaying with drink, yet by a miracle keeping his saddle, he had never ridden down anyone except a man. There are 2 points to be added. He was rather afraid of his daughter, who wisely kept him doubtful whether she was displeased with him or not, and he had conceived a great liking for Harry Feversham. Harry saw little of him that day, however. Dermond retired into the room which he was pleased to call his office, while Feversham and Ethne spent the afternoon fishing for salmon in the Lennon River. It was an afternoon restful as a Sabbath, and the very birds were still. From the house the lawn fell steeply, shaded by trees and dappled by the sunlight, to a valley, at the bottom of which flowed the river swift and black under overarching boughs. There was a fall where the water slid over rocks with a smoothness so unbroken that it looked solid except just at one point. There a spur stood sharply up, and the river broke back upon itself in an amber wave through which the sun shone. Opposite this spur they sat for a long while, talking at times, but for the most part listening to the roar of the water and watching its perpetual flow. And at last the sunset came, and the long shadows. They stood up, looked at each other with a smile, and so walked slowly back to the house. It was an afternoon which Feversham was long to remember, for the next night was the night of the dance, and as the band struck up the opening bars of the 4th waltz, Ethne left her position at the drawing-room door, and taking Feversham's arm, passed out into the hall. The hall was empty, and the front door stood open to the cool of the summer night. From the ballroom came the swaying lilt of the music and the beat of the dancers' feet. Ethne drew a breath of relief at her reprieve from her duties, and then dropping her partner's arm, crossed to a side table. "The post is in," she said. "There are letters 1, 2, 3 for you, and a little box." She held the box out to him as she spoke, a little white jeweler's cardboard box, and was at once struck by its absence of weight. "It must be empty," she said, yet it was most carefully sealed and tied. Feversham broke the seal and unfastened the string. The box had been forwarded from his lodgings, and he was not familiar with the handwriting. "There is some mistake," he said, as he shook the lid open, and then he stopped abruptly. 3 white feathers fluttered out of the box, swayed and rocked for a moment in the air, and then, one after another, settled gently down upon the floor. They lay like flakes of snow upon the dark polished boards, but they were not whiter than Harry Feversham's cheeks. He stood and stared at the feathers until he felt a light touch upon his arm. He looked and saw Ethne's gloved hand upon his sleeve. "What does it mean?" she asked. There was some perplexity in her voice, but nothing more than perplexity. The smile upon her face and the loyal confidence in her eyes showed she had never a doubt that his first word would lift it from her. "What does it mean? That there are things which cannot be hid, I suppose," said Feversham. For a little while Ethne did not speak. The languorous music floated into the hall, and the trees whispered from the garden through the open door. Then she shook his arm gently, uttered a breathless little laugh, and spoke though she was pleading with a child. "I don't think you understand, Harry. There are 3 white feathers. They were sent to you in jest. Oh, of course in jest. But it is a cruel kind of jest. They were sent in deadly earnest." He spoke now, looking her straight in the eyes. Ethne dropped her hand from his sleeve. "Who sent them?" she asked. Feversham had not given a thought to that matter. The message was all in all, the men who had sent it so unimportant. But Ethne reached out her hand and took the box from him. There were 3 visiting cards lying at the bottom, and she took them out and read them aloud. "Captain Trench, Mr. Castleton, Mr. Willoughby. Do you know these men?" "All 3 are officers of my old regiment." The girl was dazed. She knelt down upon the floor and gathered the feathers into her hand with a vague thought that merely a touch of them would help her to comprehension. They lay upon the palm of her white glove, and she blew gently upon them, and they swam up into the air and hung fluttering and rocking. As they floated downward, she caught them again, and so she slowly felt her way to another question. "Were they justly sent?" she asked. "Yes," said Harry Feversham. He had no thought of denial or evasion. He was only aware that the dreadful thing, for so many years dreadfully anticipated, had at last befallen him. He was known for a coward. The word which had long blazed upon the wall of his thoughts in letters of fire was now written large in the public places. He stood as he had once stood before the portraits of his fathers, mutely accepting condemnation. It was the girl who denied, as she still kneeled upon the floor. "I do not believe that it is true," she said. "You could not look me in the face so steadily were it true. Your eyes would seek the floor, not mine. Yet it is true." "3 little white feathers," she said slowly, and then with a sob in her throat, "This afternoon you were under the elms down by the Lennon River. Do you remember, Harry, just you and I? And then come 3 little white feathers, and the world's at an end." "Oh, don't!" cried Harry, and his voice broke upon the word. Up till now he had spoken with a steadiness matching the steadiness of his eyes, but these last words of hers, the picture which they invoked in his memories, the pathetic simplicity of her utterance, caught him by the heart. But Ethne seemed not to hear the appeal. She was listening with her face turned toward the ballroom. The chatter and laughter of the voices there grew louder and nearer. She understood that the music had ceased. She rose quickly to her feet, clenching the feathers in her hand, and opened a door. It was the door of her sitting room. "Come," she said. Harry followed her into the room, and she closed the door, shutting out the noise. "Now," she said, "will you tell me, if you please, why the feathers have been sent?" She stood quietly before him. Her face was pale, but Feversham could not gather from her expression any feeling which she might have beyond a desire and a determination to get to the truth. She spoke, too, with the same quietude. He answered, as he had answered before, directly and to the point, without any attempt at mitigation. "A telegram came. It was sent by Castleton. It reached me when Captain Trench and Mr. Willoughby were dining with me. It told me that my regiment would be ordered on active service in Egypt. Castleton was dining with a man likely to know, and did not question the accuracy of his message. He told me to tell Trench. I did not. I thought the matter over with the telegram in front of me. Castleton was leaving that night for Scotland, and he would go straight from Scotland to rejoin the regiment. He would not, therefore, see Trench for some weeks at the earliest, and by that time the telegram would very likely be forgotten or its date confused. I did not tell Trench. I threw the telegram into the fire, and that night sent in my papers. But Trench found out somehow. Durrance was at dinner, too. Good God! Durrance," he suddenly broke out. "Most likely he knows like the rest." It came upon him as something shocking and strangely new that his friend Durrance, who, as he knew very well, had been wont rather to look up to him, in all likelihood counted him a thing of scorn. But he heard Ethne speaking. After all, what did it matter whether Durrance knew, whether every man knew, from the South Pole to the North, since she, Ethne, knew? "And is this all?" she asked. "Surely it is enough," said he. "I think not," she answered, and she lowered her voice a little as she went on. "We agreed, didn't we, that no foolish misunderstanding should ever come between us. We were to be frank, and to take frankness each from the other without offense. So be frank with me, please," she pleaded. "I could, I think, claim it as a right. At all events, I ask for it as I shall never ask for anything else in all my life." There was a sort of explanation in his act, Harry Feversham remembered, but it was so futile when compared with the overwhelming consequence. Ethne had unclenched her hands. The 3 feathers lay before his eyes upon the table. They could not be explained away. He wore coward like a blind man's label. Besides, he could never make her understand. However, she wished for the explanation, and had a right to it. She had been generous in asking for it, with a generosity not very common amongst women. So Feversham gathered his wits and explained. "All my life I have been afraid that some day I should play the coward, and from the very first I knew that I was destined for the army. I kept my fear to myself. There was no one to whom I could tell it. My mother was dead, and my father—" He stopped for a moment, with a deep intake of breath. He could see his father, that lonely iron man, sitting at this very moment in his mother's favourite seat upon the terrace, and looking over the moonlit fields toward Sussex Downs. He could imagine him dreaming of honours and distinctions worthy of the Fevershams, to be gained immediately by his son in the Egyptian campaign. Surely that old man's stern heart would break beneath this blow. The magnitude of the bad thing which he had done, the misery which it would spread, were becoming very clear to Harry Feversham. He dropped his head between his hands and groaned aloud. "My father," he resumed, "would, nay, could, never have understood. I know him. When danger came his way, it found him ready, but he did not foresee. That was my trouble always. I foresaw, and peril to be encountered, any risk to be run. I foresaw something else besides. My father would talk in his matter-of-fact way for hours of waiting before the actual commencement of a battle, after the troops had been pardoned. And mere anticipation of the suspense and the strain of those hours was a torture to me. I foresaw the possibility of cowardice. Then one evening, when my father had his old friends about him on one of his Crimean nights, 2 dreadful stories were told, one of an officer, the other of a surgeon who had both shirked. I was now confronted with the fact of cowardice. I took those stories up to bed with me. They never left my memory. They became a part of me. I saw myself behaving now as one, now as the other of those 2 men had behaved. Perhaps in the crisis of a battle bringing ruin upon my country, certainly dishonouring my father and all the dead men whose portraits hung ranged in the hall. I tried to get the best of my fears. I hunted, but with a map of the countryside in my mind. I foresaw every hedge, every pit, every treacherous bank. "Yet you rode straight," interrupted Ethne. "Mr. Durrance told me so." "Did I?" said Feversham vaguely. "Well, perhaps I did, once the hounds were off. Durrance never knew what the moments of waiting before the coverts were drawn meant to me. So when this telegram came, I took the chance it seemed to offer and resigned." He ended his explanation. He had spoken warily, having something to conceal. How earnestly she might ask for frankness. He must, at all costs, for her sake, hide something from her. But at once she suspected it. Were you afraid, too, of disgracing me? Was I, in any way, the cause that you resigned?" Feversham looked her in the eyes and lied. "No. If you had not been engaged to me, you would still have sent in your papers?" "Yes." Ethne slowly stripped a glove off her hand. Feversham turned away. "I think that I am rather like your father," she said. "I don't understand." And in the silence which followed upon her words, Feversham heard something whirl and rattle upon the table. He looked and saw that she had slipped her engagement ring off her finger. It lay upon the table, the stones winking at him. "And all this, all that you have told to me," she exclaimed suddenly, with her face very stern, "you would have hidden from me. You would have married me and hidden it, had not these 3 feathers come." The words had been on her lips from the beginning, but she had not uttered them, lest by a miracle he should after all have some unimagined explanation which would re-establish him in her thoughts. She had given him every chance. Now, however, she struck, and laid bare the worst of his disloyalty. Feversham flinched, and he did not answer, but allowed his silence to consent. Ethne, however, was just. She was, in a way, curious too. She wished to know the very bottom of the matter before she thrust it into the back of her mind. "But yesterday," she said, "you were going to tell me something. I stopped you to point out the letter box." And she laughed in a queer, empty way. "Was it about the feathers?" "Yes," answered Feversham, wearily. What did these persistent questions matter, since the feathers had come, since her ring lay flickering and winking on the table? "Yes, I think what you were saying rather compelled me." "I remember," said Ethne, interrupting him rather hastily, "about seeing much of one another afterwards. We will not speak of such things again." And Feversham swayed upon his feet as though he would fail. "I remember, too. You said one could make mistakes. You were right. I was wrong. One can do more than seem to make them. You will, if you please, take back your ring." Feversham picked up the ring and held it in the palm of his hand, standing very still. He had never cared for her so much. He had never recognized her value so thoroughly as at this moment when he lost her. She gleamed in the quiet room, wonderful, most wonderful, from the bright flowers in her hair to the white slipper on her foot. It was incredible to him that he should ever have won her. Yet he had, and disloyally had lost her. Then her voice broke in again upon his reflections. "These too are yours. Will you take them, please?" She was pointing to her fan, to the feathers upon the table. Feversham obediently reached out his hand, and then drew it back in surprise. "There are 4, he said. Ethne did not reply, and looking at her fan, Feversham understood. It was a fan of ivory and white feathers. She had broken off one of those feathers, and added it on her own account to the 3. The thing which she had done was cruel, no doubt, but she wished to make an end, a complete, irrevocable end. Though her voice was steady, and her face, despite its pallor, calm, she was really tortured with humiliation and pain. All the details of Harry Feversham's courtship, the interchange of looks, the letters she had written and received, the words which she had spoken, tingled and smarted unbearably in her recollections. Their lips had touched. She recalled it with horror. She desired never to see Harry Feversham after this night. Therefore she added her 4th feather to the 3. Harry Feversham took the feathers as she bade him, without a word of remonstrance, and indeed with a sort of dignity which even at that moment surprised her. All the time, too, he had kept his eyes steadily upon hers. He had answered her questions simply. There had been nothing abject in his manner, so that Ethne already began to regret the last thing which she had done. However, it was done. Feversham had taken the 4 feathers. He held them in his fingers as though he was about to tear them across, but he checked the action. He looked suddenly towards her, and kept his eyes upon her face for some little while. Then very carefully he put the feathers into his breast pocket. Ethne at this time did not consider why. She only thought that here was the irrevocable end. "We should be going back, I think," she said. "We have been some time away. You will give me your arm?" In the hall she looked at the clock. "Only 11 o'clock," she said wearily. "When we dance here, We danced till daylight. We must show brave faces until daylight. And with her hand resting upon his arm, they passed into the ballroom. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of The Four Feathers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Four Feathers by A.E.W. Mason. Chapter 5. The Pariah. Habit assisted them. The irresponsible chatter of the ballroom sprang automatically to their lips. The appearance of enjoyment never failed from off their faces, so that no one at Lennon House that night suspected that any swift cause of severance had come between them. Harry Feversham watched Ethne laugh and talk as though she had never a care, and was perpetually surprised, taking no thought that he wore the like mask of gaiety himself. When she swung past him, the light rhythm of her feet almost persuaded him that her heart was in the dance. It seemed that she could even command the colour upon her cheeks. Thus they both wore brave faces, as she had bidden. They even danced together. But all the while Ethne was conscious that she was holding up a great load of pain and humiliation which would presently crush her, and Feversham felt those four feathers burning at his breast. It was wonderful to him that the whole company did not know of them. He never approached a partner without the notion that she would turn upon him with the contemptuous name which was his upon her tongue. Yet he felt no fear on that account. He would not indeed have cared had it happened, had the word been spoken. He had lost Ethne. He watched her, and looked in vain amongst her guests, as indeed he surely knew he would, for a fit comparison. There were women, pretty, graceful, even beautiful, but Ethne stood apart by the particular character of her beauty. The broad forehead, the perfect curve of the eyebrows, the great, steady, clear grey eyes, the full red lips, which could dimple into tenderness and shut level with resolution, and the royal grace of her carriage marked her out to Feversham's thinking, and would do so in any company. He watched her in a despairing amazement that he had ever had a chance of owning her. Only once did her endurance fail, and then only for a second. She was dancing with Feversham, and as she looked toward the windows, she saw that the daylight was beginning to show very pale and cold upon the other side of the blinds. "Look," she said, and Feversham suddenly felt all her weight upon his arms. Her face lost its colour and grew tired and very grey. Her eyes shut tightly and then opened again. He thought that she would faint. "The morning at last," she exclaimed, and then in a voice as weary as her face, "I wonder whether it is right that one should suffer so much pain." "Hush!" whispered Feversham. "Courage! A few minutes more, only a very few." He stopped and stood in front of her until her strength returned. "Thank you," she said gratefully, and the bright wheel of the dance caught them in its spokes again. It was strange that he should be exhorting her to courage, she thanking him for help, but the irony of this queer momentary reversal of their position occurred to neither of them. Ethne was too tired by the strain of those last hours, and Feversham had learned from that one failure of her endurance, from the drawn aspect of her face, and the depths of pain in her eyes, how deeply he had wounded her. He no longer said, "I have lost her." He no longer thought of his loss at all. He heard her words, "I wonder whether it is right that one should suffer so much pain." He felt that they would go ringing down the world with him, persistent in his ears, spoken upon the very accent of her voice. He was sure that he would hear them at the end, above the voices of any who should stand above him when he died, and hear in them his condemnation, for it was not right. The ball finished shortly afterwards. The last carriage drove away, and those who were staying in the house sought the smoking room, or went upstairs to bed according to their sex. Feversham, however, lingered in the hall with Ethne. She understood why. "There is no need," she said, standing with her back to him as he lighted a candle. "I have told my father. I told him everything." Feversham bowed his head in acquiescence. "Still, I must wait and see him," he said. Ethne did not object, but she turned and looked at him quickly, with her brows drawn in a frown of perplexity. To wait for her father under such circumstances seemed to argue a certain courage. Indeed, she felt herself some apprehension as she heard the door of the study open and Dermod's footsteps on the floor. Dermod walked straight up to Harry Feversham, looked for once in a way what he was, a very old man, and stood there staring into Feversham's face with a muddled and bewildered expression. Twice he opened his mouth to speak, but no words came. In the end, he turned to the table and lit his candle and Harry Feversham's. Then he turned back toward Feversham, and rather quickly, so that Ethne took a step forward as if to get between them. But he did nothing more than stare at Feversham again, and for a long time. Finally, he took up his candle. "Well," he said, and stopped. He snuffed the wick with the scissors and began again. "Well," he said, and stopped again. Apparently his candle had not helped him into any suitable expressions. He stared into the flame, now instead of into Feversham's face, and for an equal length of time. He could think of nothing whatever to say, and yet he was conscious that something must be said. In the end he said, lamely, "If you want any whiskey, stamp twice on the floor with your foot. The servants understand." Thereupon he walked heavily up the stairs. The old man's forbearance was perhaps not the least part of Harry Feversham's punishment. It was broad daylight when Ethne was at last alone within her room. She drew up the blinds and opened the windows wide. The cool, fresh air of the morning was as a draught of spring water to her. She looked out upon a world as yet unillumined by colours, and found therein an image of her days to come. The dark, tall trees looked black, the winding paths a singular dead white, the very lawns were dull and grey, though the dew lay upon them like a network of frost. It was a noisy world, however, for all its aspect of quiet, for the blackbirds were calling from the branches and the grass, and down beneath the overhanging trees the Lennon flowed in music between its banks. Ethne drew back from the window. She had much to do that morning before she slept, for she designed with her natural thoroughness to make an end at once of all her associations with Harry Feversham. She wished that from the moment when next she waked she might never come across a single thing which could recall him to her memory, and with a sort of stubborn persistence she went about the work. But she changed her mind. In the very process of collecting together the gifts which he had made to her, she changed her mind. For each gift that she looked upon had its history, and the days before this miserable night had darkened on her happiness came one by one slowly back to her as she looked. She determined to keep one thing which had belonged to Harry Feversham, a small thing, a thing of no value. At first she chose a penknife, which he had once lent to her, and she had forgotten to return. But the next instant she dropped it, and rather hurriedly, for she was, after all, an Irish girl, and though she did not believe in superstitions, where superstitions were concerned, she preferred to be on the safe side. She selected his photograph in the end, and locked it away in a drawer. She gathered the rest of his presents together, packed them carefully in a box, fastened the box, addressed it, and carried it down to the hall where the servants might dispatch it in the morning. Then, coming back to her room, she took his letters, made a little pile of them on the hearth, and set them alight. They took some while to consume, but she waited, sitting upright in her armchair while the flame crept from sheet to sheet, discolouring the paper, blackening the writing like a stream of ink, and leaving in the end only flakes of ashes like feathers, and white flakes like white feathers. The last sparks were barely extinguished when she heard a cautious step on the gravel beneath her window. It was broad daylight, but her candle was still burning on the table at her side, and with a quick, instinctive movement she reached out her arm and put the light out. Then she sat very still and rigid, listening. For a while she heard only the blackbirds calling from the trees in the garden and the throbbing music of the river. Afterward she heard the footsteps again, cautiously retreating, and in spite of her will, in spite of her formal disposal of the letters and the presents, she was mastered all at once, not by pain or humiliation, but by an overpowering sense of loneliness. She seemed to be seated high on an empty world of ruins. She rose quickly from her chair, and her eyes fell upon a violin case. With a sigh of relief she opened it, and a little while after, one or two of the guests who were sleeping in the house chanced to wake up and heard floating down the corridors the music of a violin played very lovingly and low. Ethne was not aware that the violin which she held was the Guarnerius violin which Durrance had sent to her. She only understood that she had a companion to share her loneliness. End of chapter 5.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Becky Cook. Chapter 6. Harry Feversham's Plan. It was the night of August 30th. A month had passed since the ball at Lennon House, but the uneventful countryside of Donegal was still busy with the stimulating topic of Harry Feversham's disappearance. The townsmen in their climbing street and the gentry at their dinner tables gossiped to their hearts' contentment. It was asserted that Harry Feversham had been seen on the very morning after the dance, and at 5 minutes to 6, though according to Mrs. Bryan O'Brien it was 10 minutes past the hour, still in his dress clothes, and with a white suicide's face, hurrying along the causeway by the Lennon Bridge. It was suggested that a dragnet would be the only way to solve the mystery. Mr. Dennis Rafferty, who lived on the road to Rathmullen, indeed went so far as to refuse salmon on the plea that he was not a cannibal, and the saying had a general vogue. Their conjectures as to the cause of the disappearance were no nearer the truth, for there were only two who knew, and those two went steadily about the business of living as though no catastrophe had befallen them. They held their heads a trifle more proudly, perhaps. Ethne might have become a little more gentle, Dermod a little more irascible, but these were the only changes, so gossip had the field to itself. But Harry Feversham was in London, as Lieutenant Sutch discovered on the night of the 30th. All that day the town had been perturbed by rumours of a great battle fought at Kassassin in the desert east of Ismailia. Messengers had raced ceaselessly through the streets, shouting tidings of victory and tidings of disaster. There had been a charge by moonlight of General Drury Lowe's cavalry brigade, which had rolled up Arabi's left flank and captured his guns. It was rumoured that an English general had been killed, that the York and Lancaster regiment had been cut up. London was uneasy, and at 11 o'clock at night a great crowd of people had gathered beneath the gas lamps in Pall Mall, watching with pale, upturned faces the lighted blinds of the War Office. The crowd was silent and impressively still. Only if a figure moved for an instant across the blinds, a thrill of expectation passed from man to man, and the crowd swayed in a continuous movement from edge to edge. Lieutenant Sutch, careful of his wounded leg, was standing on the outskirts with his back to the parapet of the Junior Carlton Club, when he felt himself touched upon the arm. He saw Harry Feversham at his side. Feversham's face was working and extraordinarily white. His eyes were bright like the eyes of a man in a fever, and Sutch at the first was not sure that he knew or cared who it was to whom he talked. "I might have been out there in Egypt tonight," said Harry in a quick, troubled voice. "Think of it! I might have been out there, sitting by a campfire in the desert talking over the battle with Jack Durrance, or dead perhaps. What would it have mattered? I would have been in Egypt tonight."
Feversham's unexpected appearance no less than his wandering tongue told Sutch that somehow his fortunes had gone seriously wrong. He had many questions in his mind, but he did not ask a single one of them. He took Feversham's arm and led him straight out of the throng. "I saw you in the crowd," continued Feversham. "I thought that I would speak to you because, do you remember, a long time ago you gave me your card? I have always kept it, because I have always feared that I would have reason to use it. You said that if one was in trouble, the telling might help." Sutch stopped his companion. "We will go in here. We can find a quiet corner in the upper smoking room." And Harry looked up, saw that he was standing by the steps of the Army and Navy Club. "Good God, not there!" he cried in a sharp, low voice, and moved quickly into the roadway, where no light fell directly on his face. Sutch limped after him. "Nor tonight. It is late. Tomorrow, if you will, in some quiet place and after nightfall. I do not go out in the daylight." Again Sutch asked no questions. "I know a quiet restaurant," he said. "If we dine there at 9, we shall meet no one whom we know. I will meet you just before 9 tomorrow night at the corner of Swallow Street." They dined together accordingly on the following evening at a table in the corner of the Criterion grill room. Feversham looked quickly about him as he entered the room. "I dine here often, when I am in town," said Sutch. "Listen!" The throbbing of the engines working the electric light could be distinctly heard. Their vibrations could be felt. "It reminds me of a ship," said Sutch with a smile. "I can almost fancy myself in the gun-room again. We will have dinner, then you shall tell me your story." "You have heard nothing of it?" asked Feversham suspiciously. "Not a word." And Feversham drew a breath of relief. It had seemed to him that everyone must know. He imagined contempt on every face which passed him in the street. Lieutenant Sutch was even more concerned this evening than he had been the night before. He saw Harry Feversham clearly now in a full light. Harry's face was thin and haggard with lack of sleep. There were black hollows beneath his eyes. He drew his breath and made his movements in a restless, feverish fashion. His nerves seemed strung to breaking point. Once or twice between the courses he began his story, but Sutch would not listen until the cloth was cleared. "Now," said he, holding out his cigar case, "take your time, Harry." Thereupon Feversham told him the whole truth, without exaggeration or omission, forcing himself to a slow, careful, matter-of-fact speech, so that in the end Sutch almost fell into the illusion that it was just the story of a stranger which Feversham was recounting merely to pass the time. He began with the Crimean night at the Broad Place, and ended with the ball at Lennon House. "I came back across Lough Swilly early that morning," he said in conclusion, "and travelled at once to London. Since then I have stayed in my rooms all day, listening to the bugles calling in the barrack yard beneath my windows. At night I prowl about the streets, or lie in bed waiting for the Westminster clock to sound each new quarter of an hour. On foggy nights, too, I can hear the steam sirens on the river. Do you know when the ducks start quacking in St. James's Park?" he asked with a laugh. "At 2 o'clock to the minute." Sutch listened to the story without interruption. But halfway through the narrative he changed his attitude, and in a significant way. Up to the moment when Harry told of his concealment of the telegram, Sutch had sat with his arms upon the table in front of him and his eyes upon his companion. Thereafter he raised a hand to his forehead, and so remained with his face screened while the rest was told. Feversham had no doubt of the reason. Lieutenant Sutch wished to conceal the scorn he felt, and he could not trust the muscles of his face. Feversham, however, mitigated nothing, but continued steadily and truthfully to the end. But even after the end was reached, Sutch did not remove his hand, nor for some little while did he speak. When he did speak, his words came upon Feversham's ears with a shock of surprise. There was no contempt in them, and though his voice shook, it shook with great contrition. "I am much to blame," he said. "I should have spoken that night at Broad Place, and I held my tongue. I shall hardly forgive myself." The knowledge that it was Muriel Graham's son who had thus brought ruin and disgrace upon himself was uppermost in the lieutenant's mind. He felt that he had failed in the discharge of an obligation, self-imposed, no doubt, but a very real obligation none the less. "You see, I understood," he continued remorsefully. "Your father, I'm afraid, never would." "He never will," interrupted Harry. No, Sutch agreed. "Your mother, of course, had she lived, would have seen clearly. But few women, I think, except your mother. Brute courage! Women make a god of it. That girl, for instance. And again Harry Feversham interrupted. "You must not blame her. I was defrauding her into marriage. Suppose that you had never met her. Would you still have sent in your papers?" "I think not," said Harry slowly. "I want to be fair. Disgracing my name and those dead men in the hall I think I would have risked. I could not risk disgracing her." And Lieutenant Sutch thumped his fist despairingly upon the table. "If only I had spoken at Broad Place! Harry, why didn't you let me speak? I might have saved you many unnecessary years of torture. Good heavens! What a childhood you must have spent with that fear all alone with you. It makes me shiver to think of it. I might even have saved you from this last catastrophe. For I understood. Lieutenant Sutch saw more clearly into the dark places of Harry Feversham's mind than Harry Feversham did himself, and because he saw so clearly he could feel no contempt. The long years of childhood and boyhood and youth lived apart in Broad Place in the presence of the uncomprehending father and the relentless dead men on the walls had done the harm. There had been no one in whom the boy could confide. The fear of his cowardice had sapped incessantly at his heart. He had walked about with it. He had taken it with him to his bed. It had haunted his dreams. It had been his perpetual menacing companion. It had kept him from intimacy with his friends, lest an impulsive ward should betray him. Lieutenant Sutch did not wonder that in the end it had brought about this irretrievable mistake. For Lieutenant Sutch understood. "Did you ever read Hamlet?" he asked. "Of course," said Harry in reply. "Ah, but did you consider it? The same disability is clear in that character. The thing which he foresaw, which he thought over, which he imagined in the act and in the consequences, that he shrank from, upbraiding himself even as you have done. Yet, when the moment of action comes, sharp and immediate, does he fail? No, he excels, and just by reason of that foresight. I have seen men in the Crimea, tortured by their imaginations before the fight. Once the fight had begun, you must search amongst the Oriental fanatics for their match. Am I a coward? Do you remember the lines? Am I a coward, who calls me villain, breaks my pate across, plucks off my beard and blows it in my face? There's the case in a nutshell. If only I had spoken on that night." One or two people passed the table on the way out. Sutch stopped and looked around the room. It was nearly empty. He glanced at his watch and saw that the hour was 11. Some plan of action must be decided upon that night. It was not enough to hear Harry Feversham's story. There still remained the question, what was Harry Feversham, disgraced and ruined, now to do? How was he to recreate his life? How was the secret of his disgrace to be most easily concealed? "You cannot stay in London, hiding by day, slinking about by night," he said with a shiver. "That's too like—" and he checked himself. Feversham, however, completed the sentence. "That's too like Wilmington," said he quietly, recalling the story which his father had told so many years ago, and which he had never forgotten, even for a single day. "But Wilmington's end will not be mine. Of that I can assure you. I shall not stay in London." He spoke with an air of decision. He had indeed mapped out already the plan of action concerning which Lieutenant Sutch was so disturbed. Sutch, however, was occupied with his own thoughts. "Who knows of the feathers? How many people?" he asked. "Give me their names." "Trench, Castleton, Willoughby," began Feversham. "All three are in Egypt. Besides, for the credit of the regiment, they are likely to hold their tongue when they return. Dermod, Eustace, and Ethne. They will not speak. You, Durrance perhaps, and my father." Sutch leaned back in his chair and stared. "Your father! You wrote to him?" "No. I went into Surrey and told him." Again remorse for that occasion recognized and not used seized upon Lieutenant Sutch. "Why didn't I speak that night?" he said impotently. "A coward. And you go quietly down to Surrey and confront your father with that story to tell him. You do not even write. You stand up and tell it to him face to face. Harry, I reckon myself as good as another when it comes to bravery, but for the life of me I could not have done that." "It was not pleasant," said Feversham simply, and this was the only description of the interview between father and son which was vouchsafed to anyone. But Lieutenant Sutch knew the father, and knew the son. He could guess at all which that one adjective implied. Harry Feversham told the results of his journey into Surrey. "My father continues my allowance. I shall need it, every penny of it, otherwise I should have taken nothing. But I am not to go home again. I did not mean to go home for a long while in any case, if at all." He drew his pocket-book from his breast and took from it the 4 white feathers. These he laid before him on the table. "You have kept them?" exclaimed Sutch. "Indeed, I treasure them," said Harry quietly. "That seems strange to you. To you they are the symbols of my disgrace. To me they are much more. They are my opportunities of retrieving it." He looked about the room, separated 3 of the feathers, pushed them forward a little on the tablecloth, and then leaned across towards Sutch. "What if I could compel Trench, Castleton, and Willoughby to take back from me, each in his turn, the feather he sent? I do not say that it is likely. I do not say even that it is possible. But there is a chance that it may be possible, and I must wait upon that chance. There will be few men leading active lives as these 3 do who will not at some moment stand in great peril and great need. To be in readiness for that moment is from now my career. All 3 are in Egypt. I leave for Egypt to-morrow." Upon the face of Lieutenant Sutch there came a look of great and unexpected happiness. Here was an issue of which he had never thought, and it was the only issue, as he knew for certain, once he was aware of it. This student of human nature disregarded without a scruple the prudence and the calculation proper to the character which he assumed. The obstacles in Harry Feversham's way, the possibility that at the last moment he might shrink again, the improbability that 3 such opportunities would occur, these matters he overlooked. His eyes already shone with pride. The 3 feathers for him were already taken back. The prudence was on Harry Feversham's side. "There are endless difficulties," he said. "Just to cite one, I am a civilian. These 3 are soldiers surrounded by soldiers, so much the less opportunity, therefore, for a civilian." "But it is not necessary that the 3 men should be themselves in peril," objected Sutch, "for you to convince them that the fault is retrieved." "Oh, no. There may be other ways," agreed Feversham. "The plan came suddenly into my mind, indeed, at the moment when Ethne bade me take up the feathers and added the 4th. I was on the point of tearing them across, when this way out of it sprang clearly in my mind. But I have thought it over since during these last weeks, while I sat listening to the bugles in the barrack yard, and I am sure there is no other way. But it is well worth trying. You see, if the 3 take back their feathers—" He drew a deep breath, and in a very low voice, with his eyes upon the table, so that his face was hidden from Sutch, he added, "Why then, she perhaps might take hers back too." "Will she wait, do you think?" asked Sutch, and Harry raised his head quickly. "Oh, no," he exclaimed. "I had no thought of that. She has not even a suspicion of what I intend to do. Nor do I wish her to have one until the intention is fulfilled. My thought was different." And he began to speak with hesitation for the first time in the course of that evening. "I find it difficult to tell you. Ethne said something to me the day before the feathers came, something rather sacred. I think that I will tell you, because what she said is just what sends me out upon this errand. But for her words, I would very likely never have thought of it. I find in them my motive and a great hope. They may seem strange to you, Mr. Sutch, but I ask you to believe that they are very real to me. She said, and it was when she knew no more than that my regiment was ordered to Egypt. She was blaming herself because I had resigned my commission, for which there was no need, because, and these were her words, because had I fallen, although she would have felt lonely all her life, she would none the less have surely known that she and I would see much of one another afterwards." Feversham had spoken his words with difficulty, not looking at his companion, and he continued with his eyes still averted. "Do you understand? I have a hope that if this fault can be repaired," and he pointed to the feathers, "we might still perhaps see something of one another afterwards." It was a strange proposition, no doubt, to be debated across the soiled tablecloth of a public restaurant, but neither of them felt it to be strange or even fanciful. They were dealing with the simple, serious issues, and they had reached a point where they could not be affected by any incongruity in their surroundings. Lieutenant Sutch did not speak for some while after Harry Feversham had done, and in the end Harry looked up at his companion, prepared for almost a word of ridicule, but he saw Sutch's right hand outstretched toward him. "When I come back," said Feversham, and he rose from his chair. He gathered the feathers together and replaced them in his pocket-book. "I have told you everything," he said. "You see, I wait upon chance opportunities. The 3 may not come in Egypt. They may never come at all, and in that case I shall not come back at all. or they may come only at the very end, and after many years. Therefore I thought that I would like just one person to know the truth thoroughly in case I do not come back. If you hear definitely that I never can come back, I would be glad if you would tell my father." "I understand," said Sutch. "But don't tell him everything. I mean, not the last part, not what I have just said about Ethne and my chief motive, for I do not think that he would understand. Otherwise you will keep silence altogether. Promise." Lieutenant Sutch promised, but with an absent face, and Feversham consequently insisted. "You will breathe no word of this to any man or woman, however hard you may be pressed, except to my father under the circumstances which I have explained," said Feversham. Lieutenant Sutch promised a second time, and without an instant's hesitation. It was quite natural that Harry should lay some stress upon the pledge, since any disclosure of his purpose might very well wear the appearance of a foolish boast, and Sutch himself saw no reason why he should refuse it. So he gave the promise and fettered his hands. His thoughts, indeed, were occupied with the limit Harry had set upon the knowledge which was to be imparted to General Feversham. Even if he died with his mission unfulfilled, Sutch was to hide from the father that which was best in the son, at the son's request. And the saddest part of it, to Sutch's thinking, was that the son was right in so requesting. For what he said was true. The father could not understand. Lieutenant Sutch was brought back to the causes of the whole miserable business. The premature death of the mother, who could have understood, the want of comprehension in the father, who was left, and his own silence on the Crimean night at Broad Place. "If only I had spoken," he said sadly. He dropped the end of his cigar into his coffee cup, and standing up reached for his hat. "Many things are irrevocable, Harry," he said, "but no one ever knows whether they are irrevocable or not until one has found out. It is always worth while finding out." The next evening Feversham crossed to Calais. It was night as wild as that on which Durrance had left England, and like Durrance, Feversham had a friend to see him off, for the last thing which his eyes beheld as the packet swung away from the pier was the face of Lieutenant Sutch beneath the gas lamp. The lieutenant maintained his position after the boat had passed into the darkness and until the throb of its paddles could no longer be heard. Then he limped through the rain to his hotel, aware, and regretfully aware, that he was growing old. It was long since he had felt regret on that account, and the feeling was very strange to him. Ever since the Crimea he had been upon the world's half-pay list, as he had once said to General Feversham, and what with that and the recollection of a certain magical season before the Crimea, he had looked forward to an old age as an approaching friend. Tonight, however, he prayed that he might live just long enough to welcome back Muriel Graham's son with his honour redeemed and his great fault atoned. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of The Four Feathers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Becky Cook. The Four Feathers by A.E.W. Mason. Chapter 7. The Last Reconnaissance. "No one," said Durrance, and he strapped his field glasses into the leather case at his side. "No one, sir," Captain Mather agreed. "We will move forward." The scouts went on ahead, the troops resumed their formation, the 2 7-pounder mountain guns closed up behind, and Durrance's detachment of the Camel Corps moved down from the gloomy ridge of Khor Gwab, 35 miles southwest of Suakin, into the plateau of Sinkat. It was the last reconnaissance in strength before the evacuation of the eastern Soudan. All through that morning the camels had jolted slowly up the gully of shale, between red precipitous rocks, and when the rocks fell back, between red mountain heaps all crumbled into a desolation of stones. Hardly a patch of grass or the ragged branches of a mimosa had broken the monotony of ruin. And after that arid journey, the green bushes of Sinkat in the valley below comforted the eye with the pleasing aspect of a park. The troopers sat their saddles with a greater alertness. They moved in a diagonal line across the plateau towards the mountains of Erkoweet, a silent company on a plain still more silent. It was 11 o'clock. The sun rose toward the center of a colorless, cloudless sky. The shadows of the camels shortened upon the sand, and the sand itself glistened white as the beach of the Scilly Islands. There was no draught of air that morning to whisper amongst the rich foliage, and the shadows of the branches lay so distinct and motionless upon the ground
that they might themselves have been strewn there on some past day by a storm. The only sounds that were audible were the sharp clank of weapons, the soft, ceaseless padding of the camels' feet, and at times the whir of a flight of pigeons disturbed by the approaching cavalcade. Yet there was life on the plateau, though of a noiseless kind, for as the leaders rode along the curves of sand, trim and smooth between the shrubs like carriage drives, they would see from time to time, far ahead of them, a herd of gazelles start up from the ground and race silently, a flash of dappled brown and white to the enclosing hills. It seemed that here was a country during this last hour created. Yet this way the caravans passed southwards to Erkoweet and the Khor Baraka. Here the Suakis built their summer houses, said Durrance, answering the thought in his mind. And there Tewfik fought and died with his 400 men, said Mather, pointing forward. For 3 hours the troops marched across the plateau. It was the month of May, and the sun blazed upon them with an intolerable heat. They had long since lost their alertness. They rode rocking drowsily in their saddles and prayed for the evening and the silver shine of stars. For 3 hours the camels went mincing on, with their queer, smirking motions of the head, and then quite suddenly, 100 yards ahead, Durrance saw a broken wall with window spaces which let the sky through. "The fort," said he. 3 years had passed since Osman-Digna had captured and destroyed it, but during these 3 years its roofless ruins had sustained another siege, and one no less persistent. The quick-growing trees had so closely girt and encroached upon it to the rear and to the right and to the left that the traveller came upon it unexpectedly, as Childe Roland upon the dark tower in the plain. In the front, however, the sand still stretched open to the wells, where 3 great gemiza trees of dark and spreading foliage stood spaced like sentinels. In the shadow to the right front of the fort, where the bushes fringed the open sand with the level regularity of a river bank, the soldiers unsaddled their camels and prepared their food. Durrance and Captain Mather walked around the fort, and as they came to the southern corner, Durrance stopped. "Hallo!" said he. "Some Arab has camped here," said Mather, stopping in his turn. The grey ashes of a wood fire lay in a little heap upon a blackened stone. "And lately," said Durrance. Mather walked on, mounted a few rough steps to the crumbled archway of the entrance, and passed into the unroofed corridors and rooms. Durrance turned the ashes over with his boot. The stump of a charred and whitened twig glowed red. Durrance set his foot upon it, and a tiny thread of smoke spurted into the air. "Very lately," he said to himself, and he followed Mather into the fort. In the corners of the mud walls, in any fissure, in the very floor, young trees were sprouting. Rearward, a steep glacis and a deep fosse defended the works. Durrance sat himself down upon the parapet of the wall above the glacis, while the pigeons wheeled and circled overhead, thinking of the long months during which Tewfik must daily have strained his eyes from this very spot toward the pass over the hills from Suakin, looking as that other general far to the south had done, for the sunlight flashing on the weapons of the help which did not come. Mather sat by his side and reflected in quite another spirit. "Already the guards are steaming out through the coral reefs toward Suez. A week and our turn comes," he said. "What a God-forsaken country!" "I come back to it," said Durrance. "Why?" "I like it. I like the people." Mather thought the taste unaccountable, but he knew nevertheless that, however unaccountable in itself, it accounted for his companion's rapid promotion and success. Sympathy had stood Durrance in the stead of much ability. Sympathy had given him patience and the power to understand, so that during these 3 years of campaign he had left far quicker and far abler men behind him, in his knowledge of the sorely harassed tribes of the eastern Soudan. He liked them. He could enter into their hatred of the old Turkish rule. He could understand their fanaticism, and their pretense of fanaticism under the compulsion of Osman-Digna's hordes. "Yes, I shall come back," he said, "and in 3 months' time. For one thing, we know, every Englishman in Egypt too knows, that this can't be the end. I want to be here when the work's taken in hand again. I hate unfinished things." The sun beat relentlessly upon the plateau. The men, stretched in the shade, slept. The afternoon was as noiseless as the morning. Durrance and Mather sat for some while compelled to silence by the silence surrounding them, but Durrance's eyes turned at last from the amphitheatre of hills. They lost their abstraction. they became intently fixed upon the shrubbery beyond the glacis. He was no longer recollecting Tewfik Bey and his heroic defence, or speculating upon the work to be done in the years ahead. Without turning his head, he saw that Mather was gazing in the same direction as himself.
"What are you thinking about?"
he asked suddenly of Mather. Mather laughed, and answered thoughtfully. "I was drawing up the menu of the first dinner I will have when I reach London. I will eat it alone, I think, quite alone, and at the Epitaux. It will begin with the watermelon. And you?" "I was wondering why, now that the pigeons have got used to our presence, they should still be wheeling in and out of one particular tree. Don't point to it, please. I mean the tree beyond the ditch, and to the right of the two small bushes." All about them they could see the pigeons quietly perched upon the branches, spotting the foliage like a purple fruit. Only above the one tree they circled and timorously called. "We will draw that covert," said Durrance. "Take a dozen men, and surround it quietly." He himself remained on the glacis watching the tree and the thick undergrowth. He saw 6 soldiers creep round the shrubbery from the left, 6 more from the right, but before they could meet and ring the tree in, he saw the branches violently shaken, and an Arab with a roll of yellowish dammar wound about his waist, and armed with a flat-headed spear and a shield of hide, dashed from the shelter and raced out between the soldiers into the open plain. He ran for a few yards only, for Mather gave a sharp order to his men, and the Arab, as though he understood that order, came to a stop before a rifle could be lifted to his shoulder. He walked quietly back to Mather. He was brought up on to the glacis, where he stood before Durrance without insolence or servility. He explained in Arabic that he was a man of the Kabbabish tribe named Abu Fatma, and friendly to the English. He was on his way to Suakin. "Why did you hide?" asked Durrance. "It was safer. I knew you for my friends, but, my gentleman, did you know me for years?" Then Durrance said quickly, "You speak English?" And Durrance spoke in English. The answer came without hesitation. "I know a few words." "Where did you learn them?" "In Khartoum." Thereafter he was left alone with Durrance on the glacis, and the two men talked together for the best part of an hour. At the end of that time the Arab was seen to descend the glacis, cross the trench, and proceed toward the hills. Durrance gave the order for the resumption of the march. The water tanks were filled. The men replenished their zamshias, knowing that of all thirst in this world the afternoon thirst is the very worst, saddled their camels, and mounted to the usual groaning and snarling. The detachment moved northwestward from Sinkat at an acute angle to its morning's march. It skirted the hills opposite to the pass from which it had descended in the morning. The bushes grew sparse. It came into a black country of stones, scantily relieved by yellow tasselled mimosas. Durrance called Mather to his side. "That Arab had a strange story to tell me. He was Gordon's servant in Khartoum, at the beginning of 1884, 18 months ago, in fact. Gordon gave him a letter which he was to take to Berber, whence the contents were to be telegraphed to Cairo. But Berber had just fallen when the messenger arrived there. He was seized upon and imprisoned the day after his arrival. But during the one day which he had free, he hid the letter in the wall of a house, and so far as he knows, it has not been discovered." "He would have been questioned if it had been," said Mather. "Precisely, and he was not questioned. He escaped from Berber at night 3 weeks ago. The story is curious, eh?" "And the letter still remains in the wall?" "It is curious. Perhaps the man was telling lies." "He had the chain mark on his ankles," said Durrance. The cavalcade turned to the left into the hills on the northern side of the plateau, and climbed again over shale. "A letter from Gordon," said Durrance in a musing voice, scribbled, perhaps, upon the roof-top of his palace, by the side of his great telescope. "A sentence written in haste," and his eye again to the lens, searching over the palm trees for the smoke of the steamers. "And it comes down to the Nile, to be buried in a mud wall in Berber. Yes, it's curious." And he turned his face to the west and the sinking sun. Even as he looked, the sun dipped behind the hills. The sky above his head darkened rapidly to violet. In the west it famed a glory of colours rich and iridescent.
The colours lost their violence and blended delicately into one rose hue.
The rose lingered for a little, and fading in its turn left a sky of the purest emerald green transfused with light from beneath rim of the world. "If only they had let us go last year westward to the Nile," he said with a sort of passion, "before Khartoum had fallen, before Berber had surrendered. but they would not. The magic of the sunset was not at all in Durrance's thoughts. The story of the letter had struck upon a chord of reverence within him. He was occupied with the history of that honest, great, impracticable soldier, who, despised by officials and thwarted by intrigues, a man of few ties and much loneliness, had gone unflaggingly about his work, knowing the while that the moment his back was turned the work was in an instant all undone. Darkness came upon the troops. The camels quickened their pace, the cicadas shrilled from every tuft of grass. The detachment moved down toward the well of Disabille. Durrance lay long awake that night on his camp bedstead, spread out beneath the stars. He forgot the letter in the mud wall. Southward the Southern Cross hung slanting in the sky. Above him glittered the curve of the Great Bear. In a week he would sail for England. He would lay awake, counting up the years since the packet had cast off from Dover pier, and he found that the tale of them was good. Kassassin, Tel el Kebir, the rush down the Red Sea, to Kar, to Mai, to Menib. The crowded moments came vividly to his mind. He thrilled even now at the recollection of the Hadendowas leaping and stabbing through the breach of McNeil's zareba 6 miles from Suakin. He recalled the obdurate defences of the Berkshires, the steadiness of the Marines, the rallying of the broken troops. The years had been good years, years of plenty, years which had advanced him to the brevet rank of lieutenant colonel. "A week more, only a week," murmured Mather drowsily. "I shall come back," said Durrance with a laugh. "Have you no friends?" And there was a pause. "Yes, I have friends. I shall have 3 months wherein to see them." Durrance had written no word to Harry Feversham during these years. Not to write letters was indeed a part of the man. Correspondence was a difficulty to him. He was thinking now that he would surprise his friends by a visit to Donegal, or he might find them perhaps in London. He would write once again in the Row. But in the end he would come back, for his friend was married, and to Ethne Eustace, and as for himself, his life's work lay here in the Soudan. He would certainly come back. And so, turning on his side, he slept dreamlessly while the host of the stars trampled across the heavens above his head. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Four Feathers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Becky Cook. The Four Feathers by A.E.W. Mason. Chapter 8. Lieutenant Such is Tempted to Lie. Durrance reached London one morning in June, and on that afternoon took the first walk of the exile into Hyde Park, where he sat beneath the trees marvelling at the grace of his countrywomen and the delicacy of their apparel. A solitary figure, sunburnt and stamped already with that indefinable expression of the eyes and face which marks the men set apart in the distant corners of the world. Amongst the people who strolled past him, one, however, smiled, and as he rose from his chair Mrs. Adair came to his side. She looked him over from head to foot with a quick and almost furtive glance, which might have told even Durrance something of the place which he held in her thoughts. She was comparing him with the picture which she had of him now 3 years old. She was looking for the small marks of change which those years might have brought about, and with eyes of apprehension. But Durrance only noted that she was dressed in black. She understood the question in his mind, and answered it. "My husband died 18 months ago," she explained in a quiet voice. "He was thrown from his horse during a run with the Pytchley. He was killed at once." "I had not heard," Durrance answered awkwardly. "I'm very sorry." Mrs. Adair took a chair beside him, and did not reply. She was a woman of perplexing silences, and her pale and placid face, with its cold, correct outline, gave no clue to the thoughts with which she occupied them. She sat without stirring. Durrance was embarrassed. He remembered Mr. Adair as a good-humoured man, whose chief quality was his evident affection for his wife. But with what eyes the wife had looked upon him he had never up till now considered. Mr. Adair, indeed, had been at the best a shadowy figure in that small household, and Durrance found it difficult even to draw upon his recollections for any full expression of regret. He gave up the attempt, and asked, "Are Harry Feversham and his wife in town?" Mrs. Adair was slow to reply. "Not yet," she said, after a pause, but immediately she corrected herself and said a little hurriedly, I mean, the marriage never took place." Durrance was not a man easily startled, and even when he was, his surprise was not expressed in exclamations. "I do not think that I understand. Why did it never take place?" he asked. Mrs. Adair looked sharply at him, as though inquiring for the reason of his deliberate tones. "I do not know why," she said. "Ethne can keep a secret if she wishes." And Durrance nodded his assent. "The marriage was broken off on the night of a dance at Lennon House." Durrance turned at once to her. "Just before I left England 3 years ago?" "Yes, then you knew?" "No, only you have explained to me something which occurred on the very night that I left Dover. What has become of Harry?" Mrs. Adair shrugged her shoulders. "I do not know. I have met no one who does know. I do not think I have met anyone who has seen him since that time. He must have left England." Durrance pondered on this mysterious disappearance. It was Harry Feversham, then, whom he had seen upon the pier as the Channel boat cast off. The man with the troubled and despairing face was, after all, his friend. "And Miss Eustace?" he asked after a pause, with a queer timidity. "She has married since?" Again Mrs. Adair took her time to reply. "No," said she. "Then she is still at Ramelton." Mrs. Adair shook her head. "There was a fire at Lennon House a year ago. Did you ever hear of a constable called Bastable?" "Indeed I did. He was the means of introducing me to Miss Eustace and her father. I was travelling from Londonderry to Letterkenny. I received a letter from Mr. Eustace, whom I did not know, but who knew from my friends at Letterkenny that I was coming past his house. He asked me to stay the night with him. Naturally enough I declined, with the result that Bastable arrested me on a magistrate's warrant as soon as I landed from the ferry." "That is the man," said Mrs. Adair, and she told Durrance the story of the fire. It appeared that Bastable's claim to Dermod's friendship rested upon his skill in preparing a particular brew of toddy, which needed a single oyster simmering in the saucepan to give it its perfection of flavour. About 2 o'clock of a June morning the spirit lamp on which the saucepan stood had been overset. Neither of the two confederates in drink had their wits about them at the moment, and the house was half burnt and the rest of it ruined by water before the fire could be got under. "There are consequences still more distressing than the destruction of the house," she continued. "The fire was a beacon warning to Dermod's creditors for one thing, and Dermod, already overpowered with debts, fell in a day upon complete ruin. He was drenched by the water hoses besides, and took a chill which nearly killed him, from the effects of which he has never recovered. You will find him a broken man. The estates are let, and Ethne is now living with her father in a little mountain village in Donegal." Mrs. Adair had not looked at Durrance while she spoke. She kept her eyes fixed steadily in front of her, and indeed she spoke without feeling on one side or the other, but rather like a person constraining herself to speech because speech was a necessity. Nor did she turn to look at Durrance when she had done. "So she has lost everything," said Durrance. "She still has a home in Donegal," returned Mrs. Adair. "And that means a great deal to her," said Durrance slowly. "Yes, I think you are right." "It means," said Mrs. Adair, "that Ethne, with all her ill luck, has reason to be envied by many other women." Durrance did not answer that suggestion directly. He watched the carriages drive past. He listened to the chatter and the laughter of the people about him. His eyes were refreshed by the women in their light-coloured frocks, and all the time his slow mind was working toward the lame expression of his philosophy. Mrs. Adair turned to him with a slight impatience in the end. "Of what are you thinking?" she asked. "That women suffer much more than men when the world goes wrong with them," he answered, and the answer was rather a question than a definite assertion. "I know very little, of course. I can only guess. But I think women gather up into themselves what they had been through much more than we do. To them what is past becomes a real part of them, as much a part of them as a limb. To us it's always something external, at the best the rung of a ladder, at the worst a weight on the wheel. Don't you think so too? I phrase the thought badly, but put it as this way. Women look backwards, we look ahead. So misfortune hits them harder, eh?" Mrs. Adair answered in her own way. She did not expressly agree, but a certain humility became audible in her voice. "The mountain village at which Ethne is living," she said in a low voice, "is called Glenalla. A track strikes upwards towards it from the road halfway between Rathmullen and Ramelton." She rose as she finished the sentence, and held out her hand. "Shall I see you?" "Are you still in Hill Street?" said Durrance. "I shall be for a time in London." Mrs. Adair raised her eyebrows. She looked always by nature for the intricate and concealed motive, so that conduct which sprang from a reason obvious and simple was likely to baffle her. She was baffled now by Durrance's resolve to remain in town. Why did he not travel at once to Donegal, she asked herself, since thither his thoughts undoubtedly preceded him. She heard of his continual presence at his service club, and could not understand. She did not even have a suspicion of his motive when he himself informed her that he had travelled into Surrey and he had spent a day with General Feversham. It had been an ineffectual day for Durrance. The general kept himself steadily to the history of the campaign from which he had just returned. Only once was he able to approach the topic of Harry Feversham's disappearance, and at the mere mention of his son's name the old general's face set like plaster. It became void of expression, and inattentive as a mask. "We will talk of something else, if you please," said he, and Durrance returned to London, not an inch nearer to Donegal. Thereafter he sat under the great tree in an inner courtyard of his club, talking to this man and to that, and still unsatisfied with the conversation. All through that June the afternoons and evenings found him at his post. Never a friend of Feversham's passed by the tree but Durrance had a word for him, and the word led always to a question, but the question elicited no answer except a shrug of the shoulders and "Hanged if I know." Harry Feversham's place knew him no more. He had dropped even out of the speculations of his friends. Toward the end of June, however, an old retired naval officer limped into the courtyard, saw Durrance, hesitated, and began with a remarkable alacrity to move away. Durrance sprang up from his seat. "Mr. Sutch," said he, "you have forgotten me." "Colonel Durrance, to be sure," said the embarrassed lieutenant. "It is some while since we met, but I remember you very well now. I think we met, let me see, where was it? An old man's memory, Colonel Durrance, is like a leaky ship. It comes to harbour with its cargo of recollections swamped." Neither the lieutenant's present embarrassment nor his previous hesitation escaped Durrance's notice. "We met at Broad Place," said he. "I wish you to give me news of my friend Feversham. Why was his engagement with Miss Eustace broken off? Where is he now?" The lieutenant's eyes gleamed for a moment with satisfaction. He had always been doubtful whether Durrance was aware of Harry's fall into disgrace. Durrance plainly did not know. "There is only one person in the world, I believe," said Sutch, "who can answer both of your questions." Durrance was in no way disconcerted. "Yes, I have waited here a month for you," he replied. Lieutenant Sutch pushed his fingers through his beard and stared down at his companion. "Well, it is true," he admitted. "I can answer your questions, but I will not. Harry Feversham is my friend." "General Feversham is his father, yet he knows only half the truth. Miss Eustace was betrothed to him, and she knows no more. I pledged my word to Harry that I would keep my silence." "It is not curiosity which makes me ask." "I am sure that, on the contrary, it is friendship," said the lieutenant cordially. "Nor that entirely. There is another aspect of the matter. I will not ask you to answer my questions, but I will put a third one to you. It is one harder for me to ask than for you to answer. Would a friend of Harry Feversham be at all disloyal to that friendship if—" and Durrance flushed beneath his sunburn, "if he tried his luck with Miss Eustace?" The question startled Lieutenant Sutch. "You?" he exclaimed, and he stood considering Durrance, remembering the rapidity of his promotion, speculating upon his likelihood to take a woman's fancy. Here was an aspect of the case, indeed, to which he had not given a thought, and he was no less troubled than startled. For there had grown up within him a jealousy on behalf of Harry Feversham as strong as a mother's for a favourite second son. He had nursed with a most pleasurable anticipation a hope that, in the end, Harry would come back to all that he had once owned like a rethroned king. He stared at Durrance and saw the hope stricken. Durrance looked the man of courage which his record proved him to be, and Lieutenant Sutch had his theory of women. Brute courage. They make a god of it. "Well?" asked Durrance. Lieutenant Sutch was aware that he must answer. He was sorely tempted to lie, for he knew enough of the man who questioned him to be certain that the lie would have its effect. Durrance would go back to the Soudan and leave his suit unpressed. "Well?" Sutch looked up at the sky, and down upon the flags. Harry had foreseen that this complication was likely to occur. He had not wished that Ethne should wait. Sutch imagined him at this very moment lost somewhere under the burning sun, and compared that picture with the one before his eyes, the successful soldier taking his ease at his club. He felt inclined to break his promise, to tell the whole truth, to answer both the questions which Durrance had first asked, and again the pitiless monosyllable demanded his reply. "Well?" "No," said Sutch regretfully. "There would be no disloyalty." And on that evening Durrance took the train for Holyhead. Chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of The Four Feathers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Ullman. The Four Feathers by A. E. W. Mason. Chapter 9. At Glenorla. The farmhouse stood a mile above the village, in a wild moorland country. The heather encroached upon its garden, and the bridle path ended at its door. On three sides an amphitheatre of hills, which changed so instantly to the season that it seemed one could distinguish from day to day a new gradation in their colours, harboured it like a ship. No trees grew upon these hills. The granite cropped out amidst the moss and heather, but they had a friendly, sheltering look, and Durrance came almost to believe that they put on their different draperies of emerald green and purple and russet brown, consciously to delight the eyes of the girl they sheltered. The house faced the long slope of country to the inlet of the Lough. From the windows the eyes reached down over the sparse thickets, the few tilled fields, the whitewashed cottages, to the tall woods upon the bank, and caught a glimpse of bright water and the gulls poising and dipping above it. Durrance rode up the track upon an afternoon and knew the house at once, for as he approached the music of violin floated towards him from the windows like a welcome. His hand was checked upon the reins, and a particular strong hope about which he had allowed his fancies to play rose up within him and suspended his breath. He tied up his horse and entered it at the gate. A formless barrack without, the house within was a place of comfort. The room into which he was shown, with its brasses and its gleaming oak and its wide prospect, was bright as the afternoon itself. Durrance imagined it too, with the blinds drawn upon a winter's night, and the fires red on the hearth, and the wind skirling about the hills and rapping on the panes. Ethne greeted him without the least mark of surprise. "I thought that you would come," she said, and a smile shone upon her face. Durrance laughed suddenly as they shook hands, and Ethne wondered why. She followed the direction of his eyes towards the violin which lay upon a table at her side. It was pale in colour. There was a mark, too, close to the bridge, where a morsel of worm-eaten wood had been replaced. "It is yours," she said. "You are in Egypt. I could not well send it back to you there." "I have hoped lately, since I knew," returned Durrance, "that nevertheless you would accept it." "You see, I have," said Ethne, and looking straight into his eyes, she added, "I accepted it some while ago. There was a time when I needed to be assured that I had sure friends, and a thing tangible helped. I was very glad to have it." Durrance took the instrument from the table, handling it delicately like a sacred vessel. "You have played upon it? The Musoline Overture, perhaps," said he. "Do you remember that?" she returned with a laugh. "Yes, I have played upon it, but only recently. For a long time I put my violin away. It talked to me too intimately of many things which I wished to forget." And these words, like the rest, she spoke without hesitation or any down-dropping of the eyes. Durrance fetched up his luggage from Rathmullen the next day and stayed at the farm for a week. But up to the last hour of his visit no further reference was made to Harry Feversham by either Ethne or Durrance, although they were thrown much into each other's company. For Dermod was even more broken than Mrs. Adair's description had led Durrance to expect. His speech was all dwindled to monosyllables. His frame was shrunken, and his clothes bagged upon his limbs. His very stature seemed lessened. Even the anger was clouded from his eye. He had become a stay-at-home, dozing for the most part of the day by a fire, even in that July weather. His longest walk was to the little grey church, which stood naked upon a mound some quarter of a mile away and within view of the windows, and even that walk taxed his strength. He was an old man, fallen upon decrepitude, and almost out of recognition, so that his gestures and the rare tones of his voice struck upon Durrance as something painful, like the mimicry of a dead man. His collie dog seemed to age in company, and to see them side by side one might have said in sympathy. Durrance and Ethne were thus thrown much together. By day, in the wet weather or the fine, they tramped the hills, while she, with the colour glowing in her face and her eyes most jealous and eager, showed him her country and extracted his admiration. In the evening she would take her violin, and sitting as of old with an averted face, she would bid the strings speak of the heights and depths. Durrance sat watching the sweep of her arm, the absorption of her face, and counting up his chances. He had not brought with him to Glenalla Lieutenant Such's anticipations that he would succeed. The shadow of Harry Feversham might well separate them. For another thing, he knew very well that poverty would fall more lightly upon her than upon most women. He had indeed had proofs of that. Though the Lennon house was altogether ruined and its lands gone from her, Ethne was still amongst her own people. They still looked eagerly for her visits. She was still the princess of that countryside. On the other hand, she took a frank pleasure in his company, and she led him to speak of his 3 years' service in the East. No detail was too insignificant for her inquiries, and while he spoke her eyes continually sounded him, and the smile upon her lips continually approved. Durrance did not understand what she was after. Possibly no one could have understood, unless he was aware of what had passed between Harry Feversham and Ethne. Durrance wore the likeness of a man, and she was anxious to make sure that the spirit of a man informed it. He was a dark lantern to her. They might be a flame burning within, or might be mere vacancy and darkness. She was pushing back the slide so that she might be sure. She led him to speak of Egypt upon the last day of his visit. They were seated upon the hillside, on the edge of a stream which leaped from ledge to ledge down a miniature gorge of rock and flowed over deep pools between the ledges very swiftly, a torrent of clear black water. "I travelled once for 4 days amongst the mirages," he said. "Lagoons still as a mirror and fringed with misty trees. You could almost walk your camel up to the knees in them, before the lagoon receded and the sand glared at you, and one cannot imagine that glare. Every stone within view dances and shakes like a heliograph. You can actually see the heat flow breast high across the desert, swift as this stream here, only pellucid. So till the sun sets ahead of you level with your eyes. Imagine the nights which follow, nights of infinite silence, with a cool friendly wind blowing from horizon to horizon, and your bed spread for you under the great dome of stars." "Oh," he cried, drawing a deep breath, "but that country grows on you. It's like the Southern Cross, 4 overrated stars when first you see them, but in a week you begin to look for them, and you miss them when you travel north again." He raised himself upon his elbows and turned suddenly towards her. "Do you know, I can only speak for myself, but I never feel alone in those empty spaces. On the contrary, I always feel very close to the things I care about, and to the few people I care about too." Her eyes shone very brightly upon him. Her lips parted in a smile. He moved nearer to her upon the grass, and sat with his feet gathered under him upon one side, and leaning upon his arm. "I used to imagine you out there," he said. "You would have loved it. From the start, before daybreak, in the dark, to the campfire at night, you would have been at home. I used to think so as I lay awake wondering how the world went with my friends." "And you go back there?" she said. Durrance did not immediately answer. The roar of the torrent throbbed about them. When he did speak, all the enthusiasm had gone from his voice. He spoke gazing into the stream. "To Wadi Halfa? For 2 years. I suppose so." Ethne kneeled upon the grass at his side. "I shall miss you," she said. She was kneeling just behind him as he sat on the ground, and again there fell a silence between them. "Of what are you thinking?" "That you need not miss me," he said, and he was aware that she drew back and sank down upon her heels. "My appointment at Halfa, I might shorten the term. I might perhaps avoid it altogether. I have still half my furlough." She did not answer, nor did she change her attitude. She remained very still, and Durrance was alarmed, and all his hopes sank. For a stillness of attitude he knew to be with her as definite an expression of distress as a cry of pain with another woman. He turned about towards her. Her head was bent, but she raised it as he turned, and through her lips smiled. There was a look of great trouble in her eyes. Durrance was a man like another. His first thought was whether there was not some obstacle which would hinder her from compliance, even though she herself was willing. "There is your father," he said. "Yes," she answered, "there is my father too. I could not leave him." "Nor need you," said he quickly. "That difficulty can be surmounted. To tell the truth, I was not thinking of your father at the moment." "Nor was I," said she. Durrance turned away and sat for a little while staring down the rocks into a wrinkled pool of water just beneath. It was after all the shadow of Feversham which stretched between himself and her. "I know, of course," he said, "that you would never feel troubled, as so many do, with half your heart. You would neither easily care nor lightly forget." "I remember enough," she returned in a low voice, "to make your words rather a pain to me. Some day perhaps I may bring myself to tell everything which happened at that ball 3 years ago, and then you will be better able to understand why I am a little distressed. All that I can tell you now is this. I have a great fear that I was to some degree the cause of another man's ruin. I do not mean that I was to blame for it, but if I had not been known to him, his career might perhaps never have come to so abrupt an end. I am not sure, but I am afraid. I asked whether it was so, and I was told no. But I think very likely that generosity dictated that answer, and the fear stays. I am much distressed by it. I lie awake with it at night, and then you come, whom I greatly value, and you say quietly, 'Will you please spoil my career too?' And she struck one hand sharply onto the other and cried, 'But that I will not do.' And again he answered, 'There is no need that you should. Wadi Halfa is not the only place where a soldier can find work to his hand.'" His voice had taken a new hopefulness, for he had listened intently to the words which she had spoken, and he had construed them by the dictionary of his desires. She had not said that friendship bounded all her thoughts of him. Therefore he need not believe it. Women were given to a hinting modesty of speech, at all events the best of them. A man might read a little more emphasis into their tones, and underline their words, and still be sure of their meaning, as he argued. A subtle delicacy graced them in nature. Durrance was near to Benedick's mood. "One whom I value. I shall miss you." There might be a double meaning in the phrases. When she said that she needed to be assured that she had sure friends, did she not mean that she needed their companionship? But the argument, had he been acute enough to see it, proved how deep he was sunk in error. For what this girl spoke she habitually meant, and she habitually meant no more. Moreover, upon this occasion she had particularly weighed her words. No doubt, she said, a soldier can. But can this soldier find work so suitable? Listen, please, till I have done. I was so very glad to hear all that you have told me about your work and your journeys. I was still more glad because of the satisfaction with which you told it. For it seemed to me, as I listened and as I watched, that you had found the one true straight channel along which your life could run swift and smoothly and unharassed. And so few do that, so very few. And she wrung her hands and cried, and now you spoil it all. Durrance suddenly faced her. He ceased from argument. He cried in a voice of passion, I am for you, Ethne. That's the true straight channel, and upon my word I believe you are for me. I thought, I admit it, at one time I would spend my life out there in the East, and that the thought contented me. But I have schooled myself into contentment, for I believe you married. Ethne ever so slightly flinched, and he himself recognized that he had spoken in a voice overloud, so that it had something almost of brutality. Do I hurt you? He continued. I am sorry, but let me speak the whole truth out. I cannot afford reticence. I want you to know the first and last of it. I say now that I love you. Yes, but I could have said it with equal truth 5 years ago. It is 5 years since your father arrested me at the ferry down there on Lough Swilly, because I wished to press on to Letterkenny and not delay a night by stopping with a stranger. 5 years since I first saw you, first heard the language of your violin. I remember how you sat with your back towards me. The light shone on your hair. I could just see your eyelashes and the colour of your cheeks. I remember the sweep of your arm. My dear, you are for me. I am for you. But she drew back from his outstretched hands. No, she said very gently, but with a decision he could not mistake. She saw more clearly into his mind than he did himself. The restlessness of the born traveller, the craving for the large and lonely spaces in the outlandish corners of the world, the incurable intermittent fever to be moving, ever moving amongst strange people and under strange skies. These were deep-rooted qualities of the man. Passion might obscure them for a while, but they would make their appeal in the end, and the appeal would torture. The home would become a prison. Desires would so clash within him, there could be no happiness. That was the man. For herself, she looked down the slope of the hill across the brown country. Away on the right waved the woods about Ramelton. At her feet flashed a strip of the Lough, and this was her country. She was its child and the sister of its people. No, she repeated as she rose to her feet. Durrance rose with her. He was still not so much disheartened as conscious of a blunder. He had put his case badly. He should never have given her the opportunity to think that marriage would be an interruption of his career. We will say goodbye here, she said, in the open. We shall be none the less good friends, because 3,000 miles hinder us from shaking hands. They shook hands as she spoke. I shall be in England again in a year's time, said Durrance. May I come back? Ethne's eyes and her smile consented. I should be sorry to lose you altogether, she said, although even if I did not see you, I should know that I had not lost your friendship, she added. I should also be glad to hear news of you and what you are doing, if ever you have the time to spare. I may write? He exclaimed eagerly. Yes, she answered. And her eagerness made her linger a little doubtfully upon the word. That is, if you think it fair. I mean, it might be best for you, perhaps, to get rid of one entirely from your thoughts. And Durrance laughed, and without any bitterness, so that in a moment Ethne found herself laughing too, though at what she laughed she would have discovered it difficult to explain. Very well, write to me then, and she added dryly, but it will be about other things. And again Durrance read into her words the interpretation he desired, and again she meant just what she said and not a word more. She stood where he left her, a tall, strong-limbed figure of womanhood, until he was gone out of sight. Then she climbed down to the house, and going into her room took one of her violins from its case. But it was the violin which Durrance had given her, and before she had touched the strings with her bow, she recognized it and put it suddenly away from her in its case. She snapped the case to. For a few moments she sat motionless in her chair. Then she quickly crossed the room and, taking her keys, unlocked the drawer. At the bottom of the drawer there lay hidden a photograph, and at this she looked for a long while and very wistfully. Durrance, meanwhile, walked down to the trap which was waiting for him at the gates of the house, and saw that Dermod Eustace stood in the road with his hat upon his head. "I will walk a few yards with you, Colonel Durrance," said Dermod. "I have a word for your ear." Durrance suited his stride to the old man's faltering step, and they walked behind the dog-cart, and in silence. It was not the mere personal disappointment which weighed upon Durrance's spirit, but he could not see with Ethne's eyes, and as his gaze took in that quiet corner of Donegal, he was filled with a great sadness lest all her life should be passed in this seclusion. Her grave dug in the end under the wall of the tiny church, and her memory lingered only in a few white cottages scattered over the moorland, and for a very little while. He was recalled by the pressure of Dermot's hand upon his elbow. There was a gleam of inquiry in the old man's faded eyes, but it seemed that speech itself was a difficulty. "You have news for me?" he asked, after some hesitation. "News of Harry Feversham? I thought that I would ask you before you went away." "None," said Durrance. "I am sorry," replied Dermod wistfully, "though I have no reason for sorrow. He struck us a cruel blow, Colonel Durrance. I should have nothing but curses for him in my mouth and my heart. A black-throated coward, my reason calls him, and yet I would be very glad to hear how the world goes with him. You are his friend, but you do not know." It was actually of Harry Feversham that Dermod Eustace was speaking, and Durrance, as he remarked the old man's wistfulness of voice and face, was seized with a certain remorse that he allowed Ethne so to thrust his friend out of his thoughts. He speculated upon the mystery of Harry Feversham's disappearance at times as he sat in the evening upon his veranda above the Nile at Wadi Halfa, piecing together the few hints which he had gathered. A black-throated coward, Dermot had called Harry Feversham, and Ethne had said enough to assure him that something graver than any dispute, something which had destroyed all her faith in the man, had put an end to their betrothal. But he could not conjecture at the particular cause, and the only consequence of his perplexed imaginings was the growth of a very real anger within him against the man who had been his friend. So the winter passed and summer came to the Soudan and the month of May. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Four Feathers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Oldman. The Four Feathers by A.E. Mason. The Wells of Obak. In the month of May, Durrance lifted his eyes from the Wadi Halfa and began eagerly to look homeward, but in the contrary direction. 500 miles to the south of his frontier town, on the other side of the great Nubian desert and the belly of stones, the events of real importance to him were occurring without his knowledge. On the deserted track between Berber and Suakin, the wells of Obak are sunk deep amongst mounds of shifting sand. Eastward, a belt of trees divides the dunes from a hard, stony plain built with granite hills. Westward, the desert stretches for 58 waterless miles to Mahobe, and Berber on the Nile, a desert so flat that the merest tuft of grass, knee-high, seems at the distance of a mile a tree promising shade for a noonday halt, and a pile of stones no bigger than one might see by the side of any roadway in repair achieves the stature of a considerable hill. In this particular May, there could be no spot more desolate than the wells of Obak. The sun blazed upon it from 6 in the morning with an intolerable heat, and all night the wind blew across it piercingly cold, and played with the sand as it would, building pyramids house high and levelling them, tunnelling valleys, silting up long slopes, so that the face of the country was continually changed. The vultures and the stand grouse held it undisturbed in perpetual tenancy, and to make the spot yet more desolate, there remained scattered here and there the bleached bones and skeletons of camels, to bear evidence that about these wells once the caravans had crossed and halted, and the remnants of a house built of branches bent in hoops showed that once Arabs had herded their goats and made their habitation there. Now the sun rose and set, and the hot sun pressed upon an empty round of honey-coloured earth. Silence brooded there like night upon the waters, and the absolute stillness made it a place of mystery and expectations. Yet in this month of May one man sojourned by the wells, and sojourned secretly. Every morning at sunrise he drove 2 camels, swift riding mares of the pure Bisharin breed, from the belt of trees, watered them, and sat by the well mouth for the space of 3 hours. Then he drove them back again into the shelter of the trees, and fed them delicately with dahora upon a cloth, and for the rest of the day he appeared no more. For 5 mornings he thus came from his hiding place and sat looking towards the sand dunes and Berber, and no one approached him. But on the 6th, as he was on the point of returning to his shelter, he saw the figures of a man and a donkey suddenly outlined against the sky upon a crest of the sand. The Arab seated by the well looked first at the donkey and, remarking its grey colour, half rose to his feet. But as he rose he looked at the man who drove it, and saw that while his jellab was drawn forward over his face to protect it from the sun, his bare legs showed of an ebony blackness against the sand. The donkey driver was a negro. The Arab sat down again and waited with an air of the most complete indifference for the stranger to descend to him. He did not even move or turn when he heard the negro's feet treading the sand close behind him. "Salam alaikum," said the negro as he stopped. He carried a long spear and a short one, and a shield of hide. These he laid upon the ground, and sat by the Arab's side. The Arab bowed his head and returned the salutation. "Alaikum es salam," said he, and he waited. "It is about Fatima?" asked the negro. The Arab nodded an assent. 2 days ago, the other continued, a man of Bisharin, Musa Fedil, stopped me in the marketplace of Berber, and seeing that I was hungry gave me food. And when I had eaten he charged me to drive this donkey to Abu Fatma at the wells of Obak. Abu Fatma looked carelessly at the donkey, as though now for the first time he had remarked it. "Tayyib," he said no less carelessly, "the donkey is mine," and he sat inattentive and motionless, as though the negro's business was done and he might go. The negro, however, held his ground. "I am here to meet Musa Fedil again on the 3rd morning from now, in the marketplace of Berber. Give me a token which I may carry back, so that he may know I have filled the charge, and reward me." Abu Fatma took his knife from the small of his back, and picked up a stick from the ground, notched it thrice at each end. "This shall be a sign to Musa Fedil," and he handed the stick to his companion. The negro tied it securely into a corner of his wrap, loosened his water skin from the donkey's back, filled it at the well, and slung it about his shoulders. Then he picked up his spear and his shield. Abu Fatma watched him labour up the slope of loose sand, and disappear again on the further incline of the crest. Then in his turn he rose, and hastily, when Harry Feversham had set out from Obak 6 days before, to traverse the 58 miles of barren desert to the Nile, This grey donkey had carried his water skins and food. Abou Fatma drove the donkey down amongst the trees, and fastening it to a stem examined its shoulders. In the left shoulder a tiny incision had been made, and the skin neatly stitched up again with fine thread. He cut the stitches, and pressing open the two edges of the wound, forced out a tiny package little bigger than a postage stamp. The package was a goat's bladder, and enclosed within the bladder was a note written in Arabic and folded very small. Abou Fatma had not been Gordon's body servant for nothing. He had been taught during his service to read. He unfolded the note, and this is what was written: "The houses which were once Berber are destroyed, and a new town of wide streets is building. There is no longer any sound by which I may know the ruins of Yusuf's house from the ruins of 100 houses. Nor does Yusuf any longer sell rock salt in the bazaar. Yet wait for me another week." The Arab of Bisharam who wrote the letter was Harari Feversham, wearing the patched jubba of the dervishes over his stained skin, his hair frizzed on the crown of his head and falling upon the nape of his neck in locks matted and gummed into the semblance of seaweed. He went about his search for Yusuf through the wide streets of New Berber with its gaping pits. To the south, and separated by a mile or so of desert, lay the old town where Abou Fatma had slept one night and hidden the letters, a warren of ruined houses facing upon narrow alleys and winding streets. The front walls had been pulled down, the roofs carried away, only the bare inner walls were left standing, so that Feversham, when he wandered amongst them vainly at night, seemed to have come into a long lanes of 5 courts, crumbling into decay, and each court was only distinguishable from its neighbour by a degree of ruin. Already the foxes made their burrows beneath the walls. He had calculated that one night would have been the term of his stay in Berber. He was to have crept through the gate in the dusk of evening, and before the grey light had quenched the stars, his face should be set towards Obak. Now he must go steadily forward amongst the crowds, like a man that has business of moment, dreading conversation lest his tongue should betray him, listening ever for the name of Yusuf to strike upon his ears. Despair kept him company at times, and fear always. But from the sharp pangs of these emotions, a sort of madness was begotten in him, a frenzy of obstinacy, a belief, fanatical as the dark religion of those amongst whom he moved, that he could not fail and the world go on, that there could be no justice in the whole scheme of the universe great enough to lay his heavy burden upon the one man least fitted to bear it, and then callously to destroy him because he tried. Fear had him in its grip on that morning, 3 days after he had left Abou Fatma at the wells. When coming over a slope, he first saw the sand stretched like a lagoon up to the dark brown walls of the town, and the overshadowing foliage of the big date palms rising on the Nile bank beyond. Within these walls were the crowded dervishes. It was surely the merest madness for a man to imagine that he could escape detection there, even for an hour. Was it right, he began to ask, that a man should even try? The longer he stood, the more insistent did this question grow. The low mud walls grew strangely sinister. The welcome green of the waving palms, after so many arid days of sun and sand and stones, became an ironical invitation to death. He began to wonder whether he had not already done enough for honour in venturing so near. The sun beat upon him. His strength ebbed from him as though his veins were open. If he were caught, he thought, as surely he would be, oh, very surely. He saw the fanatical faces crowding fiercely about him. Were not mutilations practised? He looked about him, shivering even in the strong heat, and the great loneliness of the place smote upon him, so that his knees shook. He faced about and commenced to run, leaping in a panic alone and unpursued across the naked desert under the sun, while from his throat feeble cries broke inarticulately. He ran, however, only for a few yards, and it was the very violence of his flight which stopped him. These 4 years of anticipation were as nothing then. He had schooled himself in the tongue, he had lived in the bazaars to no end. He was still the caravan, he was still the craven who had sent in his papers. The quiet confidence with which he had revealed his plan to Lieutenant Sutch over the table in the Criterion grill room was the mere vainglory of a man who continually deceived himself. And Ethne? He dropped upon the ground and, drawing his coat over his head, lay, a brown spot indistinguishable from the sand about him, and the irregularity in the great waste surface of earth. He shut the prospects from his eyes, and over the thousands of miles of continent and sea he drew Ethne's face towards him. A little while and he was back again in Donegal. The summer night whispered through the open doorway in the hall. In a room nearby people danced to the music. He saw the 3 feathers fluttering in the door. He read the growing trouble in Ethne's face. If he could do this thing, and the still harder thing which he now knew to lie beyond, he might perhaps some day see that face cleared of its trouble. There were significant words, too, in his ears. "I should have no doubt that you and I would see much of one another afterwards." Towards the setting of the sun he rose from the ground, and walking down towards Berber, passed between the gates. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Four Feathers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Oldman. The Four Feathers by A.E.W. Mason. Durrance hears news of Feversham. A month later, Durrance arrived in London and discovered a letter from Ethne awaiting him at his club. It told him simply that she was staying with Mrs. Adair and would be glad if he would find the time to call. But there was a black border to the paper and the envelope. Durrance called at Hill Street the next afternoon and found Ethne alone. "I did not write to Wadi Halfa," she explained at once, "for I thought that you would be on your way home before my letter could arrive. My father died last month, towards the end of May. I was afraid when I got your letter that you would have this to tell me." He replied, "I am very sorry. You will miss him." "More than I can say," said she, with a quiet depth of feeling. "He died one morning early, I think. I will tell you if you would care to hear." And she related to him the matter of Dermod's death, of which a chill was the occasion rather than the cause, for he died of gradual dissolution rather than a definite disease. It was a curious story which Ethne had to tell, for it seemed that just before his death Dermod recaptured something of his old masterful spirit. "We knew that he was dying," Ethne said. "He knew it too, and at 7 o'clock of the afternoon after—" She hesitated for a moment and resumed. "After he had spoken for a little while to me, he called his dog by name. The dog sprang at once onto the bed, though his voice had not risen above a whisper, and crouching quite close, pushed its muzzle with a whine under my father's hand. Then he told me to leave him and the dog altogether alone. I was to shut the door upon him. The dog would tell me when to open it again. I obeyed him and waited outside the door until 1 o'clock. Then a loud, sudden howl moaned through the house." She stopped for a while. This pause was the only sign of distress which she gave, and in a moment she was on, speaking quite simply, without any of the affectations of grief. "It was trying to wait outside that door while the afternoon faded and the night came. It was night, of course, long before the end. He would have no lamp left in his room. One imagined him just the other side of that thin door panel, lying very still and silent in the great four-poster bed, with his face towards the hills and the light falling. One imagined the room slipping away into darkness, and the window continually looming into a great importance, and the dog by his side and no one else, right to the very end. He would have it that way, but it was rather hard for me." Durrance said nothing in reply, but gave her in full measure what she most needed, the sympathy of his silence. He imagined those hours in the passage, 6 hours of twilight and darkness. He could picture her standing close by the door, with her ear perhaps to the panel, and a hand upon her heart to check its loud beating. There was something rather cruel, he thought, in Dermod's resolve to die alone. It was Ethne who broke the silence. "I said that my father spoke to me just before he told me to leave him. Of whom do you think he spoke?" She was looking directly at Durrance as she put the question. From neither her eyes nor the level tone of her voice could he gather anything of the answer, but a sudden throb of hope caught away his breath. "Tell me," he said, in a sort of suspense, as he leaned forward in his chair. "Of Mr. Feversham," she answered, and he drew back again, and rather suddenly. It was evident that this was not the name which he had expected. He took his eyes from her and stared downward at the carpet, so that she might not see his face. "My father was always very fond of him," she continued gently. "I think that I would like to know if you have any knowledge of what he is doing or where he is." Durrance did not answer, nor did he raise his face. He reflected upon the strange, strong hold which Harry Feversham kept upon the affections of those who had once known him well, so that even the man whom he had wronged, upon whose daughter he had brought much suffering, must remember him with kindliness upon his deathbed. The reflection was not without its bitterness to Durrance at this moment, and this bitterness he was afraid that his face and voice might both betray. But he was compelled to speak, for Ethne insisted. "You have never come across him, I suppose?" she asked. Durrance rose from his seat and walked to the window before he answered. He spoke looking out into the street, but though he thus concealed the expression of his face, a thrill of deep anger sounded through his words, in spite of his efforts to subdue his tones. "No," he said, "I never have." And suddenly his anger had its way with him. It chose as well as informed his words. "And I never wished to," he cried. "He was my friend, I know, but I cannot remember that friendship now. I can only think that if he had been the true man we took him for, he would not have waited alone in that dark passage during those 6 hours." He turned again to the centre of the room and asked abruptly, "You are going back to Glenalla?" "Yes." "You will live there alone?" "Yes." For a little while there was silence between them. Then Durrance walked round to the back of a chair. "You once said that you would perhaps tell me why your engagement was broken off." "But you know," she said. "What you said at the window showed that you knew." "No, I do not. 1 or 2 words your father let drop. He asked me for news of Feversham the last time that I spoke with him, but I know nothing definite. I should like you to tell me." Ethne shook her head and leaned forward with her elbows on her knees. "Not now," she said, and silence again followed her words. Durrance broke it again. "I have only 1 more year at Halfa. It would be wise to leave Egypt then, I think. I do not expect much will be done in the Soudan for some little while. I do not think that I will stay there in any case. I mean, even if you should decide to remain alone at Glenalla." Ethne made no pretence to ignore the suggestion of his words. "We are neither of us children," she said. "You have all your life to think of. We should be prudent." "Yes," said Durrance with a sudden exasperation, "but the right kind of prudence, the prudence which knows that it's worth while to dare a good deal." Ethne did not move. She was leaning forward with her back towards him, so that he could see nothing of her face, and for a long while she remained in this attitude, quite silent and very still. She asked the question at last, and in a very low and gentle voice. "Do you want me so very much?" And before he could answer she turned quickly towards him. "Try not to," she exclaimed earnestly. "For this 1 year try not to. You have much to occupy your thoughts. Try to forget me altogether." And there was just sufficient regret in her tone. the regret at the prospect of losing a valued friend to take all the sting from her words, to confirm Durrance in his delusion that but for her fear that she would spoil his career, she would answer him in very different words. Mrs. Adair came into the room before he could reply, and thus he carried away with him his delusion. He dined that evening at his club, and sat afterwards smoking a cigar under the big tree where he sat so persistently a year before in his vain quest for news of Harry Feversham. It was much the same sort of clear night as that on which he had seen Lieutenant Sutch limp into the courtyard and hesitate at the sight of him. The strip of sky was cloudless and starry overhead. The air had the pleasant languor of a summer night in June. The lights flashing from the windows and doorways gave to the leaves of the trees the fresh green look of spring, and outside in the roadway the carriages rolled with a thunderous hum like the sound of the sea. And on this night, too, there came a man into the courtyard who knew Durrance, but he did not hesitate. He came straight up to Durrance and sat down upon the seat at his side. Durrance dropped the paper at which he was glancing and held out his hand. "How do you do?" said he. The friend was Captain Mather. "I was wondering whether I should meet you when I read the evening paper. I knew that it was about the time one might expect to find you in London. You have seen, I suppose." "What?" asked Durrance. "Then you haven't," replied Mather. He picked up the newspaper which Durrance had dropped and turned over the sheets, searching for the piece of news which he required. "You remember that last reconnaissance we made from Suakin?" "Very well. We halted by the Sinkat fort at midday. There was an Arab hiding in the trees at the back of the glacis." "Yes." "Have you forgotten the yarn he told you about Gordon's letters and the wall of a house in Berber?" "No, I have not forgotten." "Then there's something which will interest you," said Captain Mather, having folded the paper to his satisfaction, handed it to Durrance, and pointed to a paragraph. It was a short paragraph. It gave no details. It was the merest summary, and Durrance read it through between the puffs of his cigar. "The fellow must have gone back to Berber after all," said he. "A risky business. Abu Fatma, that was the man's name." The paragraph made no mention of Abu Fatma, or indeed of any man except Captain Willoughby, the deputy governor of Suakin. It merely announced that certain letters which the Mahdi had sent to Gordon, summoning him to surrender Khartoum and inviting him to be a convert to the Mahdist religion, together with copy of Gordon's curt replies, have been recovered from a wall in Berber and brought safely to Captain Willoughby at Suakin. "They were hardly worth risking a life for," said Mather. "Perhaps not," replied Durrance, a little doubtfully. "But after all, one is glad they have been recovered. Perhaps the copies are in Gordon's own hand. They are, at all events, of an historic interest." "In a way, no doubt," said Mather. "But even so, their recovery throws no light upon the history of the siege. It can make no real difference to anyone, not even to the historian." "That is true," Durrance agreed, and there was nothing more untrue. In the same spot where he had sought for news of Feversham, news had now come to him, only he did not know. He was in the dark. He could not appreciate that here was news which, however little it might trouble the historian, touched his life at the springs. He dismissed the paragraph from his mind, and sat thinking over the conversation which had passed that afternoon between Ethne and himself, and without discouragement. Ethne had mentioned Harry Feversham, it was true, had asked for news of him, but she might have been, nay, she probably had been, moved to ask because her father's last words had referred to him. She had spoken his name in a perfectly steady voice, he remembered, and indeed the mere fact that she had spoken it at all might be taken as a sign that it had no longer any power with her. There was something hopeful to his mind in her very request that he should try during this 1 year to omit her from her thoughts. for it seemed almost to imply that if he could not, she might, at the end of it, perhaps give to him the answer for which he longed. He allowed a few days to pass, then called again at Mrs. Adair's house. But he found only Mrs. Adair. Ethne had left London and returned to Donegal. She had left rather suddenly, Mrs. Adair told him, and Mrs. Adair had no sure knowledge of the reason of her going. Durrance, however, had no doubt as to the reason. Ethne was putting into practice the policy which she had commended to his thoughts. He was to try to forget her, and she would help him to success so far as she could, by her absence from his sight, and in attributing this reason to her. Durrance was right. But one thing Ethne had forgotten. She had not asked him to cease to write to her, and accordingly, in the autumn of that year, the letters began again to come from the Soudan. She was frankly glad to receive them, but at the same time she was troubled. For in spite of their careful reticence, every now and then a phrase leaped out. It might be merely the repetition of some trivial sentence which she had spoken long ago and long ago forgotten, and she could not but see that in spite of her prayer she lived perpetually in his thoughts. There was a strain of hopefulness, too, as though he moved in a world painted with new colours and suddenly grown musical. Ethne had never freed herself from the haunting fear that one man's life had been spoilt because of her. She had never faltered from her determination that this should not happen with a second. Only with Durrance's letter before her she could not evade a new and perplexing question. By what means was that possibility to be avoided? There were two ways. By choosing which of them could she fulfill her determination? She was no longer so sure as she had been the year before that his career was all in all. The question recurred to her again and again. She took it out with her on the hillside with the letters, and pondered and puzzled over it, and got never an inch nearer to a solution. Even her violin failed her in this strait. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of the Four Feathers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wolfe. The Four Feathers by A.E.W. Mason. Chapter 12. Durrance sharpens his wits. It was a night of May, and outside the mess room at Wadi Halfa 3 officers were smoking on a grass knoll above the Nile. The moon was at its full, and the strong light had robbed even the planets of their lustres. The smaller stars were not visible at all, and the sky, washed of its dark colour, curved overhead, pearly-hued and luminous. The 3 officers sat in their lounge chairs and smoked silently, while the bullfrogs croaked from an island in mid-river. At the bottom of the small, steep cliff on which they sat, the Nile, so sluggish was its flow, shone like a burnished mirror, and from the opposite bank the desert stretched away to infinite distances. A vast plain with scattered hummocks, a plain white as a hoar frost, on the surface of which the stones sparkled like jewels. Behind the 3 officers of the garrison, the roof of the mess-room veranda threw a shadow on the ground. It seemed a solid piece of blackness. One of the 3 officers struck a match and held it to the end of his cigar. The flame lit up a troubled and anxious face. "I hope that no harm has come to him," he said, as he threw the match away. "I wish that I could say I believed it." The speaker was a man of middle age, and the colonel of a Sudanese battalion. He was answered by a man whose hair had gone grey, it is true, but grey hair is frequent in the Soudan, and his unlined face still showed that he was young. He was Lieutenant Calder of the Engineers. Youth, however, in this instance, had no optimism wherewith to challenge Colonel Dawson. "He left Halfa 8 weeks ago, eh?" he said gloomily. 8 weeks today," replied the colonel. It was the third officer, a tall, spare, long-necked major of the Army Service Corps, who alone hazarded a cheerful prophecy. "It's early days to conclude Durrance has got scuppered," said he. "One knows Durrance. Give him a campfire in the desert and a couple of sheiks to sit round it with him, and he'll buck to them for a month and never feel bored at the end. While here there are letters, and there's an office, and there's a desk in the office, and everything he loathes and can't do with. You'll see Durrance will turn up right enough, though he won't hurry about it." "He is 3 weeks overdue," objected the colonel, "and he's methodical after a fashion, I'm afraid." Major Walters pointed out his arm to the white, empty desert across the river. "If he had travelled that way, westward, I might agree," he said. "But Durrance went east through the mountain country, toward Berenice and the Red Sea. The tribes he went to visit were quiet, even in the worst times, when Osmandigna lay before Sapiens." The colonel, however, took no comfort from Walter's confidence. He tugged at his mustache and repeated, "He is 3 weeks overdue." Lieutenant Calder knocked the ashes from his pipe and refilled it. He leaned forward in his chair as he pressed the tobacco down with his thumb, and he said slowly, "I wonder. It is just possible that some sort of trap was laid for Durrance. I am not sure. I never mentioned before what I knew, because until lately I did not suspect that it could have anything to do with his delay. But now I begin to wonder. You remember the night before he started?" "Yes," said Dawson, and he hitched his chair a little nearer. Calder was the one man in Wadi Halfa who could claim something like intimacy with Durrance. Despite their difference in rank, there was no great disparity in the age between the two men. And from the first, when Calder had come inexperienced and fresh from England, but with a great ardour to acquire comprehensive experience, Durrance, in his reticent way, had been at pains to show the newcomer considerable friendship. Calder, therefore, might be likely to know. "I too remember that night," said Walters. "Durrance dined at the mess, and went away early to prepare for his journey." "His preparations were made already," said Calder. "He went away early, as you say, but he did not go to his quarters. He walked along the river bank to Tewfikieh." Wadi Halfa was the military station. Tewfikieh, a little frontier town to the north, separated from Halfa by a mile of river bank. A few Greeks kept stores there. A few bare and dirty cafes faced the street between native cook shops and tobacconists. A noisy little town where the Negro from the Dinka country jolted the fellow from the Delta, and the air was torn with many dialects. A thronged little town, which yet lacked to European ears one distinctive element of a throng. There was no ring of footsteps. The crowd walked on sand, and for the most part with naked feet, so that if for a rare moment the sharp high cries and the perpetual voices ceased, the figures of men and women flitted by noiseless as ghosts. And even at night, when the streets were most crowded and the uproar loudest, it seemed that underneath the noise, and almost appreciable to the ear, there lay a deep and brooding silence, the silence of deserts and the East. "Durrance went down to Tewfikieh at 10 o'clock that night," said Calder. "I went to his quarters at 11. He had not returned. He was starting eastward at 4 in the morning, and there was some detail of business on which I wished to speak to him before he went. So I waited for his return. He came in about a quarter of an hour afterwards and told me at once I must be quick, since he was expecting a visitor. He spoke quickly and rather restlessly. He seemed to be labouring under some excitement. He barely listened to what I had to say, and he answered me at random. It was quite evident that he was moved, and rather deeply moved, by some unusual feeling, though at the nature of the feeling I could not guess, for at one moment it seemed certainly to be anger, and the next moment he relaxed into a laugh, as though in spite of himself he was glad. However, he bundled me out, and as I went I heard him telling his servant to go to bed, because, though he expected a visitor, he would admit the visitor himself. "Well," said Dawson, "and who was the visitor?" "I do not know," answered Calder. "The one thing I do know is that when Durrance's servant went to call him at 4 o'clock for his journey, he found Durrance still sitting on the veranda outside his quarters, as though he still expected his visitor. The visitor had not come. And Durrance left no message? No. I was up myself before he started. I thought that he was puzzled and worried. I thought, too, that he meant to tell me what was the matter. I still think that he had that in his mind, but that he could not decide. For even as he had taken his seat upon his saddle and his camel had risen from the ground, he turned and looked down towards me. But he thought better of it, or worse, as the case may be. At all events, he did not speak. He struck the camel on the flank with his stick, and rode slowly past the post office and out into the desert, with his head sunk upon his breast. I wonder whether he rode into a trap. Who could this visitor have been whom he meets in the street of Tewfikieh, and who must come so secretly to Wadi Halfa? What could have been his business with Durrance? Important business, troublesome business. So much is evident. And he did not come to transact it. Was the whole thing a lure to which we have not the clue? Like Colonel Dawson, I am afraid. There was a silence after he had finished, which Major Walters was the first to break. He offered no argument. He simply expressed his unalterable cheerfulness. "I don't think Durrance has got scuppered," said he, as he rose from his chair. "I know what I shall do," said the colonel. "I shall send out a strong search party in the morning." And the next morning, as they sat at breakfast on the veranda, he at once proceeded to describe the force which he meant to dispatch. Major Waters, too, it seemed, in spite of his hopeful prophecies, had pondered during the night over Calder's story, and he leaned across the table to Calder. "Did you ever inquire whom Durrance talked with at Tewfikieh on that night?" he asked. "I did, and there's a point that puzzles me," said Calder. "He was sitting with his back to the Nile and his face toward the glass doors of the mess room, and he spoke to Walters, who was directly opposite. I could not find that he talked to more than one person, and that one person could not by any likelihood have been the visitor he expected. Durrance stopped in front of a cafe where some strolling musicians, who had somehow wandered up to Tewfikieh, were playing and singing for their night's lodging. One of them, a Greek I was told, came outside into the street and took his hat round. Durrance threw a sovereign into the hat. The man turned to thank him, and they talked for a little time together. And as he came to this point he raised his head. A look of recognition came into his face. He laid his hands upon the table ledge and leaned forward with his feet drawn back beneath his chair as though he was on the point of springing up. But he did not spring up. His look of recognition became one of bewilderment. He glanced round the table and saw that Colonel Dawson was helping himself to cocoa, while Major Walter's eyes were on his plate. There were other officers of the garrison present, but not one had remarked his movement and its sudden arrest. Calder leaned back, and staring curiously in front of him and over the Major's shoulder, continued his story. But I could never hear that Durrance spoke to anyone else. He seemed, except that one knows to the contrary, merely to have strolled through the village and back again to Wadi Halfa. "That doesn't help us much," said the Major. "And it's all you know?" asked the Colonel. "No, not quite all," returned Calder, slowly. "I know, for instance, that the man we are talking about is staring me straight in the face." At once everyone at the table turned toward the mess room. "Durrance!" cried the Colonel, springing up. "When did you get back?" said the Major. Durrance, with the dust of his journey still powdered upon his clothes, and a face burnt to the colour of red brick, was standing in the doorway, and listening with a remarkable intentness to the voices of his fellow officers. It was perhaps noticeable that Calder, who was Durrance's friend, neither rose from his chair nor offered any greeting. He still sat watching Durrance. He still remained curious and perplexed. But as Durrance descended the 3 steps into the veranda, there came a quick and troubled look of comprehension into his face. "We expected you 3 weeks ago," said Dawson, as he pulled a chair away from an empty place at the table. "The delay could not be helped," replied Durrance. He took the chair and drew it up. "Does my story account for it?" asked Calder. "Not a bit. It was the Greek musician I expected that night," he explained with a laugh. "I was curious to know what stroke of ill luck had cast him out to play the zither for a night's lodging in a cafe at Tewfikieh. That was all." And he added slowly, in a softer voice, "Yes, that was all." "Meanwhile, you are forgetting your breakfast," said Dawson, as he rose. "What will you have?" Calder leaned ever so slightly forward with his eyes quietly resting on Durrance. Durrance looked round the table, then called the mess waiter. "Mosa, get me something cold," said he, and the waiter went back into the mess room. Calder nodded his head with a faint smile, as though he understood that here was a difficulty rather cleverly surmounted. "There's tea, cocoa, and coffee," he said. "Help yourself, Durrance." "Thanks," said Durrance. "I see. But I will get Mosa to bring me a brandy and soda, I think." And again Calder nodded his head. Durrance ate his breakfast and drank his brandy and soda, and talked the while of his journey. He had travelled further eastward than he had intended. He had found the Ababdeh Arabs quiet amongst their mountains. If they were not disposed to acknowledge allegiance to Egypt, on the other hand, they paid no tribute to Muhammad Achmet. The weather had been good, ibex and antelope plentiful. Durrance, on the whole, had reason to be content with his journey, and Calder sat and watched him, and disbelieved every word that he said. The other officers went about their duties. Calder remained behind, and waited until Durrance should finish. But it seemed that Durrance never would finish. He loitered over his breakfast, and when that was done he pushed his plate away and sat talking. There was no end to his questions as to what had passed at Wadi Halfa during the last 8 weeks, no limit to his enthusiasm over the journey from which he had just returned. Finally, however, he stopped with a remarkable abruptness, and said with some suspicion to his companion, "You are taking life easily this morning. I have not had 8 weeks of arrears of letters to clear off as you have, Colonel." Calder returned with a laugh, and he saw Durrance's face cloud and his forehead contract. "True," he said, after a pause. "I had forgotten my letters." And he rose from his seat at the table, mounted the steps, and passed into the mess room. Calder immediately sprang up, and with his eyes followed Durrance's movements. Durrance went to a nail which was fixed in the wall close to the glass doors and on a level with his head. From that nail he took down the key of his office, crossed the room, and went out through the farther door. That door he left open, and Calder could see him walk down the path between the bushes through the tiny garden in front of the mess, unlatch the gate, and cross the open space of sand toward his office. As soon as Durrance had disappeared, Calder sat down again, and resting his elbows on the table, propped his face between his hands. Calder was troubled. He was a friend of Durrance. He was the one man in Wadi Halfa who possessed something of Durrance's confidence. He knew that there was certain letters in a woman's handwriting waiting for him in his office. He was very deeply troubled. Durrance had aged during these 8 weeks. There were furrows about his mouth where only faint lines had been visible when he started out from Halfa. And it was not merely desert dust which had discolored his hair. His hilarity, too, had an artificial air. He had sat at the table constraining himself to the semblance of high spirits. Calder lit his pipe, and sat for a long while by the empty table. Then he took his helmet and crossed the sand to Durrance's office. He lifted the latch noiselessly. As noiselessly he opened the door, and he looked in. Durrance was sitting at his desk with his head bowed upon his arms, and all his letters unopened at his side. Calder stepped into the room and closed the door loudly behind him. At once Durrance turned his face to the door. "Well," said he. "I have a paper, Colonel, which requires your signature," said Calder. "It's the authority for the alterations in C Barracks, you remember." "Very well. I will look through it and return it to you signed at lunchtime. Will you give it to me, please?" He held out his hand toward Calder. Calder took his pipe from his mouth, and standing thus in full view of Durrance, slowly and deliberately placed it into Durrance's outstretched palm. It was not until the hot bowl burnt his hand that Durrance snatched his arm away. The pipe fell and broke upon the floor. Neither of the two men spoke for a few moments, and then Calder put his arm around Durrance's shoulder and asked in a voice gentle as a woman's, "How did it happen?" Durrance buried his face in his hands. The great control which he had exercised till now he was no longer able to sustain. He did not answer, nor did he utter any sound, but he sat shivering from head to foot. "How did it happen?" Calder asked again, and in a whisper. Durrance put another question. "How did you find out?" "You stood in the mess-room doorway listening to discover whose voice spoke from where. When I raised my head and saw you, though your eyes rested on my face, there was no recognition in them. I suspected then. When you came down the steps into the veranda, I became almost certain. when you would not help yourself to food, when you reached out your arm over your shoulder so that Musa had to put the brandy and soda safely into your palm, I was sure. I was a fool to try and hide it, said Durrance. Of course I knew all the time that I couldn't for more than a few hours. But even those few hours somehow seemed a gain. How did it happen? There was a high wind, Durrance explained. Took my helmet off. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. I did not mean to move my camp that day, and I was standing outside my tent in my shirt sleeves. So you see that I had not even the collar of a coat to protect the nape of my neck. I was fool enough to run after my helmet, and you must have seen the same thing happen 100 times. Each time that I stooped to pick it up, it skipped away. Each time that I ran after it, it stopped and waited for me to catch it up. And before one was aware what one was doing, one had run 1/4 of a mile. I went down, I was told, like a log just when I had the helmet in my hand. How long ago it happened I don't quite know, for I was ill for a time, and afterwards it was difficult to keep count, since one couldn't tell the difference between day and night. Durrance, in a word, had gone blind. He told the rest of his story. He had bidden his followers carry him back to Berber, and then, influenced by the natural wish to hide his calamity as long as he could, he had enjoined upon them silence. Calder heard the story through to the end, and then rose at once to his feet. "There's a doctor. He is clever, and for a Syrian knows a good deal. I will fetch him here privately, and we will hear what he says. Your blindness may be merely temporary." The Syrian doctor, however, pursed up his lips and shook his head. He advised an immediate departure to Cairo. It was a case for a specialist. He himself would hesitate to pronounce an opinion, though, to be sure, there was always hope of a cure. "Have you ever suffered an injury in the head?" he asked. "Were you ever thrown from your horse? Were you wounded?" "No," said Durrance. The Syrian did not disguise his conviction that the case was grave, and after he had departed both men were silent for some time. Calder had a feeling that any attempt in consolation would be futile in itself, and might, moreover, in betraying his own fear that the hurt was irreparable, only discourage his companion. He turned to the pile of letters and looked them through. "There are 2 letters here, Durrance," he said gently, "which you might perhaps care to hear. They are written in a woman's hand, and there is an Irish postmark. Shall I open them?" "No," exclaimed Durrance suddenly, and his hand dropped quickly upon Calder's arm. "By no means." Calder, however, did not put down the letters. He was anxious, for private reasons of his own, to learn something more of Ethne Eustace than the outside of her letters could reveal. A few rare references made in unusual moments of confidence by Durrance had only informed Calder of her name, and assured him that his friend would be very glad to change it if he could. He looked at Durrance, a man so trained to vigor and activity that his very sunburn seemed an essential quality rather than an accident of the country in which he lived. A man, too, who came to the wild, uncitied places of the world with the joy of one who comes into an inheritance. A man to whom those desolate tracts were home, and the fireside and the hedged fields and made roads merely the other places, and he understood the magnitude of the calamity which had befallen him. Therefore he was most anxious to know more of this girl who wrote to Durrance from Donegal, and to gather from her letters, as from a mirror in which her image was reflected, some speculation as to her character, for if she failed, what had this friend of his any longer left? "You would like to hear them, I expect," he insisted. "You have been away 8 weeks." And he was interrupted by a harsh laugh. "Do you know what I was thinking when I stopped you?" said Durrance. "Why, that I would read the letters after you had gone. It takes time to get used to being blind after your eyes have served you pretty well all of your life," and his voice shook ever so little. "You will have to help me to answer them, Calder, so read them. Please read them." Calder tore open the envelopes and read the letters through and was satisfied. They gave a record of the simple doings of her mountain village in Donegal, and in the simplest terms. But the girl's nature shone out in her telling. Her love of the countryside and of the people who dwelt there was manifest. She could see the humour and the tragedy of the small village troubles. There was a warm friendliness for Durrance moreover expressed, not so much in a sentence as in the whole spirit of the letters. It was evident that she was most keenly interested in all that he did, that in a way she looked upon his career as a thing in which she had a share, even if it was only a friend's share. And when Calder had ended, he looked again at Durrance, but now with a face of relief. It seemed, too, that Durrance was relieved. "After all, one has something to be thankful for," he cried. Suppose that I had been engaged to her. She would never have allowed me to break it off, once I had gone blind. What an escape!" "An escape!" exclaimed Calder. "You don't understand. But I knew a man who went blind. A good fellow, too, before—mind that, before—but a year after. You couldn't have recognized him. He had narrowed down into the most selfish, exacting, egotistical creature it is possible to imagine. I don't wonder. I hardly see how he could help it. I don't blame him, but it wouldn't make life easier for a wife, would it? A helpless husband who can't cross a road without his wife at his elbow is bad enough, but make him a selfish beast in the bargain, full of questions, jealous of her power to go where she will, curious as to every person with whom she speaks. And what then? My God, I am glad that girl refused me. For that I am most grateful." "She refused you?" asked Calder, and the relief passed from his face and voice. "Twice," said Durrance. "What an escape! You see, Calder, I shall be more trouble even than the man I told you of. I am not clever. I can't sit in a chair and amuse myself by thinking, not having any intellect to buck about. I have lived out of doors and hard, and that's the only sort of life that suits me. I tell you, Calder, you won't be very anxious for much of my society in a year's time." And he laughed again, and with the same harshness. "Oh, stop that," said Calder. "I will read the rest of your letters to you." He read them, however, without much attention to their contents. His mind was occupied with the 2 letters from Ethne Eustace, and he was wondering whether there was any deeper emotion than mere friendship hidden beneath the words. Girls refused men for all sorts of queer reasons which had no sense in them, and very often they were sick and sorry about it afterwards, and very often they meant to accept the men all the time. "I must answer the letters from Ireland," said Durrance when he had finished. "The rest can wait." Calder held a sheet of paper upon the desk and told Durrance when he was writing on a slant and when he was writing on the blotting pad, and in this way Durrance wrote to tell Ethne that a sunstroke had deprived him of his sight. Calder took that letter away, but he took it to the hospital and asked for the Syrian doctor. The doctor came out to him, and they walked together under the trees in front of the building. "Tell me the truth," said Calder. The doctor blinked behind his spectacles. "The optic nerve is, I think, destroyed," he replied. "Then there is no hope?" "None, if my diagnosis is correct." Calder turned the letter over and over, as though he could not make up his mind what in the world to do with it. "Can a sunstroke destroy the optic nerve?" he asked at length. "A mere sunstroke? No," replied the doctor, "but it may be the occasion. For the cause one must look deeper." Calder came to a stop, and there was a look of horror in his eyes. "You mean one must look to the brain?" "Yes." They walked on for a few paces. A further question was in Calder's mind, but he had some difficulty in speaking it, and when he had spoken, he waited for the answer in suspense. "Then this calamity is not all. There will be more to follow. Death, or—" But that other alternative he could not bring himself to utter. Here, however, the doctor was able to reassure him. "No, that does not follow." Calder went back to the mess room and called for a brandy and soda. He was more disturbed by the blow which had fallen upon Durrance than he would have cared to own, and he put the letter upon the table and thought of the message of renunciation which it contained, and he could hardly restrain his fingers from tearing it across. It must be sent, he knew, as its destruction would be of no more than a temporary avail. Yet he could hardly bring himself to post it. With the passage of every minute he realized more clearly what blindness meant to Durrance. A man not very clever, as he himself was ever the first to acknowledge, and always the inheritor of the other places. How much more it meant to him than to the ordinary run of men. Would the girl, he wondered, understand as clearly? It was very silent that morning on the veranda at Wadi Halfa. The sunlight blazed upon desert and river. Not a breath of wind stirred the foliage of any bush. Calder drank his brandy and soda, and slowly that question forced itself more and more into the front of his mind. Would the woman over in Ireland understand? He rose from his chair as he heard Colonel Dawson's voice in the mess room, and taking up his letter, walked away to the post office. Durance's letter was dispatched, but somewhere in the Mediterranean it crossed a letter from Ethne, which Durrance received a fortnight later at Cairo. It was read out to him by Calder, who had obtained leave to come down from Wadi Halfa with his friend. Ethne wrote that she had, during the last months, considered all that he had said when at Glenella and in London. She had read, too, his letters, and understood that in his thoughts of her there had been no change, and that there would be none. She therefore went back upon her old argument that she would, by marriage, be doing him an injury, and she would marry him upon his return to England. "That's rough luck, isn't it?" said Durrance, when Calder had read the letter through. "For here's the one thing I have always wished for, and it comes when I can no longer take it." "I think you will find it very difficult to refuse to take it," said Calder. "I do not know Miss Eustace, but I can hazard a guess from the letters of hers which I have read to you. I do not think that she is a woman who will say yes one day, and then because bad times come to you say no the next, or allow you to say no for her either. I have a sort of notion that since she cares for you, and you for her, you are doing little less than insulting her if you imagine that she cannot marry you and still be happy." Durrance thought over that aspect of the question and began to wonder. Calder might be right. Marriage with a blind man. It might, perhaps, be possible if upon both sides there was love, and the letter from Ethne proved, did it not, that on both sides there was love. Besides, there was some trivial compensations which might help to make her sacrifice less burdensome. She could still live in her own country and move in her own home, for the linen house could be rebuilt and the estates cleared of their debt. "Besides," said Calder, "there is always a possibility of a cure." "There is no such possibility," said Durrance, with a decision which quite startled his companion. "You know that as well as I do." And he added with a laugh, "You needn't start so guiltily. I haven't overheard a word of any of your conversations about me." "Then what in the world makes you think there's no chance?" "The voice of every doctor who has encouraged me to hope. Their words, yes, their words, tell me to visit specialists in Europe and not lose heart, but their voices give the lie to their words. If one cannot see, one can, at all events, hear." Calder looked thoughtfully at his friend. This was not the only occasion on which of late Durrance had surprised his friends by an unusual acuteness. Calder glanced uncomfortably at the letter which he was still holding in his hand. "When was that letter written?" said Durrance suddenly, and immediately upon the question he asked another, "What makes you jump?" Calder laughed and explained hastily, "Why, I was looking at the letter the moment when you asked, and your question came so pat that I could hardly believe you did not see what I was doing. It was written on the 15th of May. "Ah," said Durrance, "the day I returned to Wadi Halfa blind." Calder sat in his chair without a movement. He gazed anxiously at his companion. It seemed almost as though he were afraid. His attitude was one of suspense. "That's a queer coincidence," said Durrance, with a careless laugh. And Calder had an intuition that he was listening with the utmost intentness for some movement on his own part, perhaps a relaxation of his attitude, perhaps a breath of relief. Calder did not move, however, and he drew no breath of relief. End of chapter 12. Recording by David Wolfe. Chapter 13 of The Four Feathers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wolfe. The Four Feathers by A.E.W. Mason. Chapter 13. Durrance Begins to See. Ethne stood at the drawing-room window of the house in Hill Street. Mrs. Adair sat in front of her tea-table. Both women were waiting, and they were both listening for some particular sound to rise up from the street and penetrate into the room. The window stood open that they might hear it the more quickly. It was 5:30 in the afternoon. June had come round with the exhilaration of its sunlight, and London had sparkled into a city of pleasure and green trees. In the houses opposite, the windows were gay with flowers, and in the street below, the carriages rolled easily towards the park. A jingle of bells rose upwards suddenly and grew loud. Mrs. Adair raised her head quickly. "That's a cab," she said. "Yes." Ethne leaned forward and looked down. "But it's not stopping here." And the jingle grew fainter and died away. Mrs. Adair looked at the clock. "Colonel Durrance is late," she said, and she turned curiously towards Ethne. It seemed to her that Ethne had spoken her yes with much more of suspense than eagerness. Her attitude as she leaned forward at the window had been almost one of apprehension, and though Mrs. Adair was not quite sure, she fancied that she detected relief when the cab passed by the house and did not stop. "I wonder why you didn't go to the station and meet Colonel Durrance?" she asked slowly. The answer came promptly enough. "He might have thought that I had come because I looked upon him as rather helpless, and I didn't wish him to think that. He has a servant with him." Ethne looked again out of the window, and once or twice she made a movement as if she was about to speak, and then thought silence the better part. Finally, however, she made up her mind. "You remember the telegram I showed to you, from Lieutenant Calder, saying that Colonel Durrance had gone blind?" "Yes. I want you to promise never to mention it. I don't want him to know that I ever received it." Mrs. Adair was puzzled, and she hated to be puzzled. She had been shown the telegram, but she had not been told that Ethne had written to Durrance, pledging herself to him immediately upon its receipt. Ethne, when she showed the telegram, had merely said, "I am engaged to him." Mrs. Adair at once believed that the engagement had been of some standing, and she had been allowed to continue in that belief. "Will you promise?" Ethne insisted. "Certainly, my dear, if you like," returned Mrs. Adair, with an ungracious shrug of the shoulders. "But there is a reason, I suppose. I don't understand why you exact the promise." "Two lives must not be spoilt because of me." There was some ground for Mrs. Adair's suspicion that Ethne expected the blind man to whom she was betrothed with apprehension. It is true that she was a little afraid. Just 12 months had passed since, in this very room, on such a sunlit afternoon, Ethne had bidden Durrance not to forget her, and each letter which she had received had shown that, whether he tried or not, he had not forgotten. Even that last one, received 3 weeks ago, the note scrawled in the handwriting of a child, from Wadi Halfa, with the large unsteady words straggling unevenly across the page, and the letters running into one another wherein he had told his calamity and renounced his suit, even that proved, and perhaps more surely than its hopeful forerunners, that he had not forgotten. As she waited at the window, she understood very clearly that it was she herself who must buckle to the hard work of forgetting, or if that was impossible, she must be careful always that by no word let slip in a forgetful moment she betrayed that she had not forgotten. "No," she said, "two lives shall not be spoilt because of me." And she turned toward Mrs. Adair. "Are you quite sure, Ethne," said Mrs. Adair, "that the two lives will not be more surely spoilt by this way of yours, the way of marriage? Don't you think that you will come to feel Colonel Durrance, in spite of your will, something of a hindrance and a drag? Isn't it possible that he may come to feel that too? I wonder. I very much wonder." "No," said Ethne, decisively, "I shall not feel it, and he must not." The two lives, according to Mrs. Adair, were not the lives of Durrance and Harry Feversham, but of Durrance and Ethne herself. There she was wrong, but Ethne did not dispute the point. She was indeed rather glad that her friend was wrong, and she allowed her to continue in her wrong belief. Ethne resumed her watch at the window, foreseeing her life, planning it out so that never might she be caught off her guard. The task would be difficult, no doubt, and it was no wonder that in these minutes while she waited, fear grew upon her lest she should fail. But the end was well worth the effort, and she set her eyes upon that. Durrance had lost everything which made life to him worth living the moment he went blind. Everything except one thing. "What should I do if I were crippled?" he had said to Harry Faversham on the morning when for the last time they had ridden together in the Row. A clever man might put up with it. But what should I do if I had to sit in a chair all my days? Ethne had not heard the words, but she understood the man well enough without them. He was by birth the inheritor of other places, and he had lost his heritage. The things which delighted him, the long journeys, the faces of strange countries, the campfire, a mere spark of red light amidst black and empty silence, the hours of sleep in the open under bright stars, the cool night wind of the desert, and the work of government, all these things he had lost. Only one thing remained to him, herself, and only, as she knew very well, herself so long as he could believe she wanted him. And while she was still occupied with her resolve, the cab for which she waited stopped unnoticed at the door. It wasn't until Durrance's servant had actually rung the bell that her attention was again attracted to the street. "He has come," she said with a start. Durrance, it was true, was not particularly acute. He had never been inquisitive. He took his friends as he found them. He put them under no microscope. It would have been easy at any time, Ethne reflected, to quiet his suspicions, should he have ever come to entertain any. But now it would be easier than ever. There was no reason for apprehension. Thus she argued, but in spite of the argument she rather nerved herself to an encounter than went forward to welcome her betrothed. Mrs. Adair slipped out of the room, so that Ethne was alone when Durrance entered at the door. She did not move immediately. She retained her attitude and position, expecting that the change in him would for the first moment shock her. But she was surprised, for the particular changes which she had expected were noticeable only through their absence. His face was worn, no doubt, his hair had gone grey, but there was no air of helplessness or uncertainty, and it was that which for his own sake she most dreaded. He walked forward into the room as though his eyes saw. His memory seemed to tell him exactly where each piece of the furniture stood. The most that he did was once or twice to put out a hand where he expected a chair. Ethne drew silently back into the window, rather at a loss with what words to greet him, and immediately he smiled and came straight towards her. "Ethne," he said. "It isn't true, then," she exclaimed. "You have recovered." The words were forced from her by the readiness of his movement. "It is quite true, and I have not recovered," he answered. "But you moved at the window, and so I knew that you were there." "How did you know? I made no noise." "No, but the window's open. The noise in the street became suddenly louder, so I knew that someone in front of the window had moved aside. I guessed that it was you." Their words were thus not perhaps the most customary greeting between a couple meeting on the first occasion after they had become engaged, but they served to hinder embarrassment. Ethne shrank from any perfunctory expression of regret, knowing that there was no need for it, and Durrance had no wish to hear it. For there were many things through which these two understood each other well enough to take as said. They did no more than shake hands when they had spoken, and Ethne moved back into the room. "I will give you some tea," she said, "then we can talk." "Yes, we must have a talk, mustn't we?" Durrance answered seriously. He threw off his serious air, however, and chatted with good humour about the details of his journey home. He even found a subject of amusement in his sense of helplessness during the first days of his blindness, and Ethne's apprehensions rapidly diminished. They had indeed almost vanished from her mind when something in his attitude suddenly brought them back. "I wrote to you from Wadi Halfa," he said. "I don't know whether you could read the letter." "Quite well," said Ethne. "I got a friend of mine to hold the paper and tell me when I was writing on it or merely on the blotting pad," he continued with a laugh. "Calder of the Sappers. But you don't know him." He shot the name out rather quickly, and it came upon Ethne with a shock that he had set a trap to catch her. The curious stillness of his face seemed to tell her that he was listening with an extreme intentness for some start, perhaps even a checked exclamation, which would betray that she knew something of Calder of the Sappers. Did he suspect? She asked herself. Did he know of the telegram? Did he guess that her letter was sent out of pity? She looked into Durrance's face, and it told her nothing except that it was very alert. In the old days, a year ago, the expression of his eyes would have answered her quite certainly, however close he held his tongue. "I could read the letter without difficulty," she answered gently. "It was the letter you would have written, but I had written to you before, and of course your bad news could make no difference. I take back no word of what I wrote." Durrance sat with his hands upon his knees, leaning forward a little. Again Ethne was at a loss. She could not tell from his manner or his face whether he accepted or questioned her answer, and again she realized that a year ago, while he had his sight, she would have been in no doubt. "Yes, I know you. You would take nothing back," he said at length. "But there is my point of view." Ethne looked at him with apprehension. "Yes," she replied, and she strove to speak with unconcern. "Will you tell me it?" Durrance assented, and began in the deliberate voice of a man who has thought out his subject, knows it by heart, and has decided, moreover, the order of words by which it will be most lucidly developed. "I know what blindness means to all men, a growing, narrowing egotism unless one is perpetually on one's guard. And will one be perpetually on one's guard? Blindness means that to all men," he repeated emphatically. "But it must mean more to me, who am deprived of every occupation. If I were a writer, I could still dictate. If I were a businessman, I could conduct my business. But I am a soldier, and not a clever soldier. Jealousy, a continual and irritable curiosity. There is no Paul Pry like your blind man. A querulous claim against your attention. These are my special dangers." And Ethne laughed gently in contradiction of his argument. "Well, perhaps one may hold them off," he acknowledged, "but they are to be considered. I have considered them. I am not speaking to you without thought. I have pondered and puzzled over the whole matter night after night since I got your letter, wondering what I should do. You know how gladly, with what gratitude I would have answered you, 'Yes, let the marriage go on,' if I dared. But I think, don't you, that a great trouble rather clears one's wits? I used to lie awake at Cairo and think, and the unimportant trivial considerations gradually dropped away, and a few straight and simple truths stood out rather vividly. One felt that one had to cling to them, and with all one's might, because nothing else was left." "Yes, that I do understand," Ethne replied in a low voice. She had gone through just such an experience herself. It might have been herself, and not Durrance, who was speaking. She looked up at him, and for the first time began to understand that after all she and he might have much in common. She repeated over to herself with an even firmer determination, "2 lives shall not be spoilt because of me." "Well?" she asked. "Well, here's one of the very straight and simple truths. Marriage between a man crippled like myself, whose life is done, and a woman like you, active and young, whose life is in its flower, would be quite wrong unless each brought to it much more than friendship. It would be quite wrong if it implied a sacrifice for you." "It implies no sacrifice," she answered firmly. Durrance nodded. It was evident that the answer contented him, and Ethne felt that it was the intonation to which he listened rather than the words. His very attitude of concentration showed her that. She began to wonder whether it would be so easy, after all, to quiet his suspicions, now that he was blind. She began to realize that it might possibly, on that very account, be all the more difficult. "Then do you bring more than friendship?" he asked suddenly. "You will be very honest, I know. Tell me." Ethne was in a quandary. She knew that she must answer, and at once, and without ambiguity. In addition, she must answer honestly. "There is nothing," she replied, and as firmly as before, "nothing in the world which I wish for so earnestly as that you and I should marry." It was an honest wish, and it was honestly spoken. She knew nothing of the conversation which had passed between Harry Feversham and Lieutenant Sutch in the grill room of the Criterion restaurant. She knew nothing of Harry's plans. She had not heard of the Gordon letters recovered from the mud wall of a ruined house in the city of the Dervishes on the Nile bank. Harry Feversham had, so far as she knew and meant, gone for ever completely out of her life. Therefore her wish was an honest one, but it was not an exact answer to Durrance's question, and she hoped that again he would listen to the intonation rather than to the words. However, he seemed content with it. "Thank you, Ethne," he said, and he took her hand and shook it. His face smiled at her. He asked no other questions. There was not a doubt, she thought. His suspicions were quieted. He was quite content. And upon that, Mrs. Adair came with discretion into the room. She had the tact to greet Durrance as one who suffered under no disadvantage, and she spoke as though she had seen him only the week before. "I suppose Ethne has told you of our plan," she said, as she took her tea from her friend's hand. "No, not yet," Ethne answered. "What plan?" asked Durrance. "It is all arranged," said Mrs. Adair. "You will want to go home to Guessens in Devonshire. I am your neighbour. A couple of fields separate us, that's all. So Ethne will stay with me during the interval before you are married." "That's very kind of you, Mrs. Adair," Durrance exclaimed, "because, of course, there will be an interval." "A short one, no doubt," said Mrs. Adair. "Well, it's this way. If there's a chance that I may recover my sight, it would be better that I should seize it at once. Time means a good deal in these cases." "Then there is a chance?" cried Ethne. "I am going to see a specialist here tomorrow," Durrance answered, "and of course there's the oculist at Wiesbaden. But it may not be necessary to go so far. I expect that I shall be able to stay at Guessens and come up to London when it is necessary." "Thank you very much, Mrs. Adair. It's a good plan." And he added slowly, "From my point of view, there could be no better." Ethne watched Durrance drive away with his servant to his old rooms in St. James Street, and stood by the window after he had gone, in much the same attitude and absorption as that which had characterized her before he had come. Outside in the street the carriages were now coming back from the park, and there was just one other change. Ethne's apprehensions had taken a more definite shape. She believed that suspicion was quieted in Durrance for today at all events. She had not heard his conversation with Calder in Cairo. She did not know that he believed there was no cure which could restore him to sight. She had no remotest notion that the possibility of a remedy might be a mere excuse. But none the less she was uneasy. Durrance had grown more acute. Not only his senses had been sharpened, that, indeed, was to be expected, but trouble and thought had sharpened his mind as well. It had become more penetrating. She felt that she was entering upon an encounter of wits, and she had a fear lest she would be worsted. "2 lives shall not be spoilt because of me," she repeated, but it was a prayer now rather than a resolve. For one thing she recognized quite surely: Durrance saw ever so much more clearly now that he was blind. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of The Four Feathers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Oldman. The Four Feathers by A.E.W. Mason. Chapter 14. Captain Willoughby reappears. During the months of July and August, Ethne's apprehensions grew, and once, at all events, they found expression on her lips. "I am afraid," she said one morning, as she stood in the sunlight at an open window of Mrs. Adair's house upon a creek of the Salcombe estuary. In the room behind her, Mrs. Adair smiled quietly. "Of what?" That some accident happened to Colonel Durrance yesterday in London?" "No," Ethne answered slowly, "not of that, for he is at this moment crossing the lawn towards us." Again Mrs. Adair smiled, but she did not raise her head from the book which she was reading, so that it might have been some passage in the book which so amused and pleased her. "I thought so," she said, but in so low a voice that the words barely reached Ethne's ears. They did not penetrate to her mind, for as she looked across the stone-flagged terrace and down the broad shallow flight of steps to the lawn, she asked abruptly, "Do you think he has any hope whatever that he will recover his sight?" The question had not occurred to Mrs. Adair before, and she gave to it now no importance in her thoughts. "Would he travel up to town so often to see his oculist if he had none?" she asked in reply. "Of course he hopes." "I'm afraid," said Ethne, and she turned with a sudden movement toward her friend. "Haven't you noticed how quick he has grown and is growing? Quick to interpret your silences, to infer what you do not say from what you do, to fill out your sentences, to make your movements the commentary of your words. Laura, haven't you noticed? At times I think the very corners of my mind are revealed to him. He reads me like a child's lesson book." "Yes," said Mrs. Adair, "you are at a disadvantage. You no longer have your face to screen your thoughts." "And his eyes no longer tell me anything at all," Ethne added. There was truth in both remarks. So long as Durrance had Ethne's face with its bright colour and her steady, frank, grey eyes visible before him, he could hardly weigh her intervals of silence and her movements against her spoken words with the detachment which was now possible to him. On the other hand, whereas before she had never been troubled by a doubt as to what he meant or wished or intended, now she was often in the dark. Durrance's blindness, in a word, had produced an effect entirely opposite to that which might have been expected. It had reversed their positions. Mrs. Adair, however, was more interested in Ethne's unusual burst of confidence. There was no doubt of it, she reflected. The girl, once remarkable for a quiet frankness of word and look, was declining into a creature of shifts and agitation. "There is something, then, to be concealed from him?" she asked quietly. "Yes." "Something rather important?" "Something which at all costs I must conceal," Ethne exclaimed, and was not sure, even while she spoke, that Durrance had not already found it out. She stepped over the threshold of the window onto the terrace. In front of her the lawn stretched to a hedge. On the far side of that hedge a couple of grass fields lifted and fell in gentle undulations, and beyond the fields she could see, amongst a cluster of trees, the smoke from the chimneys of Colonel Durrance's house. She stood for a little while hesitating upon the terrace. On the left the lawn ran down to a line of tall beeches and oaks which fringed the creek, but a broad space had been cleared to make a gap upon the bank, so that Ethne could see the sunlight on the water and the wooded slope on the farther side, and a sailing boat some way down the creek tacking slowly against the light. Ethne looked about her, as though she was summoning her resources and even composing her sentences ready for delivery to the man who was walking steadily towards her across the lawn. If there was hesitation upon her part, there was none at all, she noticed, on the part of the blind man. It seemed that Durrance's eyes looked in the path which his feet trod, and with the stick which he carried in his hand he switched at the blades of grass like one that carries it from habit rather than for any use. Ethne descended the steps and advanced to meet him. She walked slowly, as if to a difficult encounter. But there was another who only waited an opportunity to engage in it with eagerness. For as Ethne descended the steps, Mrs. Adair suddenly dropped the book from which she had pretended to resume and ran towards the window. Hidden by the drapery of the curtain, she looked out and watched. The smile was still upon her lips, but a fierce light had brightened in her eyes. Her face had the drawn look of hunger. Something which at all costs she must conceal, she said to herself, and she said it in a voice of exultation. There was contempt, too, in her tone. Contempt for Ethne Eustace, the woman of the open air who was afraid, who shrank from marriage with a blind man, and dreaded the restraint upon her freedom. It was that shrinking which Ethne had to conceal. Mrs. Adair had no doubt of it. "For my part, I am glad," she said, and she was fiercely glad that blindness had disabled Durrance. For if her opportunity ever came, as it seemed to her now more and more likely to come, blindness reserved him to her, as no man was ever reserved to any woman. So jealous was she of his every word and look that his dependence upon her would be the extreme of pleasure. She watched Ethne and Durrance meet on the lawn at the foot of the terrace steps. She saw them turn and walk side by side across the grass towards the creek. She noticed that Ethne seemed to plead, and in her heart she longed to overhear. And Ethne was pleading. "You saw your oculist yesterday?" she asked quickly as soon as they met. "Well, what did he say?" Durrance shrugged his shoulders. "That one must wait. Only time can show whether a cure is possible or not," he answered, and then Ethne bent forward a little and scrutinized his face as though she doubted that he had spoken the truth. "But must you and I wait?" she asked. "Surely," he returned. "It would be wiser on all counts," and thereupon he asked her suddenly a question of which she did not see the drift. "It was Mrs. Adair, I imagine, who proposed this plan, that I should come home to Guessens, and that you should stay with her here across the fields?" Ethne was puzzled by the question, but she answered it directly and truthfully. "I was in great distress when I heard of your accident. I was so distressed that at the first I could not think what to do. I came to London and told Laura, since she is my friend, and this was her plan. Of course I welcomed it with my heart," and the note of pleading rang in her voice. She was asking Durrance to confirm her words, and he understood that. He turned towards her with a smile. "I know that very well, Ethne," he said gently. Ethne drew a breath of relief, and the anxiety passed for a little while from her face. "It was kind of Mrs. Adair," he resumed, "but it is rather hard on you, who would like to be back in your own country. I remember very well a sentence which Harry Feversham," he spoke the name quite carelessly, but paused just for a moment after he had spoken it. No expression upon his face showed that he had any intention in so pausing, but Ethne suspected one. He was listening, she suspected, for some movement of uneasiness, perhaps of pain, into which she might possibly be betrayed, but she made no movement. "A sentence which Harry Feversham spoke a long while since," he continued, "in London, just before I left London for Egypt. He was speaking of you, and he said, 'She is of her country and more of her county. I do not think she could be happy in any place which was not within reach of Donegal.' And when I remember that, it seems rather selfish that I should claim to keep you here at so much cost to you." "I was not thinking of that," Ethne exclaimed. "When I asked why we must wait, that makes me out most selfish. I was merely wondering why you preferred to wait, why you insisted upon it. For, of course, although one hopes and prays with all one's soul that you will get your sight back, the fact of a cure can make no difference." She spoke slowly, and her voice again had a ring of pleading. This time Durrance did not confirm her words, and she repeated them with a greater emphasis. "It can make no difference." Durrance started like a man roused from an abstraction. "I beg your pardon, Ethne," he said. "I was thinking at the moment of Harry Feversham. There is something which I want you to tell me. You said a long time ago at Glenalla that you might one day bring yourself to tell me, and I should rather like to know now." You see, Harry Feversham was my friend. I want you to tell me what happened that night at Lennon House to break off your engagement, to send him away an outcast." Ethne was silent for a while, and then she said gently, "I would rather not. It is all over and done with. I don't want you to ask me ever." Durrance did not press for an answer in the slightest degree. "Very well," he said cheerily. "I won't ask you. It might hurt you to answer, and I don't want, of course, to cause you pain." "It's not on that account that I wish to say nothing," Ethne explained earnestly. She paused and chose her word. "It isn't that I am afraid of any pain, but what took place such a long while ago. I look upon Mr. Feversham as a man whom one has known well and who is now dead." They were walking towards the wide gap in the line of trees upon the bank of the creek, and as Ethne spoke she raised her eyes from the ground. She saw that the little boat which she had noticed tacking up the creek while she hesitated upon the terrace had run its nose into the shore. The sail had been lowered, the little pole mast stuck up above the grass bank of the garden, and upon the bank itself a man was standing and staring vaguely towards the house as though not very sure of his ground. "A stranger has landed from the creek," she said. "He looks as if he had lost his way. I will go on and put him right." She ran forward as she spoke, seizing upon the stranger's presence as a means of relief, even if the relief was only to last a minute. Such relief might be felt, she imagined, by a witness in a court when the judge rises for his half hour at lunch time. For the close of an interview with Durrance left her continually with the sense that she had just stepped down from a witness box where she had been subjected to a cross-examination so deft that she could not quite clearly perceive its tendency, although from the beginning she suspected it. The stranger at the same time advanced to her. He was a man of the middle size, with a short snub nose, a pair of vacuous, protruding brown eyes, and a moustache of some ferocity. He lifted his hat from his head and disclosed a round forehead which was going bald. "I have sailed down from Kingsbridge," he said, "but I have never been in this part of the world before. Can you tell me if this house is called the Pool?" "Yes, and you will find Mrs. Adair if you go up the steps on to the terrace," said Ethne. "I came to see Miss Eustace." Ethne turned back to him with surprise. "I am Miss Eustace." The stranger contemplated her in silence. "So I thought." He twirled first one moustache and then the other before he spoke again. "I have had some trouble to find you, Miss Eustace. I went all the way to Glenalla for nothing. Rather hard on a man whose leave is short." "I am sorry," said Ethne with a smile. "But why have you been put to this trouble?" Again the stranger curled a moustache. Again his eyes dwelt vacantly upon her before he spoke. "You have forgotten my name, no doubt, by this time." "I do not think that I have ever heard it," she answered. "Ah, yes, you have. Believe me, you heard it 5 years ago. I am Captain Willoughby." Ethne drew sharply back. The bright colour paled in her cheeks. Her lips set in a firm line, and her eyes grew up very hard. She glowered at him silently. Captain Willoughby was not in the least degree decomposed. He took his time to speak, and when he did it was rather with the air of a man forgiving a breach of manners than of one making his excuses. "I can quite understand that you do not welcome me, Miss Eustace, but none of us could foresee that you would be present when the 3 white feathers came into Feversham's hands." Ethne swept the explanation aside. "How do you know I was present?" she asked. "Feversham told me." "You have seen him?" The cry leaped loudly from her lips. It was just a throb of the heart made vocal. It startled Ethne as much as it surprised Captain Willoughby. She had schooled herself to omit Harry Feversham from her thoughts and to obliterate him from her affections, and the cry showed to her how incompletely she had succeeded. Only a few minutes since she had spoken of him as one whom she looked upon as dead, and she had believed that she spoke the truth. You have actually seen him?" she repeated in a wondering voice. She gazed at her stolid companion with envy. "You have spoken to him, and he to you? When?" "A year ago at Suakin. Else why should I be here?" The question came as a shock to Ethne. She did not guess the correct answer. She was not, indeed, sufficiently mistress of herself to speculate upon any answer, but she dreaded it, whatever it might be. "Yes," she said slowly and almost reluctantly. "After all, why are you here?" Willoughby took a letter case from his breast, opened it with deliberation, and shook out from one of its pockets into the palm of his hand a tiny soiled white feather. He held it out to Ethne. "I have come to give you this." Ethne did not take it. In fact, she positively shrank from it. "Why?" she asked unsteadily. 3 white feathers, 3 separate accusations of cowardice, were sent to Feversham by 3 separate men. This is actually one of those feathers which were forwarded from his lodgings to Ramelton 5 years ago. I am one of the 3 men who sent them. I have come to tell you that I withdraw my accusation. I take my feather back." "And you bring it to me?" "He asked me to." Ethne took the feather in her palm, a thing in itself so light and fragile and yet so momentous as a symbol, and the trees and the garden began to whirl suddenly about her. She was aware that Captain Willoughby was speaking, but his voice had grown extraordinarily distant and thin, so that she was annoyed, since she wished very much to hear all that he had to say. She felt very cold, even upon that August day of sunlight. But the presence of Captain Willoughby, one of the 3 men whom she never would forgive, helped her to command herself. She would give no exhibition of weakness before any one of the detested 3, and with an effort she recovered herself when she was on the very point of swooning. "Come," she said, "I will hear your story. Your news was rather a shock to me. Even now I do not quite understand." She led the way from the open space to a little plot of grass above the creek. On 3 sides thick hedges enclosed it. At the back rose the tall elms and poplars. In front the water flashed and broke in ripples, and beyond the water the trees rose again and were overtopped by sloping meadows. A gap in the hedge made an entrance into this enclosure, and a garden seat stood in the centre of the grass. "Now," Ethne said, as she motioned to Captain Willoughby to take a seat at her side, "you will take your time, perhaps. You will forget nothing, even his words, if you remember them. I shall thank you for his words." She held that white feather clenched in her hand. Somehow Harry Feversham had redeemed his honour. Somehow she had been unjust to him, and she was to learn how. She was in no hurry. She did not even feel one pang of remorse that she had been unjust. Remorse, no doubt, would come afterwards. At present the mere knowledge that she had been unjust was too great a happiness to admit of abatement. She opened her hand and looked at the feather, and as she looked, memories sternly repressed for so long, regrets which she had thought stifled quite out of life, longings which had grown strange, filled all her thoughts. The Devonshire meadows were about her. The salt of the sea was in the air, but she was back again at the midst of that one season at Dublin during a spring 5 years ago, before the feathers came to Ramelton. Willoughby began to tell a story, and almost at once even the memory of that season vanished. Ethne was in the most English of countries, the county of Plymouth and Dartmouth and Brixton and the Start, where the red cliffs of its coastline speak perpetually of dead centuries, so that one cannot put into any harbour without some thought of the Spanish Main and of the little barques and pinnaces which adventured manfully out on their long voyages with the tide. Up this very creek the clink of the shipbuilders' hammers had rung, and the soil upon its banks was vigorous with the memories of British soldiers. But Ethne had no thought for these associations. The countryside was a shifting mist before her eyes, which now and then let through a glimpse of that strange wide country in the east, of which Durrance had so often told her. The only trees which she saw were the stunted mimosas of the desert, the only cliffs, the sharp pyramidal, the black rocks rising abruptly from its surface. It was part of the irony of her position that she was able so much more completely to appreciate the trials which one lover of hers had undergone through the confidences which had been made to her by the other. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of The Four Feathers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Craig. The Four Feathers by A.E.W. Mason. Chapter 15. The Story of the First Feather. "I will not interrupt you," said Ethne, as Willoughby took his seat beside her, and he had barely spoken a score of words before she broke that promise. "I am Deputy Governor of Suakin," he began. "My chief was on leave in May. You are fortunate enough not to know Suakin, Miss Eustace, particularly in May. No white woman can live in that town. It has a sodden, intolerable heat peculiar to itself. The air is heavy with brine. You can't sleep at night for its oppression. Well, I was sitting in the veranda on the first floor of the palace about 10 o'clock at night, looking out over the harbor and the distillation works, and wondering whether it was worthwhile to go to bed at all, when a servant told me that the man, who refused to give his name, wished particularly to see me. The man was Feversham. There was only a lamp burning in the veranda, and the night was dark, so that I did not recognize him until he was close to me. At once Ethne interrupted. "How did he look?" Willoughby wrinkled his forehead and opened his eyes wide. "Really, I do not know," he said doubtfully. "Much like other men, I suppose, who have been a year or two in the Sudan. A trifle overtrained and that sort of thing." "Never mind," said Ethne with a sigh of disappointment. For 5 years she had heard no word of Harry Feversham. She fairly hungered for news of him, for the sound of his habitual phrases, for the description of his familiar gestures. She had the woman's anxiety for his bodily health. She wished to know whether he had changed in face or figure, and, if so, how and in what measure. But she glanced at the obtuse, unobservant countenance of Captain Willoughby, and she understood that however much she craved these particulars, she must go without. "I beg your pardon," she said. "Will you go on?" "I asked him what he wanted," Willoughby resumed, "and why he had not sent in his name. You would not have seen me if I had," he replied, and he drew a packet of letters out of his pocket. Now those letters, Miss Eustace, had been written a long while ago by General Gordon in Khartoum. They had been carried down the Nile as far as Berber. But the day after they reached Berber, that town surrendered to the Mahdists. Abu Fatma, the messenger who carried them, hid them in the wall of the house of an Arab called Yusef, who sold rock salt in the marketplace. Abu was then thrown into prison on suspicion and escaped to Suakin. The letters remained hidden in that wall until Feversham recovered them. I looked over them and saw that they were of no value, and I asked Feversham bluntly why he, who had once not dared to accompany his regiment on active service, had risked death and torture to get them back. Standing upon that veranda, with the quiet pool of water in front of him, Feversham had told his story quietly and without exaggeration. He had related how he had fallen in with Abu Fatma at Suakin, how he had planned the recovery of the letters, how the two men had traveled together as far as Obak, and since Abu Fatma dared not go further, how he himself, driving his grey donkey, had gone on alone to Berber. He had not even concealed that access of panic which had loosened his joints when first he saw the low brown walls of the town and the towering date palms behind on the bank of the Nile, which had set him running and leaping across the empty desert in the sunlight a marrowless thing of fear. He made, however, one omission. He said nothing of the hours which he had spent crouching upon the hot sand, with his coat drawn over his head, while he drew a woman's face toward him across the continents and seas, and nerved himself to endure by the look of sorrow which it wore. "He went down into Berber at the setting of the sun," said Captain Willoughby, and it was all that he had to say. It was enough, however, for Ethne Eustace. She drew a deep breath of relief. Her face softened. There came a light into her gray eyes, and a smile upon her lips. "He went down into Berber," she repeated softly. "And found that the old town had been destroyed by the orders of the Emir, and that a new one was building upon its southern confines," continued Willoughby. "All the landmarks by which Feversham was to know the house in which the letters were hidden had gone. The roofs had been torn off, the houses dismantled, the front walls carried away. Narrow alleys of crumbling 5 courts. That is how Feversham described the place, crossing this way and that, and gaping to the stars. Here and there perhaps a broken tower rose up, and the remnant of a rich man's house. But of any sign which could tell a man where the hut of Yusef, who had once sold rock salt in the marketplace, had stood, there was no hope in those acres of crumbling mud. The foxes had already made their burrows there." The smile faded from Ethne's face, but she looked again at the white feather lying in her palm, and she laughed with a great contentment. It was yellow with the desert dust. It was a proof that in this story there was to be no word of failure. "Go on," she said. Willoughby related the dispatch of the Negro with the donkey to Abu Fatma at the wells of Obak. "Feversham stayed for a fortnight in Berber," Willoughby continued, "a week during which he came every morning to the well and waited for the return of the Negro from Obak, and a week during which that Negro searched for Yusef, who had once sold rock salt in the marketplace. I doubt, Miss Eustace, if you can realize, however hard you try, what that fortnight must have meant to Feversham. The anxiety, the danger, the continued expectation that a voice would bid him to halt, and a hand fall upon his shoulder, the urgent knowledge that if a hand fell, death would be the least part of his penalty. I imagine the town, a town of low houses and broad streets of sand, dug here and there into pits of mud wherewith to build the houses, and overhead the blistering sun and a hot shadowless sky. In no corner was there any darkness or concealment, and all day a crowd jostled and shouted up and down these streets, for that is the Mahdi's policy, to crowd the towns, so that all may be watched and every other man may be his neighbor's spy. Feversham dared not seek the shelter of a roof at night, for he dared not trust his tongue. He could buy his food each day at the booths, but he was afraid of any conversation. He slept at night in some corner of the old deserted town, in the acres of the ruined 5 courts. For the same reason he must not slink in the byways by day, lest anyone should question him about his business, nor listen on the chance of hearing Yusef's name in the public places, lest other loiterers should joke with him and draw him into their talk. Nor dare he in the daylight prowl about those crumbled ruins. From sunrise to sunset he must go quickly up and down the streets of the town like a man bent upon urgent business, which permits of no delay. And that continued for a fortnight, Miss Eustace. A weary, trying life, don't you think? I wish I could tell you of it as vividly as he told me that night upon the balcony of the palace at Suakin. Ethne wished it too with all her heart. Harry Feversham had made his story very real that night to Captain Willoughby, so that even after the lapse of 15 months, this unimaginative creature was sensible of a contrast and a deficiency in the manner of his narration. In front of us was the quiet harbor and the Red Sea. Above us the African stars. Feversham spoke in the quietest manner possible, but with a peculiar deliberation, and with his eyes fixed upon my face, as though he was forcing me to feel with him and to understand. Even when he lighted his cigar, he did not avert his eyes. for by this time I had given him a cigar and offered him a chair. I had really, I assure you, Miss Eustace. It was the first time in 4 years that he had sat with one of his equals, or indeed with any of his countrymen on a footing of equality. He told me so. I wish I could remember all that he told me. Willoughby stopped and cudgelled his brains helplessly. He gave up the effort in the end. Well, he resumed, after Feversham had skulked for a fortnight in Berber, the Negro discovered Yusef, no longer selling salt, but tending a small plantation of doura on the river's edge. From Yusef, Feversham obtained particulars enough to guide him to the house where the letters were concealed in the inner wall. But Yusef was no longer to be trusted. Possibly Feversham's accent betrayed him. The more likely conjecture is that Yusef took Feversham for a spy, and thought it wise to be beforehand and confess to Mohammed el-Khair, the emir, his own share in the concealment of the letters. That, however, is a mere conjecture. The important fact is this. On the same night Feversham went alone to Old Berber. Alone, said Ethne. Yes. He found the house fronting a narrow alley, and the sixth of the row. The front wall was destroyed, but the 2 side walls and the back wall still stood. 3 feet from the floor and 2 feet from the right-hand corner the letters were hidden in that inner wall. Feversham dug into the mud bricks with his knife. He made a hole wherein he could slip his hand. The wall was thick. He dug deep, stopping now and again to feel for the packet. At last his fingers clasped and drew it out. As he hid it in a fold of his jibbeh, the light of a lantern shone upon him from behind. Ethne started as though she had been trapped herself. Those acres of roofless 5 courts, with here and there a tower showing up against the sky, the lonely alleys, the dead silence here beneath the stars, the cries and the beating of drums and the glare of lights from the new town, Harry Feversham alone with the letters, with, and in a word, some portion of his honor redeemed, and finally the lantern flashing upon him in that solitary place. The scene itself and the progress of the incidents were so visible to Ethne at that moment that even with the feather in her open palm she could hardly bring herself to believe that Harry Feversham had escaped. "Well, well?" she asked. He was standing with his face to the wall. The light came from the alley behind him. He did not turn, but out of the corner of his eye he could see a fold of a white robe hanging motionless. He carefully secured the package, with a care, indeed, and a composure which astonished him even at that moment. The shock had strung him to a concentration and lucidity of thought unknown to him till then. His fingers were trembling, he remarked, as he tied the knots, but it was with excitement, and an excitement which did not flurry. His mind worked rapidly, but quite coolly, quite deliberately. He came to a perfectly definite conclusion as to what he must do. Every faculty which he possessed was extraordinarily clear, and at the same time extraordinarily still. He had his knife in his hand. He faced about suddenly and ran. There were 2 men waiting. Feversham ran at the man who held the lantern. He was aware of the point of a spear. He ducked and beat it aside with his left arm. He leaped forward and struck with his right. The Arab fell at his feet. The lantern was extinguished. Feversham sprang across the white-robed body and ran eastward toward the open desert. But in no panic. He had never been so collected. He was followed by the second soldier. He had foreseen that he would be followed. If he was to escape, it was indeed necessary that he should be. He turned a corner, crouched behind a wall, and as the Arab came running by, he leaped out upon his shoulders. And again, as he leaped, he struck. Captain Willoughby stopped at this point of his story and turned toward Ethne. He had something to say which perplexed and at the same time impressed him, and he spoke with a desire for an explanation. The strangest feature of those few fierce short minutes, he said, was that Feversham felt no fear. "I don't understand that, do you? From the first moment when the lantern shone upon him from behind, to the last when he turned his feet eastward and ran through the ruined alleys and broken walls toward the desert and the wells of Bobak, he felt no fear." This was the most mysterious part of Harry Feversham's story to Captain Willoughby. Here was a man who so shrank from the possibilities of battle that he must actually send in his papers rather than confront them. Yet when he stood in dire and immediate peril, he felt no fear. Captain Willoughby might well turn to Ethne for an explanation. There had been no mystery in it to Harry Feversham, but a great bitterness of spirit. He had sat on the veranda at Suakin, whittling away at the edge of Captain Willoughby's table with the very knife which he had used in Berber to dig out the letters, and which had proved so handy in a weapon, when the lantern shone out behind him, the one glimmering point of light in that vast acreage of ruin. Harry Feversham had kept it carefully uncleansed of blood. He had treasured it all through his flight across the 240-odd miles of the desert into Suakin. It was, next to the white feathers, the thing which he held most precious of his possessions, and not merely because it would serve as a corroboration of his story to Captain Willoughby, but because the weapon enabled him to believe and realize it himself. A brown clotted rust dulled the whole length of the blade, and often during the first 2 days and nights of his flight, when he traveled alone, hiding and running and hiding again, with the dread of pursuit always at his heels, he had taken the knife from his breast and stared at it with incredulous eyes, and clutched it close to him like a thing of comfort. He had lost his way amongst the sandhills of Obak on the evening of the second day, and had wandered vainly with his small store of dates and water exhausted, until he had stumbled and lay prone, parched and famished and enfeebled, with the bitter knowledge that Abu Fatma and the wells were somewhere within a mile of the spot on which he lay. But even at that moment of exhaustion, the knife had been a talisman and a help. He grasped the rough wooden handle, all too small for a Western hand, and he ran his fingers over the rough rust upon the blade, and the weapon spoke to him and bade him to take heart, since once he had been put to the test and had not failed. But long before he saw the white houses of Suakin, that feeling of elation vanished, and the knife became an emblem of the vain tortures of his boyhood, and the miserable folly which culminated in his resignation of his commission. He understood now the words which Lieutenant Such had spoken in the grill room of the Criterion restaurant, when citing Hamlet as his example. The thing which he saw, which he thought over, which he imagined in the act and in the consequences, that he shrank from. Yet when the moment of action comes sharp and immediate, does he fail? And remembering these words, Harry Feversham sat one May night, 4 years afterward, in Captain Willoughby's veranda, whittling away at the table with his knife, and saying over and over again, in a bitter, savage voice, "It was an illusion, but an illusion which caused a great deal of suffering to a woman I would have shielded from suffering. But I am well paid for it, for it has wrecked my life besides." Captain Willoughby could not understand, any more than General Feversham could have understood, or than Ethne had. But Willoughby could at all events remember and repeat, and Ethne had grown by 5 years of unhappiness since the night when Harry Feversham, in the little room off the hall at Lennon House, had told her of his upbringing, of the loss of his mother, of the impassable gulf between his father and himself, and of the fear of disgrace which had haunted his nights and disfigured the world for him by day. "Yes, it was an illusion," she cried. "I understand. I might have understood a long while since, but I would not. When those feathers came, he told me why they were sent, quite simply, with his eyes on mine. When my father knew of them, he waited quite steadily and faced my father." There was other evidence of the like kind not within Ethne's knowledge. Harry Feversham had journeyed down to Broad Place in Surrey, and made his confession no less unflinchingly to the old general. But Ethne knew enough. It was the possibility of cowardice from which he shrank, not the possibility of hurt, she exclaimed. If only one had been a little older, a little less sure about things, a little less narrow. I should have listened. I should have understood. At all events, I should not, I think, have been cruel. Not for the first time did remorse for that fourth feather which she had added to the 3 seize upon her. She sat now crushed by it into silence. Captain Willoughby, however, was a stubborn man, unwilling upon any occasion to admit an error. He saw that Ethne's remorse by implication condemned himself, and that he was not prepared to suffer. "Yes, but these fine distinctions are a little too elusive for practical purposes," he said. "You can't run the world on fine distinctions. So I cannot bring myself to believe that we three men were at all to blame. And if we were not, you of all people can have no reason for self-reproach." Ethne did not consider what he precisely meant by the last reference to herself. For as he leaned complacently back in his chair, anger against him flamed suddenly hot in her. Occupied by his story, she had ceased to take stock of the storyteller. Now that he had ended, she looked him over from head to foot. An obstinate stupidity was the mark of the man to her eye. How dare he sit in judgment upon the meanest of his fellows, let alone Harry Feversham? She asked, and in the same moment recollected that she herself had endorsed his judgment. Shame tingled through all her blood. She sat with her lips set, keeping Willoughby under watch from the corners of her eyes, and waiting to pounce savagely the moment he opened his lips. There had been noticeable throughout his narrative a manner of condescension towards Feversham. Let him use it again, thought Ethne. But Captain Willoughby said nothing at all, and Ethne herself broke the silence. "Who of you three first thought of sending the feathers?" she asked aggressively. "Not you?" "No, I think it was Trench," he replied. "Ah, Trench!" Ethne exclaimed. She struck one clenched hand, the hand which held the feather, viciously into the palm of the other. "I'll remember that name." "But I share his responsibility," Willoughby assured her. "I do not shrink from it at all. I regret very much that we caused you pain and annoyance, but I do not acknowledge to any mistake in this matter. I take my feather back now, and I annul my accusation. But that is your doing." "Mine?" asked Ethne. "What do you mean?" Captain Willoughby turned with surprise to his companion. A man may live in the Soudan and even yet not be wholly ignorant of women and their great quality of forgiveness. "You gave the feathers back to Feversham in order that he might redeem his honor. That is evident." Ethne sprang to her feet before Captain Willoughby had come to the end of his sentence and stood a little in front of him with her face averted and in an attitude remarkably still. Willoughby, in his ignorance, like many another stupid man before him, had struck with a shrewdness and a vigor which he could never have compassed by the use of his wits. He had pointed out abruptly and suddenly to Ethne a way which she might have taken and had not, and her remorse warned her very clearly that it was the way which she ought to have taken. But she could rise to the heights. She did not seek to justify herself in her own eyes, nor would she allow Willoughby to continue in his misconception. She recognized that here she had failed in charity and justice, and she was glad that she had failed, since her failure had been the opportunity of greatness to Harry Feversham. "Will you repeat what you said?" she asked in a low voice, and ever so slowly, please. "You gave the feathers back into Feversham's hand. He told you that himself?" "Yes," and Willoughby resumed. "In order that he might by his subsequent bravery compel the men who sent them to take them back, and so redeem his honor." "He did not tell you that?" "No, I guessed it. You see, Feversham's disgrace was, on the face of it, impossible to retrieve. The opportunity might never have occurred. It was not likely to occur. As things happened, Feversham still waited for 3 years in the bazaar at Suakin before it did. No, Miss Eustace, it needed a woman's faith to conceive that plan, a woman's encouragement to keep the man who undertook it to his work." Ethne laughed and turned back to him. Her face was tender with pride, and more than tender. Pride seemed in some strange way to hallow her, to give an unimagined benignness to her eyes, an unearthly brightness to the smile upon her lips and the color upon her cheeks, so that Willoughby, looking at her, was carried out of himself. "Yes," he cried, "you are the woman to plan this redemption." Ethne laughed again, and very happily. "Did he tell you of the fourth white feather?" she asked. "No." "I shall tell you the truth," she said. and she resumed her seat. The plan was of his devising from first to last, nor did I encourage him to its execution, for until today I never heard a word of it. Since the night of that dance in Donegal, I have had no message from Mr. Feversham, and no news of him. I told him to take up those 3 feathers because they were his, and I wished to show him that I agreed with the accusations of which they were the symbols. That seems cruel, but I did more. I snapped a 4th white feather from my fan, and gave him that to carry away too. It is only fair that you should know. I wanted to make an end, for ever and ever, not only of my acquaintanceship with him, but of every kindly thought he might keep of me, of every kindly thought I might keep of him. I wanted to be sure myself, and I wanted him to be sure, that we should always be strangers, now and afterwards. And the last words she spoke in a whisper. Captain Willoughby did not understand what she meant by them. It is possible that only Lieutenant Such and Harry Feversham himself would have understood. I was sad and sorry enough when I had done it, she resumed. Indeed, I think I have always been sorry since. I think that I have never at any minute during these 5 years quite forgotten that 4th white feather and the quiet air of dignity with which he took it. But today I'm glad. And her voice, though low, rang rich with the fullness of her pride. Oh, very glad. For this was his thought, his deed. They are both all his, as I would have them be. I had no share, and of that I am very proud. He needed no woman's faith, no woman's encouragement. Yet he sent this back to you, said Willoughby, pointing in some perplexity to the feather which Ethne held. Yes, she said, yes. He knew that I should be glad to know. And suddenly she held it close to her breast. Thus she sat for a while with her eyes shining, until Willoughby rose to his feet and pointed to the gap in the hedge by which they had entered the enclosure. By Jove, Jack Durrance, he exclaimed. Durrance was standing in the gap, which was the only means of entering or going out. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of The 4 Feathers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Ullman. The 4 Feathers by A.E.W. Mason. Chapter 16. Captain Willoughby retires. Ethne had entirely forgotten even Colonel Durrance's existence. From the moment when Captain Willoughby had put that little soiled feather, which had once been white and was now yellow, into her hand, she had no thought for anyone but Harry Feversham. She had carried Willoughby into that enclosure, and his story had absorbed her and kept her memory on the rack as she filled out with this or that recollected details of Harry's gestures, or voice, or looks, the deficiencies in her companion's narrative. She had been swept away from that August garden of sunlight and coloured flowers, and those 5 most weary years, during which she had held her head high and greeted the world with a smile of courage, were blotted from her existence. How weary they had been, perhaps she never knew, until she raised her head and saw Durrance at the entrance of the hedge. "Hush!" she said to Willoughby, and her face paled and her eyes shut tight for a moment with a spasm of pain. But she had no time to spare for any indulgence of her feelings. Her few minutes' talk with Captain Willoughby had been a holiday, but the holiday was over. She must take up again the responsibilities with which those 5 years had charged her, and at once. If she could not accomplish that hard task of forgetting, and she now knew very well that she never would accomplish it, she must do the next best thing, and give no sign that she had not forgotten. Durrance must continue to believe that she brought more than friendship into the marriage account. He stood at the very entrance to the enclosure. He advanced into it. He was so quick to guess. It was not wise that he should meet Captain Willoughby or even know of his coming. Ethne looked about her for an escape, knowing very well that she would look in vain. The creek was in front of them, and 3 walls of high thick hedge girt them in behind and at the sides. There was but one entrance to this enclosure, and Durrance himself barred the path to it. "Keep still," she said in a whisper. "You know him?" "Of course. We were together for 3 years at Suakin. I heard that he had gone blind. I am glad to know that it is not true." This he said, noticing the freedom of Durrance's gait. "Speak lower," returned Ethne. "It is true. He is blind. One would never have thought it. Consolation seems so futile. What can I say to him?" "Say nothing." Durrance was still standing just within the enclosure, and, as it seemed, looking straight towards the 2 people sitting on the bench. "Ethne," he said, rather than called, and the quiet, unquestioning voice made the illusion that he saw extraordinarily complete. "It's impossible that he is blind," said Willoughby. "He sees us." "He sees nothing." Again Durrance called "Ethne," but now in a louder voice and a voice of doubt. "Do you hear?" "He is not sure," whispered Ethne. "Keep very still." "Why?" "He must not know you are here, and lest Willoughby should move." She caught his arm tight in her hand. Willoughby did not pursue his inquiries. Ethne's manner constrained him to silence. She sat very still, as she wished him to sit, and in a queer, huddled attitude. She was even holding her breath. She was staring at Durrance with a great fear in her eyes. Her face was strained forward, and not a muscle of it moved, so that Willoughby, as he looked at her, was conscious of a certain excitement which grew on him for no reason but her remarkable apprehension. He began unaccountably himself to fear lest he and she should be discovered. "He is coming towards us," he whispered. "Not a word, not a movement." "Ethne!" Durrance cried again. He advanced further into the enclosure and towards the seat. Ethne and Captain Willoughby sat rigid, watching him with their eyes. He passed in front of the bench and stopped, actually facing them. "Surely," thought Willoughby, "he sees." His eyes were upon them. He stood easily, as though he were about to speak. Even Ethne, though she very well knew that he did not see, began to doubt her knowledge. "Ethne," he said again, and this time in the quiet voice which he had first used. But since again no answer came, he shrugged his shoulders and turned towards the creek. His back was towards them now, but Ethne's experience had taught her to appreciate almost indefinable signs in his bearing, since nowadays his face showed her so little. Something in his attitude, in the poise of his head, even in the carelessness with which he swung his stick, told her that he was listening, and listening with all his might. Her grasp tightened on Willoughby's arm. Thus they remained for the space of a minute, and then Durrance turned suddenly and took a quick step towards the seat. Ethne, however, by this time knew the man and his ingenuities. She was prepared for some such unexpected movement. She did not stir. There was not audible the merest rustle of a skirt, and her grip still constrained Willoughby. "I wonder where in the world she can be," said Durrance to himself aloud, and he walked back and out of the enclosure. Ethne did not free Captain Willoughby's arm until Durrance had disappeared from sight. "That was a close shave," Willoughby said, when at last he was allowed to speak. "Suppose that Durrance had sat down on the top of us?" "Why suppose, since he did not?" Ethne asked calmly. "You have told me everything?" "So far as I remember." "And all that you have told me happened in the spring?" "The spring of last year," said Willoughby. "Yes, I want to ask you a question. Why did you not bring this feather to me last summer?" "Last year my leave was short. I spent it in the hills north of Suakin, after ibex." "I see," Ethne said quietly. "I hope you had good sport." "It wasn't bad." Last summer Ethne had been free. If Willoughby had come home with his good news instead of shooting ibex on Jebel Araft, it would have made all the difference in her life, and the cry was loud at her heart, "Why didn't you come?" But outwardly she gave no sign of the irreparable harm which Willoughby's delay had brought about. She had the self-command of a woman who had been sorely tried, and she spoke so unconcernedly that Willoughby believed her questions, prompted by the merest curiosity. "You might have written," she suggested. Feversham did not suggest that there was any hurry. It would have been a long and difficult matter to explain in a letter. "He asked me to go to you when I had an opportunity, and I had no opportunity before. To tell the truth, I thought it was very likely that I might find Feversham had come back before me." "Oh, no," returned Ethne. "There could be no possibility of that. The other two feathers still remain to be redeemed before he will ask me to take back mine." Willoughby shook his head. "Feversham can never persuade Castleton and Trench to cancel their accusations as he persuaded me." "Why not?" "Major Castleton was killed when the square was broken at Tamai." "Killed!" cried Ethne, and she laughed in a short and satisfied way. Willoughby turned and stared at her, disbelieving the evidence of his ears, but her face showed him quite clearly that she was thoroughly pleased. Ethne was a Celt, and she had the Celtic feeling that death was not a very important matter. She could hate too, and she could be hard as iron to the men she hated, and these three men she hated exceedingly. It was true that she had agreed with them, that she had given a feather, the fourth feather, to Harry Feversham, just to show that she agreed, but she did not trouble her head about that. She was very glad to hear that Major Castleton was out of the world and done with. "And Colonel Trench too?" she said. "No," Willoughby answered. "You are disappointed, but he is even worse off than that. He was captured when engaged on a reconnaissance. He is now a prisoner in Omdurman." "Ah," said Ethne. "I don't think you can have any idea," said Willoughby severely, "of what captivity in Omdurman implies. If you had, however much you disliked the captive, you would feel some pity." "Not I," said Ethne stubbornly. "I will tell you something of what it does imply." "No, I don't wish to hear of Colonel Trench. Besides, you must go. I want you to tell me one thing first," said she, as she rose from her seat. "What became of Mr. Feversham after he had given you that feather?" "I told him that he had done everything which could be reasonably expected, and he accepted my advice, for he went on board the first steamer which touched at Suakin on its way to Suez, and so left the Soudan. I must find out where he is. He must come back. Did he need money?" "No, he still drew his allowance from his father. He told me that he had more than enough." "I am glad of that," said Ethne, and she bade Willoughby wait within the enclosure until she returned, and went out by herself to see that the way was clear. The garden was quite empty. Durrance had disappeared from it, and the great stone terrace of the house, and the house itself with its striped sunblinds, looked a place of sleep. It was getting towards 1 o'clock, and the very birds were quiet among the trees. Indeed, the quietude of the garden struck upon Ethne's senses as something almost strange. Only the bees hummed drowsily about the flower beds, and the voice of a lad was heard calling from the slopes of meadow on the far side of the creek. She returned to Captain Willoughby. "You can go now," she said. "I cannot pretend friendship for you, Captain Willoughby, but it was kind of you to find me out and tell me your story. You are going back at once to Kingsbridge?" "I hope so, for I do not wish Colonel Durrance to know of your visit or anything of what you have told me." "Durrance was a friend of Feversham's, his great friend," Willoughby objected. "He is quite unaware that any feathers were sent to Mr. Feversham, so there is no need he should be informed that one of them has been taken back." Ethne answered, "He does not know why my engagement to Mr. Feversham was broken off. I do not wish him to know. Your story would enlighten him, and he must not be enlightened." "Why?" asked Willoughby. "He was obstinate by nature, and he meant to have the reason for silence before he promised to keep it. Ethne gave it to him at once very simply. "I am engaged to Colonel Durrance," she said. It was her fear that Durrance already suspected that no stronger feeling than friendship attached her to him. If once he heard that the fault which broke her engagement to Harry Feversham had been most bravely atoned, there could be no doubt as to the course which he would insist upon pursuing. He would strip himself of her, the one thing left to him, and that she was stubbornly determined he should not do. She was bound to him in honour, and it would be a poor way of manifesting her joy that Harry Feversham had redeemed his honour if she stayed away, sacrificed her own. Captain Willoughby pursed his lips and whistled. "Engaged to Jack Durrance!" he exclaimed. "Then I seem to have wasted my time in bringing you that feather," and he pointed towards it. She was holding it in her open hand, and she drew her hand sharply away, as though she feared for a moment that he meant to rob her of it. "I am most grateful for it," she returned. "It's a bit of a muddle, isn't it?" Willoughby remarked. "It seems a little tough on Feversham, perhaps. It's a little rough on Jack Durrance, too, when you come to think of it." Then he looked at Ethne. He noticed her careful handling of the feather. He remembered something of the glowing look with which she had listened to his story, something of the eager tones in which she had put her question, and he added, "I shouldn't wonder if it was rather rough on you too, Miss Eustace." Ethne did not answer him, and they walked together out of the enclosure towards the spot where Willoughby had moored his boat. She had hurried him down the bank to the water's edge, intent that he should sail away unperceived. But Ethne had counted without Mrs. Adair, who all that morning had seen much in Ethne's movements to interest her. From the drawing-room window she had watched Ethne and Durrance meet at the foot of the terrace steps. She had seen them walk together towards the estuary. She had noticed Willoughby's boat as it ran aground in the wide gap between the trees. She had seen a man disembark and Ethne go forward to meet him. Mrs. Adair was not the woman to leave her post of observation at such a moment, and from the cover of the curtains she continued to watch with all the curiosity of a woman in a village who draws down the blind, that unobserved she may get a better peep at the stranger passing down the street. Ethne and the man from the boat turned away and disappeared among the trees, leaving Durrance forgotten and alone. Mrs. Adair thought at once of that enclosure at the water's edge. The conversation lasted for some while, and since the couple did not promptly reappear, a question flashed into her mind. Could the stranger be Harry Feversham? Ethne had no friends in this part of the world. The question pressed upon Mrs. Adair. She longed for an answer, and of course for that particular answer which would convict Ethne Eustace of duplicity. Her interest grew into excitement when she saw Durrance, tired of waiting, follow upon Ethne's steps. But what came after was to interest her still more. Durrance reappeared to her supplies alone, and came straight to the house, up the terrace into the drawing-room. "Have you seen Ethne?" he asked. "Is she not in the little garden by the water?" Mrs. Adair asked. "No, I went into it and called to her. It was empty." "Indeed," said Mrs. Adair. "Then I don't know where she is." "Are you going?" "Yes, home." Mrs. Adair made no effort to detain him at that moment. "Perhaps you will come in and dine tonight, 8 o'clock." "Thanks very much. I shall be pleased," said Durrance, but he did not immediately go. He stood by the window idly swinging to and fro the tassel of the blind. "I did not know until to day that it was your plan that I should come home and Ethne stay with you until I found out whether a cure was likely or possible." "It was very kind of you, Mrs. Adair, and I am grateful." "It was a natural plan to propose as soon as I heard of your ill luck." "And when was that?" he asked unconcernedly. "The day after Calder's telegram reached her from Wadi Halfa, I suppose." Mrs. Adair was not deceived by his attitude of carelessness. She realized that his expression of gratitude had deliberately led up to this question. "Oh, so you know of that telegram?" she said. "I thought you did not." For Ethne had asked her not to mention it on the very day when Durrance returned to England. "Of course I knew it," he returned, and without waiting any longer for an answer, he went out on to the terrace. Mrs. Adair dismissed for the moment the mystery of the telegram. She was occupied by a conjecture that in the little garden by the water's edge Durrance had stood and called aloud for Ethne, while within 12 yards of him, perhaps actually within his reach, she and someone else had kept very still and had given no answer. Her conjecture was soon proved true. She saw Ethne and her companion come out again on to the open lawn. Was it Feversham? She must have an answer to that question. She saw them descend the bank towards the boat, and, stepping from a window, ran. Thus it happened that as Willoughby rose from loosening the painter, he saw Mrs. Adair's disappointed eyes gazing into his. Mrs. Adair called to Ethne, who stood by Captain Willoughby, and came down to the bank to them. "I noticed you crossed the lawn from the drawing-room window," she said. "Yes," answered Ethne, and she said no more. Mrs. Adair, however, did not move away, and an awkward pause followed. Ethne was forced to give in. "I am talking to Captain Willoughby," and she turned to him. "You do not know Mrs. Adair, I think." "No," he replied as he raised his hat, "but I know Mrs. Adair very well by name. I know friends of yours, Mrs. Adair, Durrance, for instance, and of course I knew." A glance from Ethne brought him abruptly to a stop. He began vigorously to push the nose of his boat from the sand. "Of course what?" asked Mrs. Adair with a smile. "Of course I knew of you, Mrs. Adair." Mrs. Adair was quite clear that this was not what Willoughby had been on the point of saying, when Ethne turned her eyes quietly upon him and cut him short. He was on the point of adding another name. "Captain Willoughby," she repeated to herself. Then she said, "You belong to Colonel Durrance's regiment, perhaps?" "No, I belong to the North Surrey," he answered. "Ah!" "Mr. Feversham's old regiment," said Mrs. Adair pleasantly. Captain Willoughby had fallen into a little trap with a guilelessness which provoked in her a desire for a closer acquaintance. Whatever Willoughby knew it would be easy to extract. Ethne, however, had disconcertingly ways which at times left Mrs. Adair at a loss. She looked now straight into Mrs. Adair's eyes and said calmly: "Captain Willoughby and I have been talking of Mr. Feversham." At the same time she held out her hand to the captain. "Goodbye," she said. Mrs. Adair hastily interrupted: "Colonel Durrance has gone home, but he dines with us tonight. I came out to tell you that, but I am glad that I came, for it gives me the opportunity to ask your friend to lunch with us if he will." Captain Willoughby, who already had one leg over the bow of his boat, withdrew it with alacrity. "It's awfully good of you, Mrs. Adair," he began. "It is very kind indeed," Ethne continued, "but Captain Willoughby has reminded me that his leave is very short, and we have no right to detain him. Goodbye." Captain Willoughby gazed with a vain appeal upon Miss Eustace. He had travelled all night from London. He had made the scantiest breakfast at Kingsbridge, and the notion of lunch appealed to him particularly at that moment. But her eyes rested on his with a quiet and inexorable command. He bowed, got ruefully into his boat, and pushed off from the shore. "It's a little rough on me too, perhaps, Miss Eustace," he said. Ethne laughed, and returned to the terrace with Mrs. Adair. Once or twice she opened the palm of her hand and disclosed to her companion's view a small white feather, at which she laughed again, and with a clear and rather low laugh. But she gave no explanation of Captain Willoughby's errand. Had she been in Mrs. Adair's place she would not have expected one. It was her business, and only hers. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Four Feathers by A.E.W. Mason. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gary Oldman. The Musoline Overture. Mrs. Adair, on her side, asked for no explanations. She was naturally, behind her pale and placid countenance, a woman of a tortuous and intriguing mind. She preferred to look through a keyhole, even when she could walk straight in at the door, and knowledge which could be gained by a little manoeuvring was always more desirable and precious in her eyes than any information which a simple question would elicit. She avoided, indeed, the direct question on a perverted sort of principle, and she thought a day very well spent if, at the close of it, she had outwitted her companion into telling her spontaneously some trivial and unimportant piece of news, which a straightforward request would have at once secured for her at breakfast time. Therefore, though she was mystified by the little white feather upon which Ethne seemed to set so much store, and wondered at the good news of Harry Feversham which Captain Willoughby had brought, and vainly puzzled her brain in conjecture as to what in the world could have happened on that night at Ramelton so many years ago, she betrayed nothing whatever of her perplexity all through lunch. On the contrary, she plied her guest with conversation upon indifferent topics. Mrs. Adair could be good company when she chose, and she chose now, but it was not to any purpose. "I don't believe that you hear a single word I am saying," she exclaimed. Ethne laughed and pleaded guilty. She betook herself to her room as soon as lunch was finished, and allowed herself an afternoon of solitude. Sitting at her window, she repeated slowly the story which Willoughby had told her that morning, and her heart thrilled to it as to the music divinely played. The regret that he had not come home and told it a year ago when she was free was a small thing in comparison with the story itself. It could not outweigh the great gladness which that brought to her. It had, indeed, completely vanished from her thoughts. Her pride, which had never recovered from the blow which Harry Feversham had dealt to her in the hall at Lennon House, and by the man who had dealt the blow. She was aglow with it, and most grateful to Harry Feversham for that he had, at so much peril to himself, restored it. She was conscious of a new exhilaration in the sunlight, of a quicker pulsation in her blood. Her youth was given back to her upon that August afternoon. Ethne unlocked a drawer in her dressing case and took from it the portrait which alone of all Harry Feversham's presents she had kept. She rejoiced that she had kept it. It was the portrait of someone who was dead to her, that she knew very well, for there was no thought of disloyalty towards Durrance in her breast. But the someone was a friend. She looked at it with a great happiness and contentment, because Harry Feversham had needed no expression of faith from her to inspire him, and no encouragement from her to keep him through the years on the level of his high inspiration. When she put it back again, she laid the white feather in the drawer with it and locked the two things up together. She came back to her window. Out upon the lawn a light breeze made the shadows from the high trees dance. The sunlight mellowed and reddened. But Ethne was of her country, as Harry Feversham had long ago discovered, and her heart yearned for it at this moment. It was the month of August. The first of the heather would be out upon the hillsides of Donegal, and she wished that the good news had been brought to her there. The regret that it had not was not her crumpled rose leaf. Here she was in a strange land. There the brown mountains with their outcroppings of granite and the voices of the streams would have shared, she almost thought, in her new happiness. Great sorrows or great joys had this in common for Ethne Eustace. They both drew her homewards, since their endurance was more easy and gladness more complete. She had, however, one living tie with Donegal at her side, for Dermod's old collie dog had become her inseparable companion. To him she bade her confidence, and if at times her voice broke in tears, why, the dog would not tell her. She came to understand much which Willoughby had omitted, and which Feversham had never told. Those 3 years of concealment in the small and crowded city of Suakin, for instance, with the troops marching out to battle and returning dust strewn and bleeding and laurelled with victory, Harry Feversham had to slink away at their approach, lest some old friend of his, Durrance perhaps, or Willoughby, or Trench, should notice him and penetrate his disguise. The panic which had beset him when first he saw the dark brown walls of Berber, the night in the ruined acres, the stumbling search for the well amongst the shifting sandhills of Obak. Ethne had vivid pictures of these incidents, and as she thought of each she asked herself, "Where was I then? What was I doing?" She sat in a golden mist until the lights began to change upon the still water of the creek, and the rooks reeled noisily out from the tree tops to sort themselves for the night, and warned her of evening. She brought to the dinner table that night a buoyancy of spirit which surprised her companions. Mrs. Adair had to admit that seldom had her eyes shone so starrily, or the colour so freshly graced her cheeks. She was more than ever certain that Captain Willoughby had brought stirring news. She was more than ever tortured by her vain effort to guess at its nature. But Mrs. Adair, in spite of her perplexities, took her share in the talk, and that dinner passed with a freedom from embarrassment unknown since Durrance had come home to Guessens, for he too threw off a burden of restraint. His spirits rose to match Ethne's. He answered laugh with laugh, and from his face that habitual look of tension, the look of a man listening with all his might that his ears might make good the loss of his eyes, passed altogether away. "You will play on your violin tonight, I think," he said with a smile, as they rose from the table. "Yes," she answered, "I will with all my heart." Durrance laughed and held open the door. The violin remained locked in its case during these last 2 months. Durrance had come to look upon that violin as a gauge and test. If the world was going well with Ethne, the case was unlocked, the instrument was allowed to speak. If the world went ill, it was kept silent lest it should say too much, and open old wounds and lay them bare to other eyes. Ethne herself knew it for an indiscreet friend, but it was to be brought out tonight. Mrs. Adair lingered until Ethne was out of earshot. "You have noticed a change in her tonight?" she said. "Yes, have I not?" answered Durrance. "One has waited for it, hoped for it, despaired of it." "Are you so glad of the change?" Durrance threw back his head. "Do you wonder that I am glad? Kind, friendly, unselfish, these things she has always been. But there is more than friendliness evident tonight, and for the first time it's evident." There came a look of pity upon Mrs. Adair's face, and she passed out of the room without another word. Durrance looked at her. Durrance took all of that great change in Ethne to himself. Mrs. Adair drew up the blinds of the drawing room, opened the window, and let the moonlight in, and then, as she saw Ethne unlocking the case of her violin, she went out on to the terrace. She felt that she could not sit patiently in her company, so that when Durrance entered the drawing room he found Ethne alone there. She was seated in the window, and already tightening the strings of her violin. Durrance took a chair behind her in the shadows. "What shall I play for you?" she asked. "The Musoline Overture," he answered. "You played it on the first evening when I came to Ramelton. I remember so well how you played it then. Play it again tonight. I want to compare." "I have played it since." "Never to me." They were alone in the room. The window stood open. It was a night of moonlight. Ethne suddenly crossed to the lamp and put it out. She resumed her seat, while Durrance remained in the shadow, leaning forward with his hands upon his knees, listening, but with an intentness of which he had given no sign that evening. He was applying as he thought, a final test upon which his life and hers should be decided. Ethne's violin would tell him assuredly whether he was right or no. Would friendship speak from it, or the something more than friendship? Ethne played the overture, and as she played she forgot that Durrance was in the room behind her. In the garden the air was still and summer warm and fragrant. On the creek the moonlight lay like a solid floor of silver. The trees stood dreaming to the stars. And as the music floated loud out across the silent lawn, Ethne had a sudden fancy that it might perhaps travel down the creek and over the Salcombe bar and across the moonlit seas and strike small yet wonderfully clear like fairy music upon the ears of a man sleeping somewhere far away, beneath the brightness of the southern stars, with the cool night wind of the desert blowing upon his face. If he could only hear, she thought, if he could only wake and know that what he heard was a message of friendship. And with this fancy in her mind she played with such skill as she had never used before. She made of her violin a voice of sympathy. The fancy grew and changed as she played. The music became a bridge, swung in midair across the world, upon which, just for these few minutes, she and Harry Feversham might meet and shake hands. They would separate, of course, forthwith, and each one go upon the allotted way. But these few minutes would be a help to both along the separate ways. The chords rang upon silence. It seemed to Ethne they declaimed the pride which had come to her that day. Her fancy grew into a belief. It was no longer if he should hear, but he must hear. And so carried away was she from the discretion of thought that a strange hope suddenly sprang up and enthralled her. If he could answer! She lingered upon the last bars, waiting for the answer, and when the music had died down to silence, she sat with her violin upon her knees, looking eagerly out across the moonlight garden. And an answer did come, but it was not carried up the creek and across the lawn. It came from the dark shadow of the room behind her, and it was spoken through the voice of Durrance. "Ethne, where do you think I heard that overture last played?" Ethne was roused with a start to the consciousness that Durrance was in the room, and she answered like one shaken suddenly out of sleep. "Why, you told me, at Ramelton, when you first came to Lennon House. I have heard it since, though it was not played by you. It was not really played at all, but a melody of it. Not even that really, but a suggestion of a melody. I heard stumble out upon a zither with many false notes by a Greek in a bare little whitewashed café, lit by one glaring lamp at Wadi Halfa." "This overture," she said. "How strange." Not so strange after all, for the Greek was Harry Feversham. So the answer had come. Ethne had no doubt that it was an answer. She sat very still in the moonlight. Only had anyone bent over her with eyes to see, he would have discovered that her eyelids were closed. There followed a long silence. She did not consider why Durrance, having kept this knowledge secret so long, should speak of it now. She did not ask what Harry Feversham was doing, that he must play the zither in a mean café at Wadi Halfa. But it seemed to her that he had spoken to her as she to him. The music had, after all, been a bridge. It was not even strange that he had used Durrance's voice wherewith to speak to her. "When was this?" she asked at length. "In February of this year. I will tell you about it." "Yes, please tell me." And Durrance spoke out of the shadows of the room. Chapter 17